that will be looked into. Can I please with him that this will be done with some pace, because there are too many prison officers worried that will they come out of work in their own vehicle or in the back of an ambulance.
Where the assessment is needed for stab-proof vests now, they can be deployed. But following the recent incident at HMP Franklin, HMPPS has commissioned a review to establish whether it is necessary for prison officers to wear protective body armour routinely. This review will inform any decision on the use of protective body armour in the prison estate, and will report in June. So June is next month, so it's pretty quick, and rightly so, because this is an urgent issue.
Chairman Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all understand, I think, the need to strike the right operational atmosphere and balance in a prison. But in the interests of retention and recruitment of prison officers, which is absolutely key if our prison estate is to work effectively, I do hope that, irrespective of what the review might advise, that the Minister and the Department will move very speedily to a position whereby the wearing of anti-stab clothing and the carrying of tasers and other equipment becomes de facto and routine, rather than merely in response to gleaned internal intelligence. Otherwise there will be a crisis in both retention and recruitment of officers.
It's crucially important that prison officers are equipped with the right protective equipment and to do their job safely and securely. That's what the purpose of these reviews is to do, is to ensure that that is got right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents work at HMP Franklin, which is located in my honourable friend, the member for City of Durham's constituency. I met with representatives from the Prison Officers Association last week. Two of the concerns that they raised were about the equipment. They said that during the horrific terrorist attack by Hashem Abedi, they were unable to use batons because the space was too small to wield them in, and that he was so enraged that pepper spray had no effect on them. So clearly they need additional equipment. Will the Minister tell me what steps are being taken on that? And secondly, if it's the case, as the POA told me, that it's activist lawyers and the courts that are insisting that these dangerous terrorist prisoners have access to kettles and the ability to use kitchens, will the government consider changes to primary legislation to enable these privileges to be removed from that category of prisoners?
Can I say straight away that access to kitchens has immediately been withdrawn. In terms of equipment, the review of equipment is taking place, and indeed the point my honourable friend makes about the intelligence that he's had from prison officers from HMP Franklin illustrates some of the complexity around that issue, which is why we need to take our time to get this right, whilst moving at pace and coming back to the House fairly quickly.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 32 prison staff were killed in Northern Ireland by terrorists and their criminal associates. What steps has the Minister taken to ensure that our prison office staff are both safe inside the prisons but also outside, as we see an escalation in terrorist activity across this United Kingdom as well? And will he also raise this issue at the Five Nations Forum of Prisons?
I can certainly commit to make sure this is raised at the Five Nations Forum. He raises a very sensitive, serious issue which needs to be properly addressed in a right and proper way, and I thank him for his question.
Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, I've met with constituents who are prison officers, and they would agree with the former Justice Secretary who said that prison officer cuts were too much. It's led to overcrowding and unsafe conditions. This Labour government is rebuilding the trust of prison officers with a 5% pay award, where the Conservatives ran away from making such an award. Would the Minister outline to me what engagement he's having with prison officers to understand what safety changes they want making, particularly around tasers and around stab-proof vests?
I mean, my honourable friend makes a good point about the way in which this government immediately recognised the need for an uplift in pay in line with the independent pay report and took action straight away on that. As I said previously, immediately after the HMP Franklin terrible incident, the Lord Chancellor, the Prisons Officer in the other place and myself met with the Prison Officers Association, and there are lines open to all the other staff associations involved across the piece. It's very important that we work with them to address this issue properly.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers? He always comes to the Chamber with the answers that we hope we'll have. It was shocking to read of the violent attack on prison staff by the Southport killer, and highlights the need for greater supervision and security measures for prisoners alike. So what steps will the Minister and Government take to tighten the prison privilege system? Take away their parole, for example, take away all their privileges, and if that doesn't work, then put them in solitary confinement. The evil killers that they are forfeited all of their right to any privileges in this world. I think it's time a government took the steps in the right direction to ensure high-risk offenders do not have access to the same freedoms that could potentially be used to seriously harm those that risk their lives working in our prisons. Thank you.
The individual he refers to is clearly part of a police investigation at the moment, so it would be inappropriate for me to comment on that at this point. But the general point he makes about the management of very dangerous people in our prisons is a very good one, and that's why we rely on the expertise and experience of the prison staff and the prison officers, the prison governors.
Jonathan Bratch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prison should be a rehabilitative place for the vast majority of prisoners. That's good for society, it's good for lowering crime, it's good for our economy. But there are a small number of prisoners in our prison system for whom it should not ever be about that. It is about punishment. The Southport murderer should die in jail. And if he cannot be in jail without threatening police officers, then he has forfeited his rights. Does the Minister agree?
What I do agree with is that punishment and public protection are two very important parts of the reason why people go to prison. As I said to the honourable member opposite, I cannot comment on a live police investigation, and he will understand the reasons why.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response to the urgent question. And like everybody in this House, my thoughts are with the officer who was attacked. Speaking to friends of mine who have worked in the prison service over the last couple of years, it is clear this isn't a new problem, but it is vital that we tackle this issue. Can I ask the Minister to echo his commitment to ensure that everyone, be they retail workers in Harlow or prison officers in Belmarsh, are safe at work?
I absolutely give that commitment that this government will do all it can to make sure people are as safe as possible when they go to work. Nobody should suffer what happened to these very brave, wonderful prison officers doing their duty. That should not happen to anybody when they go to work.
Yeah. Right, that completes that urgent question. Let the front bench change over. Next urgent question, Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Business and Trade if he will make a statement on the US-UK trade deal with particular reference to the impact on Northern Ireland.
Secretary of State, welcome.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to be able to give a statement today following that given by my right honourable friend, the member for Lothian East, on Thursday, that will update the House on the agreement we've reached with the United States and specifically address the important circumstances of Northern Ireland. At the outset, I can confirm that we've closely considered the impacts of this agreement on Northern Ireland. I've personally spoken to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister twice while negotiating this deal, the first time alongside the Prime Minister. I want all Northern Ireland colleagues to know that the importance of Northern Ireland in this deal and all trade deals is something which is paramount to me personally, and I commit absolutely to working with any colleague from Northern Ireland on the implementation of agreements of this sort. Firstly, as Northern Ireland is part of the UK's customs territory and internal market, Northern Ireland exporters can access the US market under this deal on the same preferential basis as the rest of the UK. Secondly, This deal does not affect how imports to Northern Ireland operate. US origin goods will be able to benefit from this deal where they are not at risk of entering the EU. As a result of the Windsor Framework, Northern Ireland businesses importing eligible US goods under this deal can avoid any unnecessary duties with established schemes, such as the UK Internal Market Scheme. Thirdly, there is also a comprehensive tariff reimbursement scheme. The difference between the UK and EU duty can be claimed back, so long as it can be demonstrated that the goods did not enter the EU single market. The customs duty waiver scheme also allows at-risk duties to be waived entirely, regardless of their destination, subject to an overall limit. As we've said all along, we have continued to act in the best interests of all UK businesses, which very much includes those in Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, more broadly, I can confirm that this is an agreement that saves thousands of jobs, gives the UK an advantage over other countries in relation to trade with the US, and confirms a process of potentially securing a much wider trade agreement between our two countries. The UK-US trading relationship, already worth £315 billion, is important and it is growing. We have £1.2 trillion invested in each other's economies, employing around 2.5 million people across both our countries. That's why this deal was so important. Throughout our negotiations, businesses have consistently praised our calm-headed, pragmatic approach to working with President Trump's administration, and I would like to thank them for their engagement, their support and their advocacy. Turning to the detail of the agreement, in no industry were the potential impacts of tariffs more acute than in our automotive sector. We have therefore negotiated a quota of 100,000 vehicles where tariffs will be reduced from 27.5% to 10%.
Just gently say, as it's an urgent question, it's only meant to be 3 minutes now. If you've got quite a few more pages, I'm happy to take them because I think it's important the House knows. But I think we do really need to understand what we've granted and what we've not granted. I don't want to go back over Thursday where nobody seemed to understand the procedure of the House. So hopefully, I recognise how important this is to other members, but seriously, we should know the rules. And I just wonder how this has gone wrong again. Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm incredibly grateful for your forbearance on this, and if it's okay, I will continue with this word, given how important I know it is to all members across the House.
These are very important. Why didn't it come as a statement or get converted? That's what I would say. I never quite understand. The other day, couldn't convert them quickly enough. Today, we don't want to. Secretary.
To be clear, I'm more than happy to make a statement and was hoping to be able to do so. Mr. Speaker, we have negotiated a quota of 100,000 vehicles where tariffs will be reduced from 27.5% to 10%, and secured an agreement for associated car parts, recognising the vital role this sector plays in our economy. For steel and aluminium, this deal will remove the 25% additional tariffs that were put in place earlier this year, reducing US tariffs on core steel products to zero. This will provide a critical lift for the steel industry, which has been brought back from the brink of collapse, allowing UK steelmakers to continue exporting to the US. This follows our intervention last month to take control of British Steel and save thousands of jobs in Scunthorpe. For pharmaceuticals and life sciences, this deal provides assurances that we will receive significantly preferential access in case of any new US tariffs in future, something that so far only the UK has secured. As the pharmaceutical manufacturing sector contributes £20 billion to the UK economy a year and employs around 50,000 people, this was a priority for us. On aerospace, we agreed that UK aerospace exports like Rolls-Royce, engines and plane parts will have a specific guarantee of zero tariffs as a result of this deal. And this will be a huge boost to the sector, which supports 450,000 jobs in the UK. To secure this deal, we have made agreements with the US on beef, on ethanol and economic security. On beef, we've agreed a new quota of 13,000 metric tonnes and have reduced the UK tariff on existing US imports coming through a WTO quota limited to 1,000 metric tonnes. Crucially, I can confirm this will be SPS compliant in accordance with the commitments we have always made. The increase in the quota of 13,000 tonnes compares, for instance, to the 110,000 tonnes in the Australia deal negotiated by the last Conservative government. And, even more importantly, it is reciprocal, meaning our UK beef farmers will have unprecedented market access to the US. Our farmers will be able to export their high-quality beef through an exclusive UK quota to a market of over 300 million people, providing unparalleled access to the world's largest consumer market. On ethanol, we already import a significant amount of ethanol from the US, and we've agreed a duty-free quota capped at 1.4 billion litres. We're working closely with our domestic sector to understand their concerns and any potential impacts on their businesses, including what more the government can do to support them. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the UK and US will strengthen our cooperation on economic security and work together to combat duty evasion. We'll continue to use investment screening measures already in place, and will work together to protect our existing supply chains from any third country investment that concerns either one of us. This government will take a consistent, long-term and pragmatic approach to managing the UK's relationship with third countries, rooted in our UK and global interests. As we've made clear, however, the aspiration on both sides is that this is just the beginning, with the US agreeing to deepen transatlantic trade and investment further and to progress discussions towards a transformative UK-US technology partnership. This deal has seen jobs saved and jobs won, but it is by no means job done. The siren voices of the extremes can claim all they want to be the voice of working people, but we know that on matters of action, on wages, security and opportunity, it is this government that will make the difference. It comes on the back of our India trade deal earlier last week and on the promises that many governments have made to secure trade agreements with the US. But as many people have talked about these, Mr. Speaker, it is this government that has got them across the line for every bit of the UK, including Northern Ireland.
Mr. Speaker, for all his verbosity, the Minister came nowhere close to addressing the issues which arise from the fact that this government and this House does not control the trade laws of a part of this United Kingdom, namely Northern Ireland, because under the Windsor Framework, Northern Ireland was placed under the EU's customs code, and therefore it is its tariffs, not the UK's tariffs, which govern the imports to Northern Ireland. And with the EU having no trade deal with the US or with India, the resulting tariffs on imports under this deal will be higher when the goods come to Northern Ireland than to GB. For manufacturing and for consumers, this creates huge disadvantage and fundamentally contradicts the equal citizenship which is supposed to denote a united kingdom. I might add, the Minister referred to the convoluted and tardy system of possible recoupment of tariffs. But the onus there is on those applying to prove that anything they produce will never go into the EU, and it is no answer to Northern Ireland's subjection to foreign trade laws that we don't make and can't change. The Minister wouldn't contemplate it for his own constituents, but he expects us to sum it up in Northern Ireland. Could I ask the Minister three specific issues? In terms of steel, under the deal, will it now not be easier for US manufacturers to buy steel from Great Britain tariff-free than for manufacturers in Northern Ireland to buy the same steel from their own country to bring it into their own country in Northern Ireland? Because that steel will be subject to EU tariffs. How could that ever be compatible with Northern Ireland supposedly being part of the EU's internal market? And in terms of beef and the tariff-free trade within the quota that has been set, how can...
Order, please. I'm sure the honourable member must be coming to an end. Just because the Minister's taking advantage of the chamber, I certainly don't expect every other member. Front benches, yes. Obviously, as you know, you are limited to 2 minutes, but I'm sure you're now coming to the end.
Indeed. In terms of beef, where there is a set quota for imports of beef, how can Northern Ireland participate in that if the UK can't offer a reduced tariff rate in Northern Ireland? Does that mean our beef exporting farmers in Northern Ireland will be excluded? Surely all these trade deals expose the folly of surrendering part of our territory to foreign customs control.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for bringing this urgent question and putting the concerns of his community on the record, and I understand how strongly he will feel about those. But I would say to him this: there's much I could say, much I could criticise about the approach the previous Conservative government took to a lot of things. But the fundamentals of the Windsor framework, of the Windsor Agreement, to balance both the realities of Brexit, of leaving the single market when Ireland is within the EU and the Customs Union, balancing those obvious real-world practical problems alongside our commitments under the Good Friday Agreement to observe what we have all signed up to and all want to support. The approach that the previous government took with the Windsor Agreement, I think, is fundamentally a better one than the period of time which existed, where they were threatening to break all kinds of international laws and agreements with key partners. It was the better way to find a way through them. And yes, it is difficult. I accept that. It is complicated. I understand that absolutely as well. But I can tell him, not just from a UK government perspective, in terms of working with our colleagues and making sure these issues are reflected in the agreements, but actually what we hear from the other side in these agreements. The US, when we explain what we need to see happen around agreements like this, is itself absolutely committed to peace and to the Good Friday Agreement and to the sound working of the Windsor Agreement. So he's raised a number of specific questions here. I will make sure we are dealing with that. We will meet with him, a delegation of MPs. We will make sure we're in correspondence with him about that, as we have promised to do with the First Minister and Deputy First Minister. But I would say to him, yes, it is complicated, but this is a far better approach than what we briefly saw glimpsed at in that difficult period where the Conservative government hadn't got the Windsor Agreement in place. And fundamentally, there is a differential between goods entering Northern Ireland when they're entering the UK and entering Northern Ireland as if there is a risk of entering the single market more widely. I think that is a sound system in order to deal with it. We have to make it work. I accept that. Our commitment, this is not our system, but we recognise what the previous government was trying to do. And I'll give him, whether he wants the offer or not, an absolute unequivocal agreement that we will work with him on any concerns he or his community have to make sure we are getting this right to the maximum degree possible.
Rosie Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister update the House on the engagement the government is doing with the chemicals industry?
Absolutely. So whenever any trade agreement of any sort is raised, there will obviously be domestic impacts if there have been requests from our trading partners for further access to the UK market, particularly in relation to the agreement on ethanol. Senior officials from my department have been meeting with the domestic industry. I have a personal meeting set up, I believe, for Wednesday of this week. There are lots of issues that we need to address that are more widely than what has been agreed in this trade agreement, but our commitment to working with domestic industry to help manage any trade-based transitions is absolute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the honourable gentleman for North Antrim for securing this urgent question, although I quite agree that it was really should have been the case that the government should have offered this important subject up as a statement to the House. The House, of course, has still not yet seen the full detail of the trade agreement with the United States of America. The Secretary of State has just said this is just the beginning, but on what we have so far, there are still a great many questions unanswered, including on what are clearly ongoing negotiations around pharmaceuticals. The Secretary of State said in his answer just now that the UK will have significantly preferential rates. But what does that actually mean in practice? Where is the actual detail around what significantly preferential rates actually means? And likewise, similar questions on the digital services tax. Last week, my honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State for Business and Trade, asked the Trade Minister a straight question. Will this trade agreement protect the special status of Northern Ireland? The Minister was unable to provide an answer then, and I remain unconvinced by what the Secretary of State has had to say today. Still with lots of talk of risks of goods entering the European Union. Clearly, this is a far more complex situation than the Secretary of State would like us to accept. As the honourable member for North Antrim made clear, the EU is still hugely influential in Northern Ireland trade law, and the points that he made, for example, on steel were very accurate and deserve clear answers. It is clear this deal will have a number of implications on the precise function of the dual customs regime. Yet businesses in Northern Ireland have been left in the dark too long by the lack of detail from last week's announcement. I would therefore, Mr. Speaker, be grateful if the Minister could confirm what discussions he has had with his US and EU counterparts on rules of origin and the Green Lane in Northern Ireland. What specific measures are the government implementing to ensure that Northern Ireland businesses are not disproportionately burdened by increased costs and administrative complexities as a result of this trade agreement? And finally, Mr. Speaker, given the Prime Minister is gearing up for his surrender summit with the European Union next week, can the Secretary of State confirm that there will be no backsliding on Northern Ireland's integral, absolute and total part of our United Kingdom?
Seriously. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was a fairly odd stream of consciousness, if I'm being totally honest. It appears that I've given a stronger defence of the Windsor Agreement negotiated by the former Conservative than the Conservative Party has managed today. He asks for detail. Look, I acknowledge, particularly when dealing with the US and style of the US system, there is a pace, there is a pulse of those negotiations, and they are different perhaps to how we would present the detail of a complete trade agreement like the one we agreed with India. But I think he will acknowledge that the importance of the announcements last week are because such a significant part of our exports to the US are covered by the sectoral tariffs in the US, not the reciprocal tariffs. Those businesses would have had to start planning this week for a world of 25% tariffs in some cases, which would have had major repercussions for jobs, for businesses, for growth in the UK. So by able to give them that reassurance with a clear indication of the ongoing nature of those negotiations, that is a significant win for British business, and I would hope the opposition would recognise that. He asked specifically about preferential rates on pharmaceutical products. The issue here is that on some of the sectoral tariffs that the US has indicated, they haven't completed yet their own investigations. They haven't announced what they are putting in place. So the nature of the agreement, given this covers the sectoral tariffs, is to recognise we would want the UK to be in a position, to be in a preferential position on those as well, not agree what we've already agreed on sectoral tariffs, and then see further sectoral tariffs announced in future. He asked about digital services tax. It is not in the agreement. That is absolutely clear. It's not a part of what was announced last week. He asked, again, getting on to the special status of Northern Ireland. Look, this is the agreement the Conservative Party struck. It is one which manages two very difficult countervailing pressures. We might say the Conservative Party might have thought more about this during the Brexit process, but it didn't. It had to resolve this after the agreement, and I don't think it did a particularly bad job, to be honest, in getting to the compromise that Windsor represents. Exports from Northern Ireland are covered by the preferential trade terms we have secured with the US. When goods are coming into Northern Ireland, there is a differential if they are staying in the United Kingdom or if there is a risk of entering the EU's single market. That is it. That is what the Conservative Party agreed, and I do think that sort of new degree of complexity. The complexity comes from differentials between the EU's approach to trade and trade defence and our own. But surely we all recognise part of what we are talking about here reflects the fact that we're not part of the European Union. And he, again, engaged in some language around the European Union. I would just say this. This country did a trade deal with India last week, one that the Conservative Party promised many times and never delivered. We have reached agreement with the US the same week. We have the EU summit coming up. Everything we have said, Mr. Speaker, about how this country does not have to pick between one trading partner, it can be the best connected market in the world, is borne up by the agreements we have signed. And every member of this House should get behind a UK which is strong on the world stage and connected to each and every one of the major economic markets that we need to be partners with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate the Secretary of State on a couple of things. First of all, for getting papped in the away end on Friday night, and second of all, for twice in a week upholding our world-leading environmental and animal welfare standards. And can you just assure me that as these conversations develop, and indeed with future trading partners, that further deals will always prioritise high food standards to protect our farmers and our consumers at once?
Absolutely, I'm grateful to his question. It was a good week last week, I think, all told, on footballing and trade matters. You may hear, Mr. Speaker, my voice is a little hoarse as a result of all of those things. But on his substantive question, we promised, we had in our manifesto, all of us on this side of the House were elected on a position to not alter our SPS regime and our food standards. Some people said a deal wasn't possible with the US if we stuck to those. But we did, and we have an agreement, and that is proof of exactly everything we've said about why that is so important to us.
Clive Jones, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And please bear with me because I think I'm losing my voice. Parliament must be given a vote on the US trade deal and all future trade deals, which must be properly scrutinised by Parliament. And let me remind the Secretary of State, the Labour Party policy was to have a vote in Parliament on trade deals. What a massive U-turn has taken place over the last few months. Trump's trade deal, Trump's trade war threatens jobs across the UK, especially in Northern Ireland, where there is heightened uncertainty because of the Tories' botched Brexit deal. What is the Minister's assessment of the impact of Trump's trade war on our small businesses and our living standards? And what will he do to address these impacts? In Wokingham, where I live, Shinfield Studio employs hundreds locally. We are the Hollywood of the UK. What steps are the government taking to protect the UK film industry from potential tariffs and therefore protect jobs in Wokingham, other parts of the UK and in Northern Ireland?
I'm grateful to him for his question. I'd say, first of all, we've discussed this across the Chamber on several occasions, but we're not proposing as a government any changes to how the UK and how Parliament ratifies treaties. I have to say I've never given those promises that he mentions. I've not changed my position. The position is, as it always has been, that Parliament has a key role in scrutinising legislation, any changes that require legislation or changes to our domestic laws go through Parliament in the usual way. But I would just say to him, and I think he would recognise this, that this week there would have been announcements that would have been very difficult for a whole range of important sectors of our economy, announcements of job losses and restructuring. I don't think any member of Parliament would want to have seen that happen because of a parliamentary process. And I do understand the position of the Liberal Democrats is to rejoin the customs union, and therefore trade deals with the US or India wouldn't be possible as part of that. That is consistent and fair, but it would have been very painful if that had been our position, if it had been the UK government position going into this. He asks about the impact on small business and the wider economy of any potential issues in the global trading system. Well, they're significant. They're significant for our bilateral relationship, but also he will know the UK is very exposed to those wider relationships because we are an outward-facing economy. So that's why we have to be on the pitch, sleeves rolled up, trying to find solutions for ourselves, but also solutions that other countries can follow. And he asks a very pertinent question about the film industry. Again, anywhere where there has been a suggestion of sectoral tariffs, but they're not yet in place, and it isn't, to be honest, entirely clear what you would tariff in the case of a film. We have language in this agreement that reflects that, and again, we would cite that as an existing area of a really strong, mutually beneficial bilateral trading relationship between ourselves and the United States.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this trade deal and particularly the beneficial impact it will have on the steel and automotive sectors. I was pleased to hear the Secretary of State mention his discussions around ethanol, where I know some concerns have been raised, but I've spoken to the industry and they're confident that they have a solution that will work well for the government's trade deal. Notwithstanding his meeting with NSIS on Wednesday, would my right honourable friend meet with me and senior representatives of the UK's 2 bioethanol producers to discuss this deal and how they can make the government's trade deal with the US a major success?
I'm grateful to him for that question and his industrial expertise. I will promise to do that meeting again whenever there is any impact on domestic industry of trade arrangements. It's important. We are working as a partner to industry in order to do that. He's right to say there are 2 substantial bioethanol plants that might be affected in the United Kingdom, and we're already agreeing and setting up a process to work with them as he has requested.
Sir Julian Smith.
Mr. Speaker, this deal, as with the India deal, are good for the UK, and they're particularly good for Northern Ireland, which in turn can also access the single market. Where the question is, has some merit, however, is that the reimbursement scheme is quite onerous, and I would urge him and his team to look into it to see where efficiencies could lie, and also I'd be interested in him clarifying how his department can help Northern Ireland businesses expand in the US and take advantage of this deal.
First of all, let us say I'm extremely grateful to him for pointing out there should be across this House a unanimous agreement that trade agreements with the United States and with India are in every one of our interests. I've been a little bit dismayed by some of the feedback from the Conservative benches, not the back benches, I have to say, more the front benches, but I think we should all recognise that not only is this important for our bilateral trading relationships with these key markets and the potential growth that can come from that, they send a message to the rest of the world about free, fair and open trade at a time when that message is very much needed. The performance of the duty reimbursement scheme, yes, feedback on that has been significant. It is fair to say we're working with partners in Northern Ireland and with the Treasury to see how we can improve that. People recognise, I think, the fundamentals of the scheme, what it's trying to do. There are complaints about how easy it is to access. So I recognise that and commit to working with that. And in relation to exports, we have a whole range of export programmes, as you might be aware. But how exciting it will be to take businesses from Northern Ireland and every part of the UK and take advantage of some of the new liberalised trading relationships we have in place. Not only preferential to what we've had in the past in the UK, but preferential to what other countries have. On India, for instance, access to Indian government procurement that no other country in the world has. I'm excited by that, and I hope other colleagues are too.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his vital work on this trade deal. I'm feeling more and more like Jim Shannon all the time. Can the Minister... Sorry.
The Honourable Member for Strangford.
The Honourable Member for Strangford all the time. So, apologies. Can the Minister give some additional detail to the House on this trade deal and how that and others will protect jobs both in Northern Ireland and in Harlow? And would the Minister agree with me that these trade deals actually mean we avoid a trade war, which is good for everybody?
I thoroughly endorse that. There are some significant headline wins from these trade agreements. Obviously, we all focus in the main on headline reductions in tariffs, whether that's with India whisky going from 150% to 40%, or whether it is the removal of these sectoral tariffs in relation to the US. But as well as that, there are things that I've mentioned, procurement in the Indian government, but also parts of this, what really interests me is how we can remove frictions for smaller businesses, how we can have greater access to the US market. Trade and liberalised trade and free trade is one of the absolute certainties for growth, for jobs, for investment. That's why I want all colleagues to be behind these deals. I think there has been, in times in our history in the UK, a genuine cross-party consensus on the benefits this can bring. And I want to see every colleague on every side of the chamber get out there selling the benefits to businesses in their own communities.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this trade deal with the United States doesn't even touch the sides of the trade deal that was promised by Brexiteers, nor does it touch the sides in terms of the damage that's been done by being ripped out of the customs union in the single market. I've heard the Minister about the challenges. Now, there was a compromise that Labour used to back, or certain Labour members would back, of remaining part of the single market and the customs union. What is it about a reform in Tory Brexit that he has embraced so well?
Brexit. Well, that's never been our position. It's never been our position in our manifesto. It's never been our position after the introduction of Brexit. He talks about the promises that Brexiteers made. I'm not accountable for those and never have been, and frankly, I'm relieved for that. But I would simply say to him, can an economy of our size, a G7 economy, contract out trade policy to a customs union that we're not a part of the political arrangements that sit behind it? I just don't see that as a realistic thing. And to be honest, to hear the honourable gentleman not get behind, for instance, that reduction in the tariff on Scotch whisky with India from 150% to 40%, I think he's got to promote some of his own interests a bit more strongly, to be honest. I think we've got a situation where, regardless of how you voted in the referendum or on the European Union, you should be able to get behind benefits for every part of the United Kingdom, whether that's with India, whether that is with the US. And it will not be the same as being a part of the single market. That was the political decision taken in the referendum. But we can build within that the best possible position for every bit of the United Kingdom. I think we should look to the future rather than relive those battles of the past. And I would also say, and I know this won't mean much to the SNP, but the political uncertainty that really did cause some harm to the UK after we had the referendum but hadn't got the new arrangements in place was in itself a detriment. It is exactly why the continued obsession with the constitutional position of Scotland is also not in the interests of Scottish businesses. We are looking to the future, agreeing deals that benefit every part of the UK. And if the honourable gentleman can't get behind that, so what? We'll defend Scotland's interests and make sure they're getting better access to every market in every bit of the world.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And pains me as it does, I have to concede that whisky is produced in Northern Ireland. Now, when the Right Honourable Member for Lothian East made the statement in relation to the Indian trade deal, understandably he placed great emphasis on the benefits to the Scotch whisky and indeed UK whisky industry from that deal. But when he gave the statement in relation to the US deal, he said precisely nothing about whisky. So can the Secretary of State clarify exactly what the current position is with whisky in the US and what is his aspiration?
Well, first of all, whilst we would all recognise the superiority of Scotch whisky and the quality of it, this also covers, in the relation of India, exports of gin. I was at the Beefeater factory just not far from here last week. It does also cover, of course, Irish whisky as well, Northern Irish whisky. Bushmills is part of this too. Now, his question on the US is in relation to the reciprocal tariffs put in place. Obviously, there hasn't been sectoral tariffs put in place in relation to anything that would affect whisky production of this kind. That conversation would be part of the wider discussion, the ongoing discussion about the 10%, as it's sometimes referred to, that reciprocal tariff. I believe there's no need for that. I believe it can come down. There'll have to be movement on the US side to do that. I think we could reach agreement in a whole range of tariff lines and product areas that would further deepen the trading relationship between ourselves and the US. And so that is why we are committed to continuing this conversation. The UK is, of course, not a high tariff country. As it is, they're relatively modest, what we have in place, and therefore we have to make sure what we agree is in both our interests. But that will be part of that ongoing conversation, as well as the conversation about the digital agreement we're seeking to strike and a whole range of other areas of interest to members across the Chamber.
Sammy Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has spent about 5 minutes of his statement evading the question that was asked: what will the impact of this trade deal be on Northern Ireland? The fact of the matter is, and he has already said it, it's going to be difficult, it's going to be complicated. We've got to remember that the EU has a single market to protect. It seems that he's more interested in protecting the EU from the dribble of goods which goes into the EU rather than protecting the internal market of the United Kingdom. And the fact of the matter is, Minister, that while you may say that, well, providing the business can prove that these parts and these things don't go into the EU, then they can get the taxes back on them. The process of doing that is so complicated and so convoluted and so time-consuming that very often the businesses are out the money for a long, long time with all the cash flow problems, and then Treasury spend an age getting the taxes back.
We do need to have a question. Minister.
I understand the Honourable Gentleman feels strongly about it, but I say again to him that any difficulty or complexity is not caused by this trade agreement per se. There is an arrangement in place, it's one this government supports, it's one I believe all sides of the House adhere to, that manages the particular situation Northern Ireland was put into as a result of Brexit. That is the reality. And where you have a lot of tension in the global trading system and differentials between ourselves and the EU, but there are going to be at times differentials, it is incumbent on all of us to manage those, to make sure Northern Irish businesses and consumers are getting the benefits of the trade agreements we are seeking. And where there is that relationship to the wider European Union, we operate all of those schemes in a way which is to their maximum utilisation and efficiency. I recognise there are complaints about the duty reimbursement scheme, with work with colleagues around that. But it is not these trade deals that cause that complexity. It is the particular situation the previous government needed to find a solution to, and to be fair to them, did find a solution to, and we on all sides are committed to honouring and making sure it is working.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Speaker. Skillfully drafted though the Windsor framework certainly was, it couldn't possibly have fully anticipated President Trump and his tariffs, or the prospect of an EU-US trade and tariff war. Does he understand, does the Minister understand how concerned small and medium-sized businesses in Northern Ireland are? Because suddenly they're placed potentially at the epicentre of that trade war, and it's all very well to say that they can claim back the differential in tariffs, but the bureaucracy involved in such an exercise, as the Minister will understand, is substantial and significant. What will he now do to mitigate it?
I understand the reasonable point he is making, that perhaps large parts of the global trading system didn't anticipate the position we find ourselves in today. But I do believe it was drafted recognising there would likely be a divergence in trade policy between the United Kingdom and the European Union, and that is what we are seeking to manage. He again, many colleagues, and I understand this because this is the feedback we receive in the department as well, mentioned things like the complexity and the functioning of the duty reimbursement scheme and how that needs to work better. I hear that from businesses in Northern Ireland. I'm hearing it very clearly in the Chamber today. Obviously, that relates to HMRC and a Treasury responsibility, but I give them an absolute assurance we are listening, we are committed to doing this. But it is incumbent on all of us to make this work.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his extended answers? In his original answer, he said he had spoken with the First and Deputy First Minister twice. Can I ask them, were they supportive of the government's approach? Did they raise any concerns? How were those concerns mitigated? And did they agree to the final deal? And also in regards then to the EU reset negotiations of the 19th of May, is the government engaging with the Northern Ireland executive parties?
I regularly meet with all colleagues across the United Kingdom to keep them updated on matters of trade. These were specific meetings in relation to what was being negotiated with the US. The final decision on any trade agreement is with myself and the Prime Minister. We don't seek formal agreement per se from colleagues in devolved governments, but we keep them informed as to what we are negotiating and the kind of issues that are coming up on the other side and how we deal with that. It's not for me to reveal the content of those conversations, but the kind of reasonable concerns being aired in the Chamber today about how things like the reimbursement system works and the feedback from Northern Ireland businesses were of course a part of that conversation, and we committed again, as I've done so at the dispatch box here, to work with them on effective solutions to those problems.
Caroline Bowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister says that free trade is essential for growth. What a shame that the trade across the UK is still so badly affected by us not being part of the customs union. Now, when Labour were in opposition, they called for a proper role for Parliament in how trade deals are ratified and argued that there needed to be a much higher level of scrutiny than we are seeing now under the previous government. There are clearly many questions about how this deal will affect businesses in Northern Ireland, and we have seen how the Australia trade deal has been allowed to undermine British farmers across the UK, animal welfare and food standards, thanks to a lack of parliamentary scrutiny under the Conservatives. Farmers in my constituency are worried that American agribusiness will undercut them with inferior meat, and I hear what the Minister said about upholding SPS.
Can the Honourable Lady get to the question, please?
Will the Minister provide reassurance that members of this House will be given the opportunity to fully scrutinise and vote on the new trade deal with the United States?
Secretary of State.
Well, she will have heard my earlier answers. Yes, I do believe Parliament should play a role in scrutinising trade legislation, indeed any international agreement, but it's not the case in the United Kingdom that we have formal up or down votes on any treaty. We vote on the implementation of those agreements, and responsibility for negotiating those and agreeing those is with the government rather than Parliament, and I'm not aware of any particular substantive proposal to change that system. It's certainly not something the UK government today is committed to doing. She talks about the impact of leaving our existing trade relationships in the customs union. Look, that was part of that referendum, and I understand how people feel intensely as part of that. Well, people have different interpretations of why they voted. We can relive this argument forever, colleagues. It could go on forever, or we can focus on the future, focus on reducing barriers to trade, focus on a kind of agreements delivering advantages for every part of the UK, and that is exactly what we are doing. And of course, had we in this case still been part of the customs union, there would be no breakthrough with the US or the India trade deal. So please, all colleagues need to balance up the two things alongside them, and particularly in relation to automotive. That would have meant significant job losses this week in the United Kingdom, and that would have been very, very painful for all of us.
With what I'm sure is going to be a very pithy final question, Jim Shannon.
You set me a challenge, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Honourable Member for North Antrim for the question, which is so important to be talked about in this place. This has caused considerable problems for my Strangford constituents, in particular. I mentioned the three distilleries, Actonville, Redemin and the Inch, three of those, but many, many other businesses as well. How does the Minister plan to address the tariff differentials that may arise for Northern Ireland following the UK and US trade deal, which may see any EU retaliatory tariffs on US goods being applied to US goods entering Northern Ireland, and potentially creating an Irish sea border for the US goods?
First of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's only one member for Strangford and no one would mistake him for anybody else asking a question of this sort. He asks about the definition, I think, of whether goods are at risk of entering the single market when they come into Northern Ireland. That is based on a percentage differential in the tariff between the United Kingdom tariff rate for a good or a tariff line and that for the EU. And I believe it's 3% differential makes a good coming into Northern Ireland potentially at risk and therefore considered for the higher tariff up front, if that's the EU one in this case, which would then be reimbursed as part of that. So yes, I understand for businesses in his constituency that is a more complex position than for many other things, but we have to make this work. We have to be committed to working with businesses in his area and the wider United Kingdom and Northern Ireland specifically, political leaders, to make sure we are getting this right. I'm hearing, and I have heard many times, about how we can make that system smoother, more reliable, more efficient as part of that. We will take that away and work with our colleagues in order to do that. But the system in place is balancing many different competing pressures, and there are no obvious or easy solutions. I was a parliamentarian where we went through all the potential outcomes when there's a different party in charge of this side of the chamber. So let's make it work. Let's listen where we need to improve things, but let's recognise this is an agreement that fundamentally addresses some of the core problems that did exist when this country chose to leave the European Union.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for his very detailed answers this afternoon, and I'm going to allow a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Before I call the Home Secretary to make her statement, the Speaker has noted that details of the White Paper have been reported in the media since Sunday morning. As Mr. Speaker has said previously, it is important that these policy announcements are made in the first instance in this House and not to the media. The Speaker does not understand why the Government persists in making announcements in this way when the Ministerial Code is absolutely clear, and I quote, that when Parliament is in session, the most important announcements of government policy should be made in the first instance in Parliament. It is clear that the Speaker, for whatever reason, this principle is no longer routinely observed by the Government, and he will be giving further consideration as to what might be possible to regularise the situation. Statement, the immigration system, the Home Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I will make a statement on the Government's White Paper on restoring control over the immigration system. 5 months ago, the figures were published that showed net migration had reached a record high of more than 900,000 under the last Conservative government, a figure that had quadrupled in the space of just 4 years. It was the consequence of specific government choices made from 2020 onwards, including introducing what was effectively a free market experiment on immigration, encouraging employers to recruit from abroad, loosening controls in different areas but without any requirement to tackle skills and labour shortages here at home. Choices which undermined the immigration system and the economy too. This government is making very different choices. We made clear at the time, just as we had set out in our manifesto, this government would restore order and control to the immigration system, bringing net migration substantially down, but also boosting skills and training here at home. The White Paper we are publishing today does exactly that, and it is built on 5 core principles. First, that net migration must come down so the system is properly managed and controlled. Second, that the immigration system must be linked to skills and training here in the UK so that no industry is allowed to rely solely on immigration to fill its skills shortages. Third, the system must be fair and effective with clearer rules in areas like respect for family life to prevent perverse outcomes that undermine public confidence. Fourth, that the rules must be respected and enforced, including tackling illegal and irregular migration and deporting foreign criminals. And finally, that the system must support integration and community cohesion, including new rules on the ability to speak English and the contribution that people can bring to the UK. Our United Kingdom is an interconnected and outward-looking nation. Our history and our geography mean that for generations, British people have travelled overseas to live and work, and people have come to the UK to study, work, invest or seek refuge. And British citizens draw on heritage from all over the world, and that has made us the country we are today. Through many years, our country has been strengthened by those who've come here to contribute, from doctors in our NHS, entrepreneurs founding some of our biggest businesses, to those who came through generations to work in jobs from coal mining to caring for our loved ones to serving in our armed forces. People often coming to do some of the most difficult jobs of all. And our trading nation, global leading universities and strong historic international connections mean migration will always be part of our country's future as well as our past. But that is exactly why immigration needs to be properly controlled and managed. And it hasn't been. Overseas recruitment shot up, while training in the UK was cut. Lower skilled migration soared, while the proportion of UK residents in work plummeted. In 2019, 10% of skilled work visas went to non-graduate jobs. By 2024, that had risen to 60%. Employers were even given a 20% wage discount if they recruited for shortage jobs from abroad, actively discouraging them from paying the going rate or training here at home. Education institutions were allowed to substantially expand the number of overseas students without proper compliance checks. Social care providers were encouraged to recruit from abroad with no proper regulation. So we saw a serious increase in exploitation, deeply damaging for those who came to work here in good faith, and also for other workers and responsible companies who were being undercut. The rules and laws that are supposed to underpin the immigration system were too often ignored, and by 2024, returns of people with no right to be in the UK were down over a third compared to 2010. And of course, criminal gangs were allowed to build an entire smuggling industry along our borders, undermining security and creating a crisis in the asylum system. Madam Deputy Speaker, later this year we will set out further reforms on asylum and border security and on tackling illegal and irregular migration, building on the new counter-terrorism powers in the Borders, Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill before the House this evening, because no one should be making these dangerous crossings on small boats. But this white paper sets out how we restore that control to the legal migration system so it is sustainable, fair and works for the UK. First, we're overhauling the approach to labour market policy, so for the first time we properly link the immigration system to skills and training here in the UK. So that where there are skills or labour shortages in the UK, immigration should not always be the answer to which employers turn. Because that long-term failure to tackle skills shortages, bring in proper workforce planning, to get UK residents back to work, or improve pay terms and conditions here at home, is bad for our economy as well as for the immigration system because it undermines productivity and growth. So we will lift the threshold for skilled worker visas back to graduate level and above, removing up to 180 different jobs from the list, increasing salary thresholds. Access to the points-based system for lower skilled jobs will be limited to areas on a new temporary shortage list, including jobs which are critical to the industrial strategy, but access will be time limited. There must be a domestic workforce strategy in place, and employers must be acting to increase domestic recruitment. We will expect workforce strategies to be drawn up more widely in other higher skilled areas too, where there is over-reliance on recruitment from abroad. And to support that work, we will establish a new labour market evidence group, bringing together skills bodies from England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, the Department for Work and Pensions, the Industrial Strategy Council and the Migration Advisory Committee to gather and share evidence on shortage occupations in different parts of the country, and also highlight the role that skills, training, pay and conditions and other policies can play in improving domestic recruitment, so that increased migration is never again the only answers to the shortages the economy faces. This new approach means we also need to act on social care. The introduction of the social care visa led not only to a huge increase in migration, but also to a shameful and deeply damaging increase in abuse and exploitation. When proper checks were finally brought in, 470 care providers had their licence to sponsor international staff suspended, and 39,000 care workers were displaced. Overseas recruitment for care jobs has since dropped, but it must not surge like that again. And it's time we address the domestic issues, including a proper fair pay agreement to show respect to people who do some of the most important jobs in the country. We are therefore ending overseas recruitment of care workers. It will continue to be possible to extend existing visas and to recruit displaced care workers and people already in the UK with working rights on other visas. Alongside the new visa controls and workforce strategies, we will also increase the immigration skills charge paid by employers who recruit from abroad by 32%. That money will be invested through the spending review in supporting skills and training here in the UK. And we will ensure that Britain continues to attract the brightest and best global talent by enhancing the visa routes for very high-skilled individuals, top scientific and design talent, and people with the right experience to support growth in key strategic industries. Madam Deputy Speaker, international students bring huge benefits to the UK, supporting our world-leading universities and bringing in top talent and investment. But we will strengthen compliance requirements and checks to prevent visa misuse. And currently, too many people on the graduate visa are not doing graduate jobs, so we will reduce the unrestricted period from 2 years to 18 months, and those who want to stay will need to get a graduate job or a skilled worker visa, so we ensure they are contributing to the economy. And just as our rules on work visas are based on the contribution we expect people to make when they come to our country, we will consult later this year on new earned settlement and citizenship rules that apply the same approach, extending the principles of the points-based system, doubling the standard qualifying period for settlement to 10 years, but with provisions to qualify more swiftly that take account of the contribution people have made. And because the ability to speak English is integral to the ability for everyone to contribute and integrate, we will introduce higher language requirements and new language requirements across a range of visa routes for both main applicants and their dependents, so family too can work, integrate and contribute. But the system for family migration has become overly complex, with policies increasingly developed around case law in court decisions rather than a coordinated framework set out by Parliament. So we will set out a new, clearer framework to be endorsed by Parliament, including clarifying how Article 8 rules should be interpreted and applied to prevent confusion or perverse conclusions. We'll review current community sponsorship schemes that support recognised refugees and continue to take action against trafficking and modern slavery. And we will shortly appoint a new Windrush Commissioner to ensure the Windrush lessons continue to be learnt and the Home Office makes sure its standards are upheld. But rules must be respected and enforced across the board, so we will also bring in stronger controls where there is evidence of visa misuse. We are rolling out e-visas and digital ID, including better use of technology to monitor when people are overstaying on their visa or to support the increase in illegal working raids. Since the election, we have increased returns and we will go further. Those who come to our country must abide by our laws. So we will develop new procedures to ensure the Home Office is informed of all foreign nationals convicted of offence, not just those who go to prison. So we can also revoke visas and remove other offenders in a wide range of crimes who are abusing our system. Madam Deputy Speaker, already we're reducing the number of visas being granted this year, and updated figures will be published before the end of the month. Already we're increasing returns with over 24,000 people in the first 9 months, the highest 9-month period for 8 years. The impact of the changes to skilled worker visas, care worker visas, settlements, students and English language is expected to reduce visas by a further around 100,000 a year. And in addition, the new workforce strategies, immigration skills charge, family and asylum reforms will further bring numbers down on top of that. And as the Prime Minister has said, where we need to go further to restore a sustainable system, we will. Madam Deputy Speaker, throughout our history, Britain has been strengthened by people coming to start new businesses, study at universities, contribute to our cultural and sporting excellence, and do some of the toughest jobs in our country. But to be successful, effective and fair, our immigration must be properly controlled and managed. This white paper sets out how we will restore control, fairness and order to the system, how we will continue to bring net migration down, and how we will turn the page on the chaos and failure of the past. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement, not that it was necessary given the extensive leaks and pre-briefing. Now, the Prime Minister claimed this morning that all of a sudden he wants to control immigration. I must say that came to me as something of a surprise. The Prime Minister seems to have undergone a miraculous conversion. He has apparently repudiated everything he has ever believed. Or perhaps the Prime Minister is doing what he always does, saying whatever he thinks people want to hear at any given point in time. Perhaps the Prime Minister sees his minus 36% approval ratings, and this paper is his desperate response. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know what the Prime Minister really thinks about immigration because he has often told us. The Prime Minister once described immigration law and border control as racist. He signed a letter opposing the deportation of dangerous foreign criminals, including murderers and rapists. He pledged he would reintroduce full free movement of people, and he sermonised enthusiastically about the benefits of migration. He even said the Yarlswood Immigration Removal Centre should be closed down. Perhaps the Home Secretary can tell us if she'll be following the Prime Minister's advice on that one. So given what the Prime Minister really thinks about immigration, it is no surprise that in 2025 this Labour government has presided over the worst start to the year in history for illegal immigrants crossing the English Channel, up 30% since the election last year, and the worst start to a year ever under this Labour government. So it's also no surprise that this plan is so weak that it barely scratches the surface. On its very first page, it seeks to create a false impression. It says visa applications, and the Home Secretary repeated this a minute ago, saying visa applications are 40% down since the election, implying that is somehow down to this government. Why are visa applications actually down by 40%? It is because of the changes made by the last government, which came into force in April 2024. And from the previous peak, net migration is already forecast to reduce by around about 500,000. And if the Home Secretary is now all of a sudden so keen on reducing migration, will she explain why she suspended the Conservative plan to increase the family visa threshold to £38,000? It was due to come into force last month. Will she tell us when that change will now be introduced? Now, the truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, this plan is weak and it will have little impact. The Home Secretary admitted on Laura Kuenssberg's programme yesterday the measures will only reduce net migration by 50,000, just 1/10 of the impact of the previous Conservative changes. The honest truth is that we need to go much further than this paper does. Immigration needs to come down a lot more. And under new leadership, the Conservative Party is taking a new approach. Well, you can vote on this later if you're so keen. High immigration has put pressure on housing. It has put pressure on public services, on social cohesion and on the economy. Because mass low-wage, low-skill migration actually undermines our economy's productivity and costs other taxpayers money, because low-wage migrants consume services which cost the Exchequer more than they pay in tax, particularly where there are dependents. So we need to go much further, and that is why later today the House will vote on 2 Conservative proposals as amendments to the Borders Bill, which I can see members opposite are very excited about the prospect of doing. The first of those amendments will create a binding annual cap on migration to be set and voted on democratically by this Parliament. It will allow full democratic parliamentary control over those migration numbers, deliver complete transparency and ensure immigration levels are drastically reduced. I can see the Immigration Minister talking enthusiastically from the front bench. I assume that means she'll be supporting this measure. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, secondly, we will vote on an amendment to repeal the Human Rights Act from all immigration matters. Not just tinker with Article 8, as the Home Secretary says. This will stop foreign criminals and others with no right to be here from abusing human rights laws in UK courts, including Article 3. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a very simple question for the Home Secretary. Well, I'll try anyway. If she is really serious about controlling immigration, will she vote later on today for the immigration cap, and will she vote to repeal the Human Rights Act for all immigration matters?
Home Secretary.
God, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must have missed a bit of the Shadow Home Secretary's response. The bit, maybe at the beginning, when he apologised to the House and to the country for his party's policies that quadrupled net migration in the space of just 4 years. He tells us his concerns about the level of migration. It was his party that is responsible for that huge increase in net migration. And I must have missed the bit as well, where he confessed that from the point at which he became an immigration minister in 2020, when all these policies were introduced, to the point at which the Shadow Justice Secretary finished being Immigration Minister in 2023, net migration rose from 170,000 a year to 870,000 a year. But I must have missed that confession and that apology, because that is what the Shadow Home Secretary should have done. And frankly, until he admits his failure, until he apologises for the damage, the chaos that he and his party caused, frankly, no one is going to take seriously a single word he says. And he refers to visa changes that were made before the election. I would say we supported changes that were made by the Right Honourable Member for Braintree, but he had to reverse some of the changes that the Shadow Home Secretary made when he was an immigration minister. And as for caps, the White Paper provides for caps on low-skilled migration on the temporary shortage list. But his targets and caps are as meaningless as all the other ones that his party introduced when they were in government. Indeed, let me quote from the time of the Conservative government's reforms that caused a lot of these problems. I especially thank the Home Secretary for removing the annual limits on work visas and on international students. I lobbied for both. That was the current leader of the opposition. So the idea that this lot have anything to offer is like people who burgled your house and then turn up the next day and offer to sell you a dog. If they are serious about making the changes, if they are serious about tackling small boats, frankly, they should vote for our counter-terrorism powers to tackle the smuggler gangs that repeatedly he and the other right-wing parties have voted against. That's not serious. This government is.
Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am proud to represent a diverse and vibrant constituency, Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, a place where so many people from around the world have chosen to make their home, a place where so many people contribute to our community day in, day out. Since this announcement, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been contacted by several constituents who are currently on a work visa and looking at their path for a way for indefinite leave to remain. They are understandably worried, Home Secretary, about where this uncertainty leaves them. They're worried about their future plans. One even told me that they are worried and they're considering leaving the UK because their settled status here is under jeopardy. So can the Home Secretary please outline whether this policy applies to people who are already living and working in the UK, or will it just be to new visa applicants?
Home Secretary.
Well, thank the honourable friend for her question, and she is right to say that there are people working in all kinds of jobs across the country, contributing to our economy and to our communities, who have travelled here from all over the world, and that is hugely important. We will set out further details of the earned settlement and citizenship reforms later this year, and we will consult on them. So there will be plenty of opportunity for people to comment on and consider the detail. But it is important that we have extend the sense of contributions and the points-based system to those reforms as well. We have also said that we will maintain the current 5-year route for those who have come on a dependence visa, on a family visa as well, as part of maintaining families.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Immigration is personal to all of us, whether we're immigrants ourselves, the descendants of immigrants, or just benefit from the skills, the talents or the cultural richness that immigrants bring. For me, I'm immensely proud that our country took in my nan, aged 18, when she was fleeing the Nazis in 1939. And I am hugely grateful that the senior surgeon who did my dad's kidney transplant operation brought his skills and talents to our country, having been born elsewhere. And yes, the Conservative government made a total mess of our immigration system. Their chaotic and dishonest approach of making and breaking headline-grabbing targets shattered public trust and left the system in tatters. The line I agree with most in the government's white paper published this morning is that the immigration system must be fair and effective. What the Conservatives left behind was nowhere close to either. Change is needed, and that means rebuilding an immigration system that works for our country and our economy while treating everyone with dignity and respect. And of course, that must be coupled with a clear plan to make it easier to recruit British workers to fill these vacancies instead. And I'd welcome more details from the Home Secretary on how her government will achieve this to ensure these changes don't have unintended consequences for our economy and in particular for our health and social care systems. Will this include finally implementing the Lib Dem proposals for a higher carers minimum wage to reflect the skill level really involved in caring professions? We also need to move away from the chaotic chopping and changing of immigration rules that we saw under the Conservatives. So will the Home Secretary provide further clarity on when these changes will be brought forwards, including a clear timetable for any changes to visa rules, so that employers and workers and their families that we're talking about today can plan for their future?
I thank the honourable member for her points, and she is right that we need to boost the training and skills here in the UK alongside the stronger controls. On social care, we will introduce a fair pay agreement. It is really important that those vital jobs in social care, looking after our loved ones, are properly respected. And we're also on some of the timetable issues. Some of these will require primary legislation and further consultation. Others will be brought in more swiftly. For example, some of the changes to skilled worker thresholds will be brought in more swiftly. But to give her an example of the approach that we want to take, something like construction workers, for example, will be on the temporary shortage list because it is clearly crucial to growth in our economy. However, it has to be alongside respect for this workforce strategy, and that is why the Education Secretary has set out proposals to train 60,000 more construction workers here in the UK.
Sean Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Labour government inherited disorder at the border, a broken system where criminal gangs, dodgy employers and fake colleges too often decided who came into this country. Will the Home Secretary give the courts the powers to deport, the universities and colleges the resources to train our young people, and have a system that encourages the brightest and the best to come to this country and rebuild Britain?
Secretary. My honourable friend makes an important point. We do want to make the procedures easier for deportations of foreign criminals, for increasing returns of those who have no right to be in the UK, and that's why we will be changing the procedures that we have inherited. He is also right that we need to ensure that the best international talent is able to come swiftly to the UK, and that's why we will be setting out further reforms for the highest talent routes as well.
Sir James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
In her statement, the Home Secretary said that the visa changes she is putting in place will reduce net migration by 100,000 people a year. The House of Commons Library has figures that say the visa changes that I brought in would reduce net migration by 300,000 people per year. So would she now concede that her proposals are only a third as effective as mine?
Home Secretary.
I would just say to the Right Honourable Member, nice try. He was in the Cabinet that massively increased net migration, that pushed the numbers up. The fact that he then belatedly had to attempt to restrict and reverse some, but just some, of the changes that he and his colleagues had previously endorsed and put before the country. And the fact that he still never tackled this fundamental approach that the Conservatives had, which was this free market experiment, this encouraging people to recruit from abroad, never training, never supporting the training and the conditions on training here in the UK, means that fundamentally he was just desperately trying to close the door and deal with problems far too without any proper strategy on actually understanding why it was that actually you need those links with skills, links with training in the first place. That's why what we have to recognise is the important way in which migration has always supported our economy and will continue to do so. But it has to be properly controlled and managed. He didn't do that.
Chian Wura. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Tories promised net migration in the tens of thousands and left it at about 1 million. Reform's predecessor, UKIP, promised that Brexit would fix immigration. That didn't work out, did it? So the Home Secretary is absolutely right to take a reasoned, evidence-based approach to fixing the immigration system. And I welcome her emphasis on the contribution that immigrants make, and I know that our National Health Service workers in Newcastle from different backgrounds and those starting up great businesses in the country must still feel welcome as a consequence. But she's also right to critique our country's dependence on immigration for growth and the impact that has on productivity. And can she say a little bit more about how she will break that link?
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, because if the response too often to any labour shortages or skills shortages is simply to turn to migration without actually addressing what are the causes of those skills or labour shortages, which might be around pay and conditions, it might be around lack of skills and training, it might be around lack of workforce planning, might be a whole series of different things. If we don't actually address those causes, then all that happens is that productivity here in the UK falls. So alongside ensuring we can get the skills that we need, ensuring that we can benefit from international talent, we have to tackle those domestic training and skills failures and make sure that we invest in those. And that is what the immigration skills charge and the increase in that immigration skills charge will help us to do.
Andrew Mitchell.
Surely, Madam Deputy Speaker, the most immediate challenge, which is enraging our constituents, is the illegal migration across the Channel, where her government has kicked away the tough deterrent measures which they inherited from the last government. So are there not three critical measures which she should be taking? The first is to work incredibly closely with all our European partners. The second is to need to look very hard at the international conventions, particularly the Geneva Convention from 1951. And thirdly, and in many ways most importantly, to work on the upstream problems at source. Increasingly, people are migrating in very large numbers from the Sahel in North Africa, fleeing from violence, starvation and extreme poverty. Does she accept that she and her European counterparts must lift their ambition and move towards a modern-day equivalent of a Marshall Plan if we are to solve this long-term and increasingly very serious issue?
Home Secretary.
Well, I do actually agree with the honourable member that we have to do more upstream to tackle some of the causes of some of the dangerous journeys that we've seen. We clearly need to act on the criminal smuggler gangs who are exploiting people and undermining our border security, and that's why the legislation tonight on counter-terrorism powers is so important. But we do also need to do much more work with the European partners. We have been working with France, for example, to get France to agree to change their rules so that they, for the first time, will start to intervene in French waters to prevent dangerous boat crossings. But I also agree with him on the importance of the Sahel and working upstream. We have established a new joint unit between the Home Office and the Foreign Office in order to do some of that prior work that he refers to.
If I'm going to get as many members as possible in this afternoon, we're going to need pithy questions and short answers, please. And a masterclass in that from the Chair of the Education Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I represent a constituency which is enriched and sustained every day by people who have come from overseas to make their home here, especially those who came as members of the Windrush generation. It is important that they hear from this place today that they are not only valued and appreciated, they are part of us. Last week, the Office for Students published another report on the precarious situation facing our universities, and the announcement today entails a levy on universities in relation to their international students. So I want to ask the Home Secretary what engagement she has had with her counterpart in the Department for Education on the impact on the financial sustainability of universities of the measures she's announcing today.
Secretary.
My honourable friend is right that there are British citizens who have heritage from all over the world. There are people who have come here, including part of the Windrush generation, and that is why we will be shortly appointing the Windrush Commissioner to ensure that those Home Office standards are upheld and that contribution through generations is properly recognised and respected in our country. On the issue around the International Students Levy, the White Paper sets out that we will explore that levy, and that work is being led by the Education Secretary to ensure that we look at the way in which we can ensure that investment goes into supporting skills in the UK.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary spoke about attracting the best and the brightest to this country, and one of the areas where our universities do that is in the medical provision. During the COVID crisis and rebuilding after it, a lot of the people on the front line were immigrants. When she looks at the resettlement and the reassurance given to existing migrants, will she take them into account and perhaps consider indefinite leave to remain for those who work through that crisis?
Home Secretary.
The honourable member makes an important point about the contribution made by those who saved lives, who cared for our loved ones through one of the most difficult periods during the pandemic, and we need to respect and recognise those contributions. There will be plenty of opportunity for everyone to contribute to the consultation on changes to the earned settlement and citizenship rules.
Tracy Gilbert.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a report into the economic impact of the Edinburgh University found that the university's education exports alone amount to £1.8 billion in the 2021-2022 academic year. Can my right honourable friend outline what engagement she will have with the University of Edinburgh to ensure that the proposals brought forward today do not have any adverse impact on the world-class universities and also on the local economic impacts?
Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right that the international students make a huge contribution to our country, to our economy, and universities are often very important to the local economy as well. But it is also really important that proper standards are met as well, and that where there have been cases, for example, of some institutions not properly ensuring that they were meeting the right high standards of compliance, where there was evidence that recruitment wasn't meeting high standards, where people were misusing the visas and coming for other reasons and not completing courses, we do need those standards to be met, because that is how we will underpin and maintain confidence in international students and in our world-class universities, which is hugely important to our economy.
Dr Andrew Murison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the details of the government white paper that came out over the weekend, there was very little of substance, and the Home Secretary has rather confirmed that impression today. But there are two big ticket items that my local authority and my local training providers will like some answers on. Firstly, where is the uplift in training going to be financed? When will that money arrive? Since I'm sure Trowbridge College and my constituency will be very interested to hear about that. And secondly, on the fair pay agreement, does she anticipate that statutory authorities providing statutory services will be paying for this, which presumably means council taxpayers, or will she be providing the money out of the block grant?
Home Secretary.
Well, on the point that he makes about training, already this government is going considerably further than the previous government, who allowed training to be cut, including training being cut in adult education and adult skills, at the same time as the net migration figures were substantially increasing. Already we are funding training for 60,000 more construction workers as part of our growth plans and workforce strategies. And as I set out in the white paper that I'm sure he will love the chance to be able to read and to see all of the substance within the white paper, it sets out proposals for a 32% increase in the immigration skills charge that will go into skills and training in the UK.
John McDonnell.
When legislation of this nature is being introduced, that's serious and could be contentious. It's critically important that ministers use careful language. When the Prime Minister referred to Ireland, an island of strangers, reflecting the language of Enoch Powell, does she realise how shockingly divisive that could be?
Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is that the point that the Prime Minister has repeatedly made is that we need people to be able to integrate, to be able to be part of our communities, to be able to share with our neighbours, and that does mean being able to speak English. That is very important, and it's why we are increasing the English language standards, not just for main visa applicants, but also for partners, for spouses, for dependents, adult dependents who come as well, because too often they have been isolated in communities if they are unable to speak English. That can also lead to greater exploitation as well.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's announcement, with all that appalling dehumanising language from the Prime Minister, could not be more contrary to Scotland's national interest. We actually have population and demography crisis just now. We cannot get an adequate working age population to look after our older cohort. Why is she introducing an immigration system that's contrary to everything that we need in Scotland? Why doesn't she give us the powers for us to grow our economy and public services? And why does she not give a jot about Scotland at all?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me just sort of gently just say to the honourable member, there are a series of labour market issues that need to be addressed. He will know that there were challenges in areas of Scotland's labour markets at the same time as net migration was at 900,000. So that level of net migration did not solve the issues across Scotland's labour markets. So there is a serious issue about what should happen, about skills and about training, about different workforce strategies across Scotland, and that's also why we have made clear that the skills bodies and devolved governments from Scotland, from Wales, from Northern Ireland need to be part of the labour market evidence group so that we can have that proper, broader strategy to deal with labour market challenges we face.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's emphasis on the contribution of migrants. Liverpool is a city historically made up of migrants, and I welcome the White Paper and her statement today, in particular linking migration to labour market strategy, because migration is a key economic lever of the state. And I just wonder if she would agree with me that this is not a left-right issue. This is a part of the loss of trust in democratic politics. And what we need from an asylum and immigration system is for it to have, most importantly, democratic consent.
Secretary.
Well, I think my honourable friend is right to raise the issue of trust and confidence, because I think where people feel that there is a system that isn't working or is not under control, and also where they feel that there is a huge gap between the rhetoric and the reality, that does undermine trust. I think for generations, people have valued the work of those who have come to the UK in order to work, in order to contribute, in order to study, and in order to be part of communities, but it has to be controlled and managed. And it hasn't been controlled and managed, and that has undermined confidence too.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I know a gimmick when I see one, and I do fear we have seen one today. But the Home Secretary says net migration must come down, but she doesn't say what to or by when. So I'd like to ask her, what does she think the cap should be?
Yeah. Home Secretary.
Yeah, I would just say to the honourable member, I'm not sure our own front bench can answer that question. Look, we have made clear that the net migration needs to substantially reduce. We have had years of targets from the previous government that all failed, that were all over the place. That undermined confidence. Those issues of trust, that massively undermined confidence. That's why we will take a different approach, and step by step we will make progress and deliver, rather than just all of the talk and the rhetoric.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Lancaster University, like all of our UK leading universities, relies on operating in a global market. That's not just for international students, but also for academic staff. Many of those staff have been in touch with me already today, and they are feeling quite hurt and upset by some of the language that has been used, particularly the language around an island of strangers. So can the Home Secretary say something to my constituents who very much contribute to the economy of Lancaster, but also are culturally enriching?
Well, I draw her attention to the words that I said as part of the statement today. It is through generations in recent years, but also going back through many generations, that people have come to the UK, been part of contributing, building our communities, and part of the country that we are today. That is who we are, and it is important. It's also important that we ensure that when people come to the UK, that they can speak English, that they can talk to each other, that they can be part of communities, because it is in areas where people haven't been able to speak English that we've often seen some of the worst exploitation as well. So that's why I think this is about recognising the importance of migration, but also ensuring that the system is fair.
Nigel Farage.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary will be aware that 5 years ago I warned that if we didn't leave the ECHR and deport immediately those that arrived in Dover via small boats, that there would be an invasion. And sure enough, I was right. Yeah. Today, a further 600 young men already today have been processed through Dover. Perhaps the odd Iranian terrorist among them. Who knows? How do you know? How do you know? Does the Home Secretary accept that their policy of smash the gangs is a complete and total failure? And if that's the case, why should we believe anything else they said today?
Well, to the honourable member, no one should be making these dangerous boat crossings. They undermine our border security and they put lives at risk. Criminal gangs who are organising these dangerous boats are making a fortune and profiting from these dangerous boat crossings. And that's why we need counter-terrorism style powers to be able to go after the gangs. That is the opportunity for him and his party to vote for those counter-terrorism powers tonight, so that we can strengthen our border security. Previously, he and his party voted against those counter-terrorism powers. I think we need counter-terrorism style powers to strengthen our border security in order to be able to go after those criminal gangs. Does he?
Mike Tapp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The opposition like to talk and obsess over caps. Does the Minister agree that it might have been sensible for the previous government to place a cap on the number of Home Secretaries they had to churn through to deliver their failed open border project?
True.
Yeah, my honourable member is right. I think they had 8 Home Secretaries in the space of 8 years, and 2 of them were the same person.
Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Without a third country like Rwanda, can the Home Secretary tell the House where illegal immigrants whose country of origin cannot be established because they've destroyed the documentation will be deported to? Or is it the case that they cannot be deported, and so anyone who exploits that loophole can stay here with impunity?
Home Secretary.
Well, this government has increased returns since the election, 24,000 returns since the election. That includes a more than 20% increase in failed asylum cases and includes action that we are taking to deal with people who claim to have lost their papers and to ensure that we can deliver those returns. We will continue to support other policies, including working with the EU on issues around returns hubs. Let me just say to her, they had 2 years to run their Rwanda scheme. They spent £700 million and spent 4 volunteers. That was a waste of money, a failure for the taxpayer, and a failed delivery too.
Luke Akehurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this statement, and particularly the measures outlined to streamline deportation processes, ensuring they are fast, fair and effective. Can the Secretary of State remind the House what happened to levels of removals, including of foreign national offenders, on the party opposite's watch?
Home Secretary.
Well, the returns did drop by around a third under the previous Conservative government. I think that's very damaging. I think the rules should be respected and enforced. We also have inherited a system where the only people that they even seem to try to remove or get the information on were those who had been convicted with prison sentences. We believe that we need that information much more widely and a faster process to ensure that the rules and the laws are upheld.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that lengthy A&E, cancer treatment and ambulance waiting times in Cumbria are a direct result of the lack of social care workers, meaning that our hospitals are full to bursting, what assessment has she made of the damage this policy could do to patients and NHS workers in my communities, where the most regular experience we have of migrants is that they cared for us and our loved ones?
Secretary.
Well, we need to support social care and recognise the importance of that job, and that means tackling the long-term recruitment issues here in the UK and not simply always thinking that we could ignore those problems and turn to migration instead. He will know that there have been huge problems, including abuse and exploitation, as a result of that route, and 39,000 people who came here on a care worker visa, often in good faith, ended up being displaced when finally checks were introduced. That's why regional hubs have been introduced to ensure that employers can still recruit from those displaced workers rather than continuing to recruit from abroad.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Migrants are being scapegoated for problems that they didn't cause, and to be truthful, these arbitrary measures won't fix those problems, and they will harm migrants, people who need social care, our economy, anyone who fears racial abuse, which the rhetoric surrounding this emboldens. Why are we trying to ape reform when that will do nothing to improve our constituents' lives and just stoke more division?
Well, what I would say to my honourable friend is that in the space of just 4 years, we saw a huge increase in overseas recruitment at exactly the same time as training in the UK fell. Now, I think that is a real problem in the UK labour market, to have such steep increases at the same time as such deep problems in terms of training in the UK. And that's why I think it's so important to ensure that we link the immigration system with training and skills for the first time. That hasn't happened before. I think it's been the wrong approach to the labour market. It's right that we bring in those reforms. Of course, she's right to say we also recognise the huge contribution that people make as part of our country, and that we also do so in a way that respects people for the contribution they make, and that that is embedded in our system. But we have to change this broken labour market approach.
Paula Denyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister's
island of strangers speech sounded like something straight out of the Reform Trump playbook.
Yeah.
Rather than alienating and devaluing migrants, recognising the need to increase the number of Brits who want to work in our health and care sectors, wouldn't the Minister prefer to support the Unison campaign for a certificate of common sponsorship to protect the working rights of migrant workers who are working in unacceptable situations of exploitation, bordering on slavery and a threat of deportation? As a Labour member, would she not prefer to support that Unison campaign?
Home Secretary.
Well, one of the issues that we've highlighted in the White Paper is the importance of tackling exploitation, which is deeply damaging for those who have come to the UK in good faith and also damaging for other employers as well. So one of the points we want to explore is making it easier for people to not be held to a single employer where there are problems with the sponsorship arrangements, and to make that system more effective so that it can tackle exploitation.
Sally Jameson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome today's White Paper, which actually brings some substantive reforms to our immigration system after over a decade of expensive rhetoric. But can the Home Secretary set out what further reforms that the government is considering for our asylum and appeal system, as well to do with the ludicrous hotel situation that we were left with by the last government?
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right. We need to end asylum hotels, and that means we have to clear the shocking backlog that were left with by the previous government, who just stopped taking asylum decisions in the last few months in the run-up to the election. One of the measures we're also introducing, though, is new statutory timetables for appeals, because it's currently the appeal system that is holding up a lot of the issues in terms of the backlog. We need that through. That is part of the border security bill that we'll be able to vote on tonight, and that's why I hope all parties in this House will support it.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I welcome the Home Secretary's statement today? And it's in the national interest that the government get this right, and I hope that that will happen. I'm not convinced yet, to be honest, and we haven't seen much of the detail. But can I also support the Honourable Member for Clacton and his concerns around national security? I think that is something that should be taken more seriously. But this year, 10,500 people have crossed the English Channel, legal migrants. That is a record number for this period of time in any year previous. And I just saw nothing today in the Prime Minister's early leaked statement, or indeed the Home Secretary's statement, on a deterrent. Without a deterrent, you can have all the counter-terrorism commands, all the new laws, all the great statements. Nothing is going to change.
Secretary.
Well, this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will be able to vote for a border security bill which includes counter-terrorism powers in order to tackle criminal smuggler gangs. And the Prime Minister said before Christmas, when we hosted the Interpol conference, that border security is a national security issue and needs to be taken seriously as such. That is why we need those counter-terrorism powers. That's why we need our police, National Crime Agency, Border Force and border authorities to be able to intervene much earlier, to be able to take action against this dangerous trade in people that does undermine our national security as well as our border security. So I hope he'll vote for the bill tonight.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The public have been waiting for 15 years to hear a government set out a serious strategy to actually get a grip on the legal migration system, so that it works for public confidence, so that it works for the economy, and so that it works for migrants themselves. So on that point, can I welcome the measures the Home Secretary has announced in relation to the health and social care visas? Because this has been really disruptive for the labour market, but it has also led to instances of extreme exploitation and modern slavery. And will she commit to these new measures being fully modern slavery proofed in the White Paper?
Home Secretary.
I welcome my honourable friend's points. There have been really just shameful examples of exploitation that probably all of us have come across in our constituencies around the social care visa and the way that it was introduced. But also here people who have come to work incredibly hard in our care homes, and that's why it's so important that we tackle that exploitation, and that's why we need to ensure that those standards are met, that we have a fair pay agreement, and certainly that we maintain standards around tackling trafficking and modern slavery too.
Ben Lake.
The the Home Secretary will be aware of the funding crisis that afflicts so many of the UK's universities, and so much so that last year, when the Migration Advisory Committee reviewed the graduate visa route, it concluded that it should be retained, stating that under the current higher education funding model, closure or additional restrictions to the route could put many universities at financial risk. What is the Home Secretary's assessment of the impact of these changes today on the financial sustainability of our universities?
Secretary. Well, I would say to the honourable member, where the universities are already meeting high standards of compliance, that is really welcome, and the majority of universities already do. Those that currently don't are going to need to increase their compliance standards to make sure that we have a proper and robust system. And in terms of the graduate visa as well, people will be able to stay on for the unrestricted 18 months. If they want to stay on for longer, they need to be contributing in graduate jobs, because too often people have stayed and not been part of graduate jobs even though they've got a graduate degree, so they should be getting graduate jobs, including as part of a skilled visa as well.
Steve Yem.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if the Secretary of State would agree with me that the best way to address soaring migration for work is to properly train and upskill our domestic workers in constituencies like mine in Mansfield. And I wonder how the measures introduced today will contribute to that aim.
Home Secretary.
My honourable friend is exactly right, and in Mansfield and right across the country we need the training, we need the skills. The proposals for the immigration skills charge will mean that employers who are recruiting from abroad will need to contribute more towards training and skills in the UK. And where there are areas where there are persistent shortages, and there will be some of those which are still crucial to the economy, alongside being part of the temporary shortage list, those sectors will need to have proper workforce strategies in place for the first time to set out what action they are taking to improve and increase domestic recruitment and training so that it benefits UK residents who need to be part of our labour force.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A care provider in my constituency of Esher and Walton has already got in touch to say a third of his workers are from overseas and delivering about 60% of his work. So turning it around, he will be unable to care for 80 of 120 of his clients. He's been hit with horrendous national insurance contributions and invested thousands of pounds in the model. So in the absence of any adult social care plan, the government is now effectively capping the amount of workers. So how do we plug the gaps very quickly, and will the care providers be properly supported with funding to allow these changes to happen?
So in the care provider in the honourable member's constituency, they will be able to extend those care visas. They will also be able to recruit from the number of displaced care workers, which was 39,000 care workers were displaced when the proper new checks and standards were brought in, and they'll be able to recruit from the local community as well, including with alongside a proper fair pay agreement in place. So we need to make sure that there is a proper strategy to value social care and to deal with some of the causes of recruitment historically, rather than always having the kind of impact with the social care visa recruiting from abroad at such a scale that it led to significant exploitation.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree that, far from being strangers, migrants are our neighbours, our friends and family and integral parts and members of our communities, and that moves to cast them as strangers are both divisive and hostile and risk legitimising the same far-right violence that we saw in last year's summer riots? Have we learnt nothing?
Home Secretary.
Well, as I set out in my statement, Madam Deputy Speaker, the people who have come here from abroad through very many generations, contributing to our economy and to our country, being part of our community and making our country what it is. That is who we are as a country because of that history, and it will continue to be important for our future. We do want people to be able to integrate, to be able to share with neighbours, and that is why some of the provisions around ensuring that we support integration and support English language are so important as well.
Ben objective.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How does the Immigration White Paper address the significant number of pull factors currently advertised online? The government's own website, Asylum Support, What You'll Get, is there for any aspirational English-speaking asylum seeker to see just why it's worth running the risk of crossing the Channel. You'll be given somewhere to live if you need it. This could be in a flat, house, hostel or bed and breakfast. You usually get £49.18 for each person in your household. This will help you pay for things like food, clothing and toiletries. Your allowance will be loaded onto a debit card each week.
Please, can we get to a question?
So what is the government doing to address the online advertising of this incredibly generous package?
Home Secretary. So we have inherited an asylum system in complete chaos. It's why we are reducing the backlog. It's why we've also been taking action to tackle some of the areas where there has been visa misuse, including some of the issues around, we've had issues around a series of countries where people have increased the applications for asylum even though they have come here lawfully on visas as well. We will continue to tackle those, and we will introduce new reforms alongside this white paper on legal migration.
Becky Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last June, the now Home Secretary visited Betty Birkin's cafe in my constituency to discuss the very matter of overseas recruitment massively increasing. Meanwhile, the investment in our domestic workforce was drastically going down, contributing to the quadrupling of the net migration figures between the periods of 2019 and 2023. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the best way to address the soaring migration specifically from work is to properly train and upskill our domestic workforce, measures already present in our groundbreaking Employment Rights Bill, and how will measures introduced today contribute to that work and the overall aim?
My honourable friend's right, we do need proper training and skills to be in a situation where engineering visas could go up at the same time as engineering apprenticeships go down. That is a system that doesn't make any sense to anyone, and that's why we need to make sure that not only have we got the training and skills, but actually we link those with the shortages and we link them with the immigration system as well.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Speaker, the House is right to be sceptical about a policy which has been announced on a toxic issue after the government has suffered a significant electoral defeat where the main issue was immigration. But can the Minister tell us how deliverable are many of these policies? The hundreds of thousands who are in undergraduate level employment at present, what's going to happen to them? For the time period between recruiting and training people and getting them into jobs, how's that gap going to be filled? And since the courts won't even allow the deportation of people who have served long prison sentences, how does she expect the courts to comply with her wish to deport people who have served no prison sentence?
Secretary. Well, to say to the honourable member, we're implementing the policies and commitments made in our manifesto to restore control and order to the immigration system, to make sure that we bring net migration down and we have a system that is fair. As part of the changes that we are introducing as a result of this white paper, we have identified up to 180 occupations, lower skilled occupations that should not be recruiting from abroad, that should not be part of the temporary shortage list either, so that we make sure that we reduce the lower skilled migration that increased so substantially over the last 4 years, and so that we make sure we support skills and training and tackle those labour market challenges.
Joe White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With net migration figures of 1.7 million over the last 2 years of the previous government, when I speak to people in Bassetlaw, they tell me that they are fed up with the pressures that uncontrolled immigration has put on our local infrastructure. The Prime Minister has recognised this today with a clear commitment to reduce net migration and take back control of our borders. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on this landmark cross-government white paper, which will fix the mess left by the party opposite? Does she agree with me that we need to stop the reliance on imported workers from abroad and focus on properly training British people instead?
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend's right that this is a cross-government approach, and it links to the work that the DWP Secretary, the Welfare Pension Secretary, is doing on helping people back into work, that the Education Secretary is doing on boosting training, that the Business Secretary is doing on building up industrial strategies so that we can plan in terms of the workforce of the future. This is a cross-government approach. That's how we make sure that we both make sure we've got control in our migration system and also boost the productivity of the economy.
Lincoln Job. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What was it about the local election results that first attracted the Home Secretary to the idea of rushing out an immigration white paper?
I have to say to the honourable member, even I could not draw up a white paper in the space of 2 weeks. This is a white paper that was announced by the Prime Minister before Christmas when we saw the scale of the huge increase in net migration that his party had presided over, and it's also implementing the policies that we set out in our manifesto to properly link the immigration system with training and skills in the UK.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to represent this country's only human rights city, where everybody is welcome and every life is of equal worth. Our economy depends very much on our universities and our universities on international students. In fact, employers will come to our country because of the diversity of our students. So will she ensure that she properly consults the higher education sector? The second biggest export from my constituency is higher education, to ensure that we don't harm my local economy, but also the opportunities of international students and home students too. Secretary.
Well, I do strongly value the contribution from international students to our economy, and she is completely right to say how important international students are. But that's also why we need to make sure that standards are upheld in terms of universities, ensuring that systems aren't misused so that we can continue to support international students. And also, I think it will benefit our economy if those students who stay on afterwards are also doing graduate jobs.
Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the things I've appreciated about this government's approach is the moderate tone of language they've taken on really divisive cultural issues. I'm afraid today I've been disappointed by what I heard from the Prime Minister when he used the phrase island of strangers. We all remember the deleterious effect on public debate that happened after the Citizen of Nowhere speech, and I'm concerned that we're going in the same direction. Can the Home Secretary offer me any reassurance?
Home Secretary.
Well, the approach that we have set out, in our manifesto, the approach that we have set out in this white paper is about how we properly control and manage the migration system so that it benefits the UK, so that it supports community cohesion, for example, by supporting integration, by ensuring that people can speak English and can, as a result of that, also challenge exploitation as well. So that's why I think the approach that we're taking is about embedding that fairness, about embedding community cohesion at the heart of our immigration system. Too often, those issues around integration and community cohesion haven't been part of the immigration system. This white paper makes sure that they are.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently visited a care company that expressed serious concerns about bogus organisations registering as care providers in order to sponsor individuals through the health and care visa. This not only undercuts legitimate care providers who pay and treat their staff properly, but also raises significant concerns about the potential exploitation of workers entering the UK. Can I ask the Home Secretary what steps she plans to take to clamp down on these fraudulent practices and support reputable British care companies?
Home Secretary.
My honourable friend is right that the kind of exploitation that we've seen has been deeply damaging for people who've come to this country in good faith, and he will have spoken to people, I have spoken to people who travelled from far overseas only to discover that there was no job for them when they arrived. They had sometimes been charged money as well in order to do so, and who were being a huge risk of exploitation as well. So as well as taking action around with the Fair Work Agency, agency and other areas to tackle exploitation more widely. That is also why we think it is right to end the overseas recruitment for care worker visas and to support the care sector through the Fair Pay Agreement and through improving the support here in the UK.
I intend to continue the statement until 6:15, so appreciate that many members might be disappointed. Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency of Broxbourne has a hotel that is used to house illegal asylum seekers. This has placed huge pressure on local GP surgeries and schools, which are already overstretched, and me and my constituents have had enough. Will the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss this issue in Broxbourne, and can she tell me when the hotel housing illegal asylum seekers in my constituency of Broxbourne will close?
Secretary. Well, the honourable member will know that the previous government introduced asylum hotels because it lost control of the asylum system. This government is clear we need to end asylum hotels. To do that, we need to clear the backlog. That also includes making reforms to the appeal system, again, a broken system that we inherited on asylum appeals, and we are now taking reforms through tonight as part of the Border Security Bill. I hope he will vote for those reforms so that we can end asylum hotels.
Tulip Siddiq.
Thank you. My constituency of Hampstead and Highgate has a proud history of welcoming refugees, whether it's migrants from Ireland back in the day or people fleeing political persecution in Nazi Germany. More recently, they opened their doors to refugees from Afghanistan and Ukraine. I welcome the government's measures to enable refugees to access skilled workers' visas, but could I ask the Home Secretary, what are her plans for refugees whose work visas will expire but they cannot return to their countries of origin? Will they be eligible for settled status, and how will the government guarantee their safety in the UK?
Home Secretary.
Honourable friend is right, we have supported particularly those here from Ukraine, from Hong Kong, from Afghanistan who have fled persecution or conflict, or in Afghanistan's case worked with our armed forces. That will continue to be important. We want also refugees to be able to apply for the skilled worker visa in a way that other people are able to do so, and also to ensure that she will rightly say there are people who will be in this country when the circumstances in their home country change. And in those circumstances, of course, there need to be provision either through the asylum system or through them being able to reapply for their visas as well.
Stephen Geffins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary will be aware that our higher education sector is world leading because it brings in the brightest and the best from around the world, our researchers, scientists, medical staff. Now, she will also be aware that universities are struggling because of Home Office rules, not least Dundee University, which has suffered millions of pounds worth of losses. Will she take my invitation to please come to Dundee so she can see the direct consequences that her department's policies are having on that university?
Home Secretary.
Well, international students have brought huge benefits. They also they contribute bringing investment as well as the skills and talent, and universities are important parts of local economies right across the country. It is, though, important that all universities meet the proper standards of visa compliance. Many do, the vast majority do. There are some which have not met those compliance standards, and we urge them to do so, and we will work with them, including setting out action plans with them in order to do so. We do also want students who stay in this country after they finish their course to also get graduate jobs so that they can properly contribute to our economy.
Andrew Perks.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Peterborough is a generous and a warm place, and our city and public services have been made richer because of the peoples who have come and made their home in communities alongside myself and others. But for too many people, too many working class families, they often feel the system is rigged against them when it comes to skills and wages. So can I ask my right honourable friend to tell us a bit more about the work that the White Paper will do with Skills England, the Department for Education and others to ensure we boost apprenticeships? And can I just ask her if she will keep high on her mind and reiterate to this House the desire to tackle illegal immigration as well, and to ensure that hotels like the Dragonfly in my hotel are stood down as soon as possible?
Home Secretary.
We do need to increase apprenticeships and training. That's why we're supporting 60,000 more construction workers to be able to go through training to be able to support our economy alongside, as he rightly says, plans to make sure that we can end asylum hotels.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In answer to the Honourable Member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, the Home Secretary refused to say whether her proposals to reform indefinite leave to remain, briefed to the media as a tough new crackdown, will apply to immigrants who are already here. If it doesn't apply to people already here, it makes a mockery of the very idea of reform. So will she answer very clearly, will the new rules apply to existing immigrants or just those coming in future?
Secretary.
We want the settlement rules to be amended as swiftly as possible and to be able to apply widely, but we will consult on the detail, and it is right that we do so. And I would also say to him, this is one of just many things that we are needing to do to clear up the chaos that his party left.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After 14 years of broken promises, I'd warmly welcome the Home Secretary's statement to bring down net migration. With 1 in 8 young people not in education, employment or training, will the Secretary of State set out to the families and young people in my constituency of High Peak what this white paper will do for them?
Secretary.
One of the most important aspects of the White Paper will be the increase in the immigration skills charge, which will mean that where employers are recruiting from abroad, where there are shortage occupations, they are contributing more that can help support skills and training here in the UK, and that includes supporting our young people to be able to get the apprentices and jobs they need.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The announcements today will deepen social care workforce shortages and risk harm to those who receive care. Has the government considered the impacts upon the sick, the frail, the elderly who rely upon care workers to provide vital support? And will the government publish an impact assessment setting out the effect of their reforms and what it will do for the quality and availability of care and on the work of the KC Commission?
Madam Secretary.
Well, as I pointed out in my statement, the number of care workers recruited from abroad has fallen since the initial big increase. The important thing is to prevent that increase taking place again, because we have seen significant exploitation as a result. As a result of introducing the higher standards, 39,000 care workers were displaced. They came here to do jobs that either didn't exist or didn't meet the right standards. We would urge care providers to recruit from the pool of people who are already here.
Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement and the steps she's taken to bring order to the chaotic immigration system we inherited. But I do want to ask a question within the context of a register of interests. Universities in Edinburgh are on their knees because of changes the Tory government made to immigration and also because of SNP cuts to the sector. And staff are keen to contribute to the economic growth in the UK, but they're concerned that what's in the White Paper might make that harder. So can she commit to working cross-government to ensuring universities come out of this stronger so they can contribute to economic growth?
Secretary.
What the honourable member also may be aware is that the increase in the student visas, the biggest increases in student visas were often on the universities that were lower ranking in the university league tables, and where we also had people then afterwards not doing graduate jobs. So we hugely support international students. He's right to refer to Edinburgh University, to other universities across the country, and we want to work with universities to ensure that high standards of compliance are being met, and also that where international students stay in the UK, they are also doing graduate jobs as well.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could the Home Secretary explain why, in the introduction of this White Paper, the language of Enoch Powell was used by the Prime Minister? There's been no speaking up about the enormous value of migration to this country that's kept our NHS running, our education service running, and so much more, and that there are already 130,000 vacancies in the care sector. Does anything in her White Paper do anything to improve community relations or deal with the now labour shortage within the NHS and the care service, or is it all about trying to please these people who unfortunately sit in front of me?
Well, what I would just say to the honourable member is At the very beginning of my statement to this House, I talked about the importance of those who come to work in our NHS, those who come to serve in our armed forces, those who come to work in constituencies like mine, in coal mining jobs, those who come sometimes to do some of the most difficult jobs of all. But it's because migration is important that it needs to be controlled and managed. And we need to tackle the underlying problems in the labour market. So for net migration to quadruple in the space of 4 years, at the same time as domestic training is being cut, at the same time as we haven't had the support for the skills and training in the UK, I think shows a system that just is not working. We have to tackle those training and skills shortages alongside bringing net migration down.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents are sick and tired of broken promises on immigration. 5 Conservative Prime Ministers promised to cut arrivals while deliberately letting numbers reach record highs. Can the Secretary of State confirm to the people of North Warwickshire and Bedworth that the broken promises are over, and when this government says we will cut immigration levels and invest in skills and training and good jobs for my constituents, that is exactly what we will do?
Secretary.
Well, what I would say to my honourable friend, she makes a really important point, is that we're setting out practical plans on the skilled worker visa, practical plans on construction training jobs, practical plans on the immigration skills charge in order to be able to invest in that training. It's through those practical common sense plans, step by step, that we will have an impact on restoring order to the immigration system and also bringing net migration down.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The White Paper talks in vague terms about potential changes that build upon and learn from the Displaced Talent Programme. So can the Home Secretary be really clear with the House where she sees those changes going, and more importantly, what safeguards she will put in place to ensure that any such changes don't act as some sort of massive magnet for those that wish to illegally enter our country?
Home Secretary.
Well, I think actually the opposite is true from what he said. We've talked about having capped and limited schemes, and also ensuring that at the moment it's possible for people in other parts of the world to be able to apply for a skilled worker visa if they have the talent. For example, if they are an engineer, if they are a scientist. But often refugees, recognised refugees, are not able to apply for visas, skilled worker visas, as scientists or doctors and so on, even though they have the skills and talent to be able to do so. And that is why we should just ensure that we can do our bit to help refugees who also should be able to come to be part of a skilled worker visa where they have the skills to do so.
That concludes the statement. Point of order, Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if I can seek some advice on how I can withdraw my 10-minute rule bill, which is due for its second reading, on protecting the title of nurse. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, today the government has made an announcement that it will be adopting my bill and indeed protecting the title of nurse on International Nurses' Day, which has made me extremely happy. So I would like to just, because I won't have the opportunity either to thank some people like Francis Fernando, Professor Alison Leary from the #ProtectNurses campaign, Paul Trevat, former Minister Anne Keane, Anna Lynch, the RCN and the Unison. I wonder if I can just seek your advice on how I can then now withdraw my bill. Thank you.
I am grateful to the honourable member for giving notice of her point of order. The Public Bill Office will be able to advise her on how to withdraw her bill. Otherwise, it is not a matter for the Chair, but she has put her reason for withdrawing the bill on the record.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Ben Obsojecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On 10th of February 2025, the Minister for Border Security and Asylum, the Honourable Member for Wallasey, inadvertently misled the House. She stated that the latest figures show that 18,987 people with no right to be here have been deported since we came into government. The Home Office clearly defines deportations as a specific subset of returns which are enforced either following a criminal conviction or when it is judged that a person's removal from the UK is conducive to the public good. The latest figures available state that in the year ending 2024, there were just 4,428 enforced returns since Labour came into government. The rest were in fact voluntary returns, nearly 50% of which are classified as other verified returns, in which the government played no active role. So could the Speaker please ask the Minister for Border Security and Asylum to correct the record in accordance with 1.6c of the Ministerial Code during her next appearance at the dispatch box?
I thank the honourable gentleman for notice of that point of order. It is not a matter for the Chair, but the government front bench will have heard his point. Point of order, John MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. By the way, it would be useful to know from the member of Brent how she pulled that one off. Last week, a number of honourable members wrote to the Foreign Secretary on the basis of the research that was published, which demonstrated, despite the government's assurances that arms sales to Israel had ended, there had been large-scale export of arms to Israel since those assurances were given. We asked the Foreign Secretary to come to the House and make a statement. A statement has not been made, and I don't believe an indication has been given to the Speaker that a statement will be made, and we haven't even received a response to the letter. I wonder through your good officers maybe we could impress upon the government that a response is required, and that would be best done by a statement to the House.
I am grateful to the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. I have had no indication that the Minister intends to come to the House to make a statement on this matter, but I know that the Foreign Secretary will be in the House tomorrow because it is FCDO questions, so honourable members will have a chance to raise the issue then. Point of order, Jen Craft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In last Wednesday's adjournment debate on Essex devolution, the member for South Basildon and East Thurrock stated that it was his understanding that there have been conversations between local councils about Thurrock joining London. I believe that he is aware that Thurrock Council have made it abundantly clear in response to a Freedom of Information request that no such discussions have taken place. These rumours have caused considerable concern locally, and as a lifelong Thurrock resident who agrees that our borough is Essex through and through, I'd be grateful for your advice, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how the member for South Basildon and East Thurrock can correct the record.
I am grateful to the honourable member for giving notice of her point of order. Has she notified the honourable member for South Basildon and East Thurrock that she intended to raise the matter in the House?
I have.
The Chair is not responsible for the substance of honourable members' speeches, but she has put her point on the record. Ways and Means motion. Minister to move. Oh, sorry. Point of order, James McMurdoch.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll correct the record very briefly now. As the honourable member for Thurrock is aware, I had received multiple verbal notices that discussions were being had between Thurrock and other councils in the area. So I put in a Freedom of Information request, which they came back and concluded there had been discussions. It only turned out it was due to an administrative error that they should have said there had not been. So I'd received verbal information and written confirmation that there had been, which is why I gave the speech I had. And I would point out that in the speech that I gave, I even made reference to the fact that the conversations had been denied, which again I'd also explained to the honourable member for Thurrock. So I believe I've done all I can there, but given the amount of strained relationships in this place, I certainly hope this doesn't strain ours and we continue to work constructively together.
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. Can I just remind members that points of order should be brief? However, I thank the honourable member for that point of order and he's put his point on the record. Ways and Means motion, Minister to move. The question is as on the order paper. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill as amended in Public Bill Committee to be considered.
Now, we will begin with Government New Clause 5, with which it will be convenient to consider the other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move Government New Clause 5.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the clause
be read a second time. But before I set out the key government amendments tabled for report, I'd like to recall why the government has brought forward this bill. We are working to take the necessary actions to secure our borders and to bring order to the chaotic immigration and asylum system which we inherited, to go after the dangerous criminal gangs that undermine our border security, and this legislation is part of that plan for change. For 6 years, the organised gangs behind small boat crossings have been allowed to take hold. So we are strengthening international partnerships, enhancing enforcement operations nationally and internationally, and equipping ourselves with the tools we need to identify, disrupt and dismantle criminal gangs while strengthening the security of our borders. The Organised Immigration Crime Summit hosted by this government in London last month mobilised over 40 countries and organisations to launch an unprecedented global fight against the ruthless people smuggling gangs. The new landmark measures in this bill will provide law enforcement agencies working across the border security system with stronger powers to pursue, disrupt and deter organised immigration crime. Of course.
Can I thank the Minister for giving me? Minister, one of the things that I know that I've just asked questions in this chamber before, and to be fair, the Minister has answered in a positive fashion, is the issue of border security in Northern Ireland, where people can come from the Republic of Ireland into Northern Ireland and across the UK. So when it comes to closing the borders, it's so important that the borders with the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland are closed. So can I ask the Minister this question? What discussions and in-depth discussions have taken place between the Garda Síochána, the PSNI and the security forces to ensure that that avenue of illegal immigration is closed and closed for good?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've done before, I can assure the honourable gentleman that the border security force in this country work very closely with the PSNI and, of course, the Garda Síochána to deal with all of the potential threats in the common travel area. And I can assure him that we keep a very close eye on what's going on there to ensure that the honourable gentleman's worries are properly addressed. This bill strengthens the immigration and asylum system. We're repealing the costly and unworkable legislation introduced by the previous government and introducing new provisions to address the current shortcomings, tackle harm and build a more efficient and robust system. This bill is about making changes to enable a properly functioning immigration and asylum system which ensures that those with a genuine right to be here are properly supported, whilst those who have no right or legal right to remain in the UK do not abuse the system and undermine the protections the UK has a history of providing to those in need. I give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and she's given a really important speech about a very important subject. Would she agree with me? Part of the issue with the asylum system is the backlog created by the previous government, who actually decided the best way to deal with this, they wrongly decided the best way to deal with this issue was to make the process take longer as some sort of deterrent. But actually that meant that there was a huge backlog that this government has to tackle.
Minister. Well, my honourable friend is right. We inherited a system in total chaos where asylum decision-making had all but ground to a halt, and many tens of thousands of people were left having claimed asylum, which the law allowed them to do, but not being able to be processed because the last government passed a law which made it illegal for them to be processed. So they were left in limbo, just piling up, costing the taxpayer a fortune. And we have had to untangle the situation that we found. Now, I'm happy to give way.
Which is most generous with her time, but she will be aware that today over 600 illegal migrants have entered this country. They could get up to all sorts of mischief, commit crimes and maybe even acts of terrorism. So does she agree with me that these young men crossing the Channel should be immediately detained and deported, along with the member for Islington?
Minister. Well, I certainly hope that that kind of comment might be a joke, but I actually wonder whether that kind of arbitrary treatment of people who are in this country, if we came out of the ECHR as he wants, would become the norm for reform. We are a law-abiding government. The Right Honourable Member for Islington has a complete right to his opinions and a complete right to express them from whatever side of the House that he sits. And I've personally worked with him and have a great deal of respect for him. So I'm quite shocked that the Honourable Gentleman thinks that that's an appropriate thing to say in this place. Now, at committee stage, yes.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for giving way. And on a slightly more constructive point, does the Minister agree that calls for the process to allow asylum seekers to work after they've been in the country for 3 months would allow them to integrate more closely with their communities, would allow them to earn money to support themselves? Such a measure to change it from 12 months to 3 months would make a massive difference to asylum seekers and reduce the bill for hotels and actually allow them to contribute to the community they want to be a part of.
Well, we're going to come to these debates when we get on to debating the new clauses that the Honourable Gentleman is talking about. But we have been clear on this side of the House that the balance between respecting the work visas, which people have to apply to if they're coming to work here, and then allowing, I will in a minute, and then allowing asylum seekers who haven't applied for work to come and work at that sort of length, would risk undermining the system. We have a disagreement about timing. The answer to the Honourable Gentleman's question is that at the moment you can work if you're an asylum seeker and your case hasn't been heard after 12 months if it's through no fault of your own. So we're talking about time here, but I think the balance between not undermining our work visa system and having a pull factor for more people to come across illegally is the one that we're talking about here. I give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Minister for giving way and thank her for the remarks she just made. Would she accept that people that make an incredibly dangerous journey and are exploited in doing so are often totally desperate, are victims of human rights abuse and war, have been through horrendous journeys to get there, and one day they'll find somewhere to live where they'll be able to live their lives and make a contribution to our society? Don't we as a world need to look at the plight of refugees as a whole and do much more about trying to bring an end to the conditions that force people to seek those desperate journeys in the first place?
I agree with the Right Honourable Gentleman that we have to always think about the humanity involved in here and not try to label everybody who comes into our country when they're claiming asylum as some kind of threat or even worse, as a terrorist, something that's just been said from the benches opposite. We have to treat every case on its merits and we have to treat every person as an individual human being, but we also have to recognise, and the Right Honourable Gentleman needs to recognise this too, that not everybody who comes across on a boat is the kind of person he describes. Some of them are actually the people running the people smuggling gangs. So there's a variety of humanity that comes across on the boats, like there's a variety of humanity that one can discover if one comes across a pool of human beings everywhere. Now, I wish to get on with actually moving the amendments, but because I served with him on the ISA, I'm going to give way to the Right Honourable.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. Isn't the truth of the matter that showing humanity means recognising, as she's implied, that some of the people are coming, perfectly understandably, for entirely economic reasons? If you thought you could get a better deal in Britain for you and your family, you turn up and say you were claiming asylum on all kinds of grounds. And that's the real truth of it. The system is being gamed, and it has to stop being gamed.
Minister.
Yes, in some circumstances, no in others, because some people who come over are genuine asylum seekers, and even under the Right Honourable Gentleman's government, when he was indeed in the Home Office too, they were granted asylum. So, as always, there are many, many different circumstances, and each one has to be looked at and judged on its merits. I'm now going to get on. I'm sorry, I need to get on because we don't have a lot of time, and I think I've been generous. The Government has tabled further amendments, which I now wish to turn to strengthen the current bill. Firstly, new clause 5, which extends right-to-work checks. Preventing illegal working forms a critical part of the government's plan to strengthen the immigration system, restoring tough enforcement of the rules, undermining the proposition sold by unscrupulous criminal gangs that individuals can work in the UK. In reality, such work is illegal and puts individuals into a vulnerable position at risk of exploitation. Legitimate businesses are undercut and the wages of lawful workers are negatively impacted, with links to other labour market abuse such as tax evasion, breach of the national minimum wage and exploitative working conditions. Those working illegally in the UK are exploiting a loophole in the existing right-to-work scheme, whereby only those organisations who engage individuals under a contract of employment are required to carry out right-to-work checks. Government New Clause 5 means that those who engage individuals to work as casual or temporary workers under a workers' contract, or individual subcontractors and online matching services that provide details of service providers to carry out work or services for potential clients or customers for remuneration will be legally required to check a person's right to work. Individuals who are self-employed in the traditional sense and who contract directly with clients will not be in scope of New Clause 5, ensuring that a member of the public directly engaging a tradesperson or business will not have to carry out a right-to-work check. This is a long overdue extension of right-to-work checks to include sectors which were previously out of scope and crack down on the unscrupulous exploitation of employment law loopholes. I note the amendments for the Honourable Member for Leeds Central and Headingley and the Honourable Member for Hazel Grove relating to the Government's policy on the right to work for asylum seekers, but it's important, as I said earlier, to distinguish those who need protection and those seeking to come here from work to work. Also, that while pull factors for the UK are complex, the perception of easy access to the labour market is among the reasons why people take dangerous journeys to the UK. I now move to a government new clauses 6 and 7. Firstly, asylum appeals in the first-tier tribunal of the Immigration and Asylum Chamber currently take an average of nearly 50 weeks, according to the latest published statistics, and that is because of the huge backlogs that we inherited when we came into government. Government New Clause 6 and 7 seek to set a 24-week statutory time frame requiring the first-tier tribunal of the Immigration and Asylum Chamber to decide both supported accommodation cases and non-detained foreign national offenders within 24 weeks from the date the appeal is lodged, as far as is reasonably practicable. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are no easy or perfect choices here, but the Government has to take action, and we're focusing in the first instance on measures which will allow us to get people out of costly hotels and also facilitate the swifter deportation of non-detained foreign national offenders where it's in the public interest to deport these individuals. Whilst implementing the 24-week time frame for supported asylum appeals and appeals from non-detained foreign national offenders, it's our expectation the judiciary will continue to prioritise appeals lodged by detained foreign national offenders and the most vulnerable. We're working at pace in the Home Office and with the Ministry of Justice and His Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service to look at all possible improvements to the end-to-end immigration and appeals system and improve the speed and efficiency of decision-making and appeals while continuing to guarantee access to justice. We will set out further reforms to the asylum system later this summer. Government...
The Minister will know that I chair the APPG for freedom of religious belief, and one of the important things for us is those of a Christian faith and other faiths who come here, and government has been incredibly generous to give them the opportunity of asylum and positions here, and the schemes they've had in the past, both the previous government and this government, are to be commended, and I thank them for that. Can the Minister today ensure this House, ensure the people that I represent here in this United Kingdom, but also those from overseas, that the opportunity for those who are persecuted because of their faith can come here as an opportunity for asylum?
Minister.
None of these changes that I've just been talking about in the new clauses will impinge at all on the criteria that are currently used to determine whether somebody has a need for protection under the Refugee Convention, and clearly that does sometimes, in certain circumstances, include the reality of religious persecution in the homeland. So I hope that reassures the honourable gentleman. Government New Clause 8 redefines how the UK interprets the phrase particularly serious crime for the purpose of excluding refugees from the protection against refoulement. Under existing arrangements, anyone convicted of any offence which attracts a custodial sentence of 12 months or more will have committed a particularly serious crime for these purposes. Those arrangements remain unchanged as a result of this amendment. New Clause 8, however, goes further, and it will mean that a particularly serious crime will now include individuals who've received a conviction for a sexual offence listed in Schedule 3 of the Sexual Offences Act 2003. Importantly for these cases, the fact that particularly serious crime has been committed will be a presumption that can obviously be rebutted by the individual in question, so they get a fair hearing. Schedule 3 lists the offences that automatically make an offender subject to notification requirements, meaning that they have to notify personal details to the police annually or whenever their details change. Failure to do so is a criminal offence. This system is sometimes known as the Sex Offenders Register. The government recognises the devastating impact of sexual violence on victims and our communities, and are fully committed to tackling sexual offences and halving violence against women and girls in a decade. To achieve this, a broad set of the right powers must be available for authorities to tackle sexual crimes, bring perpetrators to justice and manage sex offenders. As part of this effort,
as the Minister, and I obviously accept the wisdom behind that new clause, but will the Minister go further and comment on new clause 39 in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough, because that is designed to put an end to another mischief affecting the non-refoulement rules, and that would ensure that there was primacy given to the Torture Convention and the Refugee Convention, and it wasn't possible for the European Court of Human Rights to interpret the Convention in such a way as to exclude those provisions.
Well, I commend the honourable gentleman for his creativity in asking that question when I'm talking about this particular government amendment. I think we had a debate in committee on the Father of the House's amendment, and I certainly intend to come to it later in our proceedings, hopefully when he's here himself. I wanted to say that as part of our efforts to halve violence against women and girls, it's important that the small number of asylum seekers and refugees who've been convicted of particularly serious crimes do not benefit from protection status. Not only have they failed to respect the laws of the UK by committing sexual crimes, but they've also undermined public confidence in the system. This clause changes the law to deny refugee status to those convicted of the abhorrent crimes listed in Schedule 3 of the 2003 Sexual Offences Act, treating them with the seriousness they deserve and supporting our wider mission to halve violence against women and girls in a decade.
I'm very grateful for giving way. She's being very generous. The trouble is, when the judiciary get hold of this and there's an appeal, very often they cite exceptional circumstances, which is cited in the original legislation, but has been interpreted over the years in a very liberal way, so much as to be more or less meaningless. Will the Minister define what exceptional circumstances are more clearly, so there can be no doubt in the minds of lawyers about who might be eligible for appeal against decisions made by the Home Office and who are not?
Minister.
Well, certainly we'll come into the detail of how this works once it's on the statute book in guidance that is issued, but I'm being very clear to the House tonight that the government wishes to include those few people, the small number of asylum seekers and refugees who've been convicted of serious sexual offences such that they've been put on the Sexual Offenders Register, to be denied refugee status. We will also deny refugee status where we're able to show that an individual has been convicted in a foreign court for a crime that would have fallen under Schedule 3 if they'd been convicted in the UK. Those convicted and made subject to the notification requirements have committed the most serious of sexual offences, which should be included in the definition of a particularly serious crime. And I move on to the Immigration Service Commissioner's changes, which are put down as amendments. The government is seeking new powers for the Immigration Advice Authority to tamp down on malpractice with the provision of immigration advice. Building on Clause 40, Schedule 1 of the bill, these new measures will extend the powers of the Immigration Services Commissioner to ensure effective modern regulation and enforcement of immigration advice and services. Government Amendment 24 creates the power to amend the definition of relevant matters, the different types of immigration advice which can be brought in and out of Immigration Services Commissioner's regulatory oversight. This will introduce greater flexibility to keep pace with wider modernisation and transformation of the immigration system. Currently, those definitions are in primary legislation. This moves them into secondary legislation. Government Amendment 25 allows for a person's registration as a provider of immigration advice or immigration services to be cancelled or suspended with immediate effect where serious concerns are raised regarding their actions or behaviour. Government Amendment 26 establishes that persons who have received certain severe disciplinary sanctions cannot continue to provide immigration advice under the supervision of a person regulated by the Immigration and Asylum Act, otherwise known as substitution. Government Amendment 27 introduces additional sanctions, specifically monetary penalties and the ability to amend the amount of the fines, enhancing the range of tools available to the Commissioner to tackle inappropriate or unlawful practice by unregistered advisors and to shore up standards. Monetary penalties may be imposed up to a maximum of £15,000 on its regulated organisations that have breached the Commissioner's codes of standards, obstructed an inspection or failed to comply with regulations. Government Amendment 28 provides the Home Secretary with the power to specify a non-exhaustive list of fees that the Immigration Service Commissioner can charge for the exercise of its regulatory functions. Having the ability to charge for services such as competence assessments and training will enable the Immigration Services Commissioner to provide more of these services, helping to drive up competence, capability and capacity in the sector. And finally, Government Amendment 29 makes a provision to expand the existing complaints scheme to include unregulated advisors and organisations and to create a civil recovery scheme where the Immigration Services Commissioner can order the refund of fees or the repayment of compensation to the victims of poor practice. The final government amendments relate to the serious crime prevention orders and electronic devices. To support operational efficiency, Government Amendments 6 to 11 will enable an inspector to authorise a constable to use the powers to access, examine, copy, retain or use information under clauses 20, 21 and 23 of the bill. This is thought to be more operationally effective than the current situation in the bill, which places that at superintendent level, as I'm sure the honourable gentleman will remember from our long discourse on these matters in committee. Moving to... yes?
Does she find it strange that in a bill that is so important to Reform UK, indeed it's their raison d'etre, that 80% of Reform UK MPs have left the chamber and are presumably in the pub?
Well, I think they probably call that campaigning, but it's up to them to justify how long they spend in the pub or indeed in this chamber. Moving to serious crime prevention orders and interim serious crime prevention orders, Government Amendments 14 to 19 will remove Scotland and Northern Ireland from Clause 48, which allows electronic monitoring as a condition of serious crime prevention orders and interim serious crime prevention orders in terrorism-related cases, ensuring that the devolved governments retain full legislative competence over their existing electronic monitoring regimes. For now, I recommend all these government government amendments to the House, and I look forward to contributions from other honourable and right honourable members on this gargantuan group of amendments that we're dealing with tonight.
Extension of prohibition on employment to other working arrangements.
The question is that Government New Clause 5 be read a second time. I call Shadow Minister Chris Philp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to move new clause 14, new clause 18, and speak to various other new clauses and amendments that stand in my name and those of my honourable and right honourable friends. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me start by just thanking and paying tribute to my honourable friend, the members for the Weald of Kent and Stockton West sitting beside me here, who toiled with enormous fortitude and patience through, I think, 12 or 18 sessions in committee. They did extremely diligent and good work, and I would like to put on record my thanks to them both. Madam Deputy Speaker, the new clauses and the amendments that I'm moving this evening are made necessary by the government's abject and appalling failure to control small boats crossing the English Channel since they came to office last July. They came to office saying that they would smash the gangs, a claim that is now in tatters. Let's just take a look at what they've done since July the 4th last year. 35,048 people, 35,048 people have illegally crossed the English Channel since the last election. That is a 29% increase on the same period the previous year. This year so far, 2025, how is smashing the gangs going? Well, 11,806 people have crossed, which is the worst start to a year ever in history. That is an appalling and abject failure for which this government is responsible. Just yesterday alone, 232 people crossed, and we understand that today, as we stand here, several hundred more people have made that illegal crossing. There's no control over who they are. There are suggestions that some of the suspects in the recent Iranian terror case were accommodated in asylum accommodation and may potentially therefore have crossed by small boat. I certainly recall that some people crossing the Channel had some very serious prior convictions. The government has no idea who they are, and they've certainly got no control. The people crossing are almost entirely young men. They have pushed themselves to the front of the queue by paying people smugglers. I do not see them as victims. They are committing a criminal offence by entering the United Kingdom in this way. It's a criminal offence contrary to Section 24 of the 1971 Immigration Act, as I'm sure everybody knows. But if the former Leader of the Democrats would like to say something to the contrary, I'd be glad to give way.
I'm sorry thank you for giving way. I just couldn't help myself, I'm afraid. 87% of Eritreans coming over are refugees. He talks about young men. They are young men because Christian young men in Eritrea are conscripted to murder their own communities. So, of course, they're disproportionately listed amongst them. Why does he not take part in this debate on the basis of evidence rather than playing tabloid nonsense?
I think the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, will know that there are very many female refugees around the world, very many children around the world. Indeed, the last government welcomed many of them here under the UK resettlement scheme from Syria. But the young men who push themselves to the way of the front of the queue in Calais are displacing potentially more deserving applicants. And I would just one moment I will. And I would add that they are embarking from France. Now, France is a manifestly safe country. France is a country with a well-functioning asylum system. Nobody, including young men from Eritrea, need to leave France to seek sanctuary when they can perfectly well claim asylum in France itself. Indeed, Article 31 of the Refugee Convention, which in general terms prohibits the criminalisation of refugees, expressly says that only applies if someone comes, and I quote, directly from a place of danger. France is not a place of danger. Much better that we choose, I'll give way just in a minute, much better that we choose the deserving cases rather than having people pay criminal gangs to enter this country illegally from a place, namely France, which is anyway safe. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Secretary for giving way. One important point is verification. This government brought forward, the last government brought forward the idea of having verification, which is really, really important. Age verification, because we know that the evidence supports that some young men will claim to be younger than they actually are. Many other countries will use age verification systems from a medical perspective. Does he have a reason why the government has decided not to take those amendments forward in committee, and why they're not considering implementing them at the moment?
Well, I think my honourable friend raises an excellent point. In fact, he draws me to new clause 12, which we have tabled, which essentially mandates the government to get on with implementing scientific age assessments. These are assessments that essentially scientifically verify if someone is or is not over the age of 18. Every other European country uses these tests. It could be things, for example, like an X-ray of the wrist. There are more complicated techniques these days, such as testing DNA methylation, and there are other tests as well which are less intrusive. We're the only country not to use them, and many people who illegally cross the channel claim to be under 18. They usually claim to be 17, when very often common sense would suggest they're actually far older. There have been cases where men with beards have ended up in schools with teenage girls. So I would just ask the documented cases. So I would just ask the Minister, perhaps when she sums up, I'm going to give way over there in a second. I would just ask the Minister, when she replies, to explain to the House what her plans are for introducing these tests. We are an outlier in Europe. We're the only country not to use them. And it would actually, I think, be important from a safeguarding perspective to make sure that people who claim to be, for example, 17, really are 17 and not in their mid-20s. Now, the member over there was very keen to intervene, and I think enthusiasm deserves its reward.
Minister, for your condescending tone after your deluded rant in the House. I must say, of course, I must say to the Shadow Minister that you are misleading the House. 400 crossed. 400 crossed in 2018. Over 150,000 crossed since. That's the majority of which were on the watch of the Conservative government. So how they can claim that this on Labour's watch is beyond me. And as the new expert...
I think the honourable gentleman's had long enough for his very short and brief intervention. Shadow Home Secretary.
Thank you, Well, I certainly agree he's had long enough. Look, I gave his constituents may well agree in a few years' time. Look, I gave the figures very clearly. Since the election, 35,000. That is a 29% increase on the same period a year before. And so far this year, 2025, it has been the worst year on record, the worst year in history for illegal channel crossings. The claims to smash the gangs lie in tatters. Now, there was a... Yeah, of course.
Honourable gentleman for giving way, and we missed him in the committee. But I wonder if he would explain, given the sophistication of the organised immigration crime threat to the country, why he's planning on voting against the bill tonight when the bill provides counter-terrorism style powers which the National Crime Agency and our security services have told us that they want to be able to bring to bear on this serious question.
Well, I must say I missed being there as well, and I did miss the prospect of spending hours and hours in the Honourable Lady's company. Perhaps on some other occasion an opportunity will present itself. But on her question about the bill, she's inviting me to comment on really a third reading matter, but since she asked the question, when you vote on a bill at third reading, a yes or no vote, you're voting on the bill in its totality. Now, while the counter-terror measures may have a very marginal benefit, and it will be no more than marginal, as she should know, this bill also does some extremely damaging things that will make it actually a lot harder to control our borders. One of the things it does, for example, is it repeals pretty much the entirety of the Illegal Immigration Act. Clause 38 of the bill does that. Now the Illegal Immigration Act requires the government... I'm going to just answer the question, if it's okay. The Illegal Immigration Act, amongst other things, requires the government to remove people who arrive here illegally. Amongst other things, the Illegal Immigration Act says there is no path to citizenship for somebody who comes to this country illegally, a very sensible measure. This bill before us repeals almost all of that. But secondly, the other thing this bill does is it removes from the statute books the legislative basis to implement a removals deterrent. Now, one of the first things this government did when it came to office was it cancelled the Rwanda scheme before... Now, I'm going to just answer the question first. It cancelled the Rwanda scheme before it even started. The first flight had been due to take off on the 24th of July. Now, everybody has warned, the National Crime Agency warned, that without a removals deterrent, you're not going to stop the boats. Law enforcement alone, important though it is not enough. A border security commander with no powers is certainly not enough. Experience around the world says you need a removals deterrent. That is to say, if somebody enters the UK illegally from France, if they are rapidly removed somewhere else, be it Rwanda or elsewhere, they're not going to attempt the crossing, knowing removal will follow. Now, Australia tried something very similar about 10 years ago. They called it Operation Sovereign Borders. They, in fact, had a bigger problem than we did. There were 50,000 people a year crossing at that time. And within a very short space of time, a few months, the removals deterrent they used stopped those illegal maritime arrivals, as they called it, entirely, went to zero, and it saved lives in the process as well. Now, Australia used an island called Nauru rather than Rwanda, but the principle is the same. And the decision, I mean, the Home Office ministers must by now be regretting their hastiness, because in the absence of any removal deterrent, the numbers have gone through the roof. And as I said already, this year so far has been the worst on history. Without a removals deterrent, there is no hope of stopping these crossings. And one of the other things this bill does, in Clause 37, is it repeals the entirety of the Safety of Rwanda Act. That is why our Amendment 32 seeks to reinstate that clause, because there will probably come a time, you know, if not today, then in 6 months, and if not in 6 months, then in 12 months, then these Labour ministers will realise their plans are not working, the numbers are getting worse, and without a removals, just a minute, and without a removals deterrent, they are not going to stop the boats. And that is why this bill is so misguided, it's why their policy is so misguided, and it's why the numbers this year have been the worst in history. Give way over there.
Thank you very much. Could the Shadow Minister comment on the views of his colleague, the member for Stockton West, when he said during the Borders Committee, immigration is too high, previous governments have failed to solve it? And also, could he comment on the member for Weald of Kent, when she said in the same committee, the system is broken, it has been broken for many decades, and that is now plain to see?
Yeah, I do agree with both my colleagues, and that is why we are tabling amendments and new clauses today which will address this issue. And I'll come on to talk about some of those new clauses in just a moment. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was the Labour government that chose to cancel the deterrent before it started, and that is why the numbers are higher than they have ever been in history. It's a result of their choices. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me move on to the provisions on indefinite leave to remain. I'll give way.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. Talking of the Rwanda scheme, the previous Tory government spent £700 million on a scheme that had 4 volunteers that were moved. This included £290 million given to Rwanda for nothing in return, and £134 million on IT systems that were never used. Can we get a refund?
Well, the plan was, as I said already, the plan was never started. The first plane was due to take off on the 24th of July, but the Labour government cancelled it within days of coming to office. That money would have been extremely well spent had the scheme started, because the deterrent effect would have stopped the boats, and that would have meant we don't have tens of thousands of people in hotels costing billions and billions. And in fact, while we're on the topic of hotels, let's have a look at the Labour government's pledge to end the use of asylum hotels during the election. How's that pledge going? Well, the numbers in asylum hotels have gone up by 8,000 so far under this Labour government. And in fact, speaking also of removals deterrents, I was in Berlin probably 4 or 5 weeks ago talking to members of the CDU, who are now obviously in government. And the incoming German government intends to implement a removals deterrent very similar in concept to the Rwanda scheme. So other governments around the world have realised you've got to do this. It worked in Australia. The new German government are going to be doing something very similar. It's just our government going headlong in the opposite direction. Now, I'm going to make some progress. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm just going to speak for a moment to the clauses on ILR, indefinite leave to remain, and in particular, new clause 11, which sets a limit for eligibility for ILR to 10 years, and new clause 17, which sets various conditions on ILR, essentially saying that to get ILR after 10 years, you have to have made a sort of economic contribution. You can't be a burden on other taxpayers. Now, those strike me as very fair. Now, I notice in the immigration announcement by the Prime Minister this morning, he made reference to 10 years ILR, despite the fact the Honourable Lady and her colleagues voted against that measure just a few weeks ago. I wonder what has magically changed their minds. But if they are serious about this, will they be supporting new clause 11, which implements what the Prime Minister announced this morning? Will they be voting for that later on? But if I understand the Prime Minister's announcement correctly, he was saying, the Prime Minister was saying, that when someone reaches 10 years residence, they automatically qualify for ILR, indefinite leave to remain, under the government's proposals. But what we're saying in our new clause 17 is that there should be conditionality even after 10 years. The person should be making some kind of contribution to the country in order to qualify for indefinite leave to remain. So would she take the opportunity to agree with that approach, and would she therefore support new clause 17 that we have tabled to this bill? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the two new clauses that we intend to move to a vote this evening. And the first of those is new clause 18, to be found on page 18 of the amendment paper. This establishes a binding cap on immigration numbers each year, a cap that would be voted on in this Parliament, democratically accountable and completely transparent. Of course, it would be up to Parliament to debate what that number should be, but I would be arguing it should be a lot lower than any recent number we've seen, and indeed a lot lower than the recent forecasts we've seen from the ONS and the OBR. But the critical point, let me just finish the point, but the critical point, whatever your views on the number are, is that it would be this Parliament every year that voted to cap migration. So never again would we see immigration rise to levels far higher than anyone intended. We wouldn't ever again see unintended consequences where visa rules are set up, but it turns out the numbers are much higher. A good example of that is the health and social care visa, which was initially only supposed to be a few thousand people, but ended up being hundreds of thousands. With a cap mechanism in place, that would never happen again. So I invite the Minister in her response to tell me, will she support a binding annual cap decided by this Parliament? Will she support democratic accountability for that number? And if not, why on earth wouldn't she? Because I can't see any reason at all why this elected Parliament shouldn't set the limit each and every year, rather than having numbers that many of us would think are far too high.
I thank him I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's speaking with great confidence as ever, and and volume, I have to say. You're very clear. Sorry, the honourable gentleman is very clear about the cap, very clear. But what's less clear is what level he believes it should be set at. He said it should be lower than the current numbers, but with his experience and confidence, what level does he feel it should be set at? What would his first proposal be for that cap?
Well, I'll tell you what, how about he votes for the cap this evening, and then we'll have the debate about what level the cap should be at. We're not going to be debating the level of it when it currently doesn't even exist, and his own front bench are trying to deny him a voice on this issue, and deny every single member in this House a voice on this issue. If you believe in Parliament deciding these things, if you believe in democratic accountability, members opposite will vote for new clause 18 this evening and let Parliament decide what that cap should be.
Thank you. I think the CAP idea builds on some of the work the last government was wanting to bring forward about refugees and asylum seekers when it was asking councils to work up how many they could accommodate. That seems remarkably practical to say that we are a generous nation to be able to look after those people in need, but it comes with the capacity. The whole idea would be to implement a CAP then that has all councils in England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland be able to say what they could hold and us vote on it as a nation. Is that something that he would consider under this idea of a CAP when it comes to dealing with asylum seekers?
Well, I think my honourable friend makes a good point. And actually, it's germane to the earlier discussion about people crossing the Channel illegally, because so long as we have, so far 11,000, 12,000 this year crossing the Channel, worst year ever, it makes it very difficult to accommodate or create safe and legal routes, because our capacity is completely taken up by those people entering the country illegally. If we can stop illegal migration using the measures I've suggested, particularly a removals deterrent, it will then create capacity to have a limited, safe and legal route for people who we, the government, Parliament, judge to be deserving, as we did with the Syria crisis, where the UK resettlement scheme went to refugee camps on the Syrian borders and identified the most vulnerable refugees, very often women and children, and brought them to the UK instead of people crossing the Channel illegally, pushing their way to the front of the queue. It is exactly this approach, new approach, that a tougher approach on illegal immigration would facilitate. I'm just going to make a little bit of progress. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the second amendment that we intend to put to a vote this evening concerns the Human Rights Act. Now, the government, the Home Secretary in her statement earlier, and the Shadow Minister in her remarks the Minister in her remarks a few moments ago talked about tinkering with Article 8. But the truth is that will not really make any meaningful difference. Now, it's worth just reminding ourselves what the history of this is. The ECHR, a treaty, international treaty, we entered into, indeed helped draft in 1950. In 1998, the Blair government passed the Human Rights Act. And what the Human Rights Act did was essentially incorporated the ECHR into domestic law, which means essentially that UK courts, when making any decision, immigration decisions or indeed any other decision, can use their interpretation of the ECHR to interpret legislation passed by this House, but also injunct the government, prevent the government from taking a particular executive action, which might include, for example, removing or deporting someone. Now, the problem, so essentially empowered UK judges to use the ECHR however they saw fit. Now, the problem with the ECHR as drafted is that unlike a piece of domestic legislation like the one we're looking at today, which is very detailed, everything is very sort of precisely defined, the ECHR isn't like that. It's very sort of vaguely worded. For example, Article 3, freedom from torture, inhuman and degrading treatment, or Article 8, the right to a private and family life. Now, nothing objectionable about those in themselves, but the problem is that over the years, judges have expanded their interpretation of those in ever more extraordinary ways that frankly defy common sense. And let me just give the House an example of one or two of those judgments. For example, there was a paedophile of Zimbabwean nationality who fell for deportation under Section 32 of the 2007 Borders Act. Quite rightly, he should have been deported. But a judge said no. A judge said no. Under their interpretation of the East, this is a UK judge, not Strasbourg, UK judge, they said this convicted paedophile might face some hostility if they were returned to Zimbabwe in a manner which breached their Article 3, not Article 8, Article 3 rights. And so the judge said, this convicted paedophile can stay here in the UK. Well, my question is this: what about the human rights of British children to be protected from paedophiles like that? What about the rights of British citizens to be protected from foreign offenders? There was another case, an Iraqi drug dealer who fell for deportation, rightly, back to Iraq, but a judge found that he had become, quotes, too westernised and therefore couldn't be returned to Iraq, his country of nationality and country of origin. Those are just two examples of thousands and thousands of examples where domestic UK judges have stretched the definition of ECHR articles in a way that defies all common sense and certainly, and let me finish the point, and certainly goes far, far beyond anything the original framers of the ECHR had in mind when they signed up to it in 1950. And that is why, as a first step, we propose to essentially repeal the Human Rights Act in relation to all immigration matters. And what that means is that domestic UK judges will no longer be able to apply their own creative and expansive interpretations of the ECHR when making immigration decisions. Instead, they will have to have regard solely and exclusively to domestic legislation that we have passed in this House. That strikes me as a common-sense measure that would end these ridiculous judgments being handed down and would enable the government to ensure that people with no right to be here and dangerous foreign criminals could in fact be removed, whereas at the moment judges are preventing that using interpretations that would completely defy common sense. Last time.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. In his statement, he is very clearly concerned about child protection. So, did he read the testimony of the Children's Commissioner who talked about the children who made their way to our country and who went missing into the system? Victims of rape, sexual abuse, exploitation, some of the most horrendous things that can happen, people who have gone missing. Does he regret the role of his government in facilitating such abuse?
Where that time is running on. Shadow Home Secretary.
Well, I mean, the Deputy Speaker has said I need to wind up. Of course, we need to pay attention to the rights and protection of children, but having people being smuggled across the English Channel on boats does not in any way help with child protection issues. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will of course follow your injunction to wind up. If the government is serious about getting back control of the immigration system and stopping illegal immigration, they will support our measures this evening. They'll support a cap on migration and they will support the repeal of the Human Rights Act in relation to immigration matters.
We will start with an immediate 4-minute time limit on, with the exception of front bench speeches and also any maiden speeches this evening. I call Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The bill's intention to repeal much of the Illegal Migration Act is extremely welcome, particularly the scrapping of the Rwanda scheme. Years of brutal Tory policies that criminalise, persecute and scapegoat migrants and those seeking safety on our shores must be unravelled by this Labour government, but we must go further and faster and turn our backs entirely on the politics of hate and division if we are to avoid future repeats of the recent election results. The recent riots that took place in my city last year that targeted asylum, accommodation and organisations and visibly black people and businesses did not emerge from nowhere. They were the result of the myths and misinformation that perpetrated media and social media. For our Prime Minister to say today that unfettered immigration risks the UK becoming an island of strangers is deeply concerning to me. We cannot concede to the anti-migrant agenda promoted by those who thrive on division. It is simply dishonest to suggest that migration causes falling living standards. It's not migrants, it's political decisions that have hollowed out our communities, brought public service to its knees and allowed inequality to run rampant. And I'm proud of my African and Irish heritage. I'm proud of my home, Liverpool, as being a city of sanctuary. However, I'm not proud of some of the language that's being used today, particularly in terms of the island of strangers, echoing devices and cruel politics of our past. And I've had constituents today say that's very reminiscent of the Rivers of Blood speech. But mine is a port city with people arriving from all over the globe. They are neighbours and friends and our city is far better for it. And Liverpool has a world-leading HE sector with thousands of international students wanting to train here. And I've spoken to the Vice-Chancellors of Hope University and Liverpool John Moores University, who are both very concerned of these announcements being made today. The Labour government must make the unequivocal case that the fight against racism and scapegoating is the same fight as the one against low pay, poor housing and crumbling public services. You cannot defeat one without the other. While this bill goes some way toward repairing the damage done by the previous government, the overall approach remains punitive. In particular, Clause 41 that expands the Home Office's power of detention retrospectively, and the new criminal offences in Parts 1 and 2 are deeply concerning, as well as the retention of Section 29 of the Illegal Migration Act that removes protections for victims of modern slavery, and Section 59 of the same Act that makes asylum and human rights claims from a list of countries inadmissible. Instead, we should be focusing on restoring the right to seek asylum in the UK, opening up safe routes, abandoning offshore processing, resolving the legal aid crisis, and restoring the right to work, increasing support rates for asylum seekers, and ending the use of immigration detention and the harmful, destructive rhetoric. In short, building a compassionate, rights-based and evidence-led approach to immigration and asylum. I'm proud to have added my name in support of NC1 that would enshrine a duty on the Home Office to publish quarterly statistics and detailed information on deaths in the asylum system and in small boat channel crossings. Currently, we know that lives are being lost, but we don't know how many, making our asylum seeking an outlier. So I would call on the Home Secretary to take on board some of those comments, please.
Jim Farron. I call Lisa Smart.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to move new clause 21 and others in my name and the name of other honourable members, and I want to put on record my particular thanks to my honourable friends for Woking and Mid Dunbartonshire for the sterling shift they put in on the Bill Committee. We can all agree on the need to stop these perilous channel crossings, but under the Conservatives, safe and legal routes were dismantled, forcing vulnerable people into the hands of criminal gangs. Meanwhile, the asylum system was left to rot, with a staggering backlog growing year after year. Now we have thousands of people stuck in limbo, unable to work, unable to rebuild their lives, unable to contribute to the UK economy, while taxpayers foot the bill for hotel accommodation in communities like mine. Will she give way? With absolute pleasure, I will give way.
Does she accept that, despite what she just said, under the Conservatives in the last term of government, record numbers of people came here through resettlement schemes, which are safe and legal routes?
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for intervening on me in debates regarding immigration, for it is not the first one where we've had a conversation of this nature. Ukrainians came here under the previous government, Hong Kongers came here, and that is to be welcomed. But there are countries in the world where there are no, and Afghans, he makes a valid point. There are countries in the world, Eritrea, Sudan and others, where there are no safe and legal routes, and that is what New Clause 21 talks about today. The Home Secretary said in the white paper published this morning that we need an immigration system that is fair and effective, and I strongly agree with her. The current system isn't fair, it isn't effective, and I would have liked to see more in this bill to change that. The Liberal Democrats believe in a common-sense immigration and asylum system that treats people with dignity. That means scrapping headline-chasing gimmicks like the Conservatives' Rwanda plan, investing in swift decision-making and tackling criminal gangs at their roots, and we welcome some of the measures in this bill to those ends. But one of the most glaring injustices of our current system is the ban on work for people seeking asylum. Right now, if you've been waiting months and months for a decision, you're barred from working to support yourself, your family, and contribute to the economy. This is wasteful, it's demoralising, and it's lose-lose for everyone. New Clause 21, in my name, would change that. It proposes that if someone's been waiting for more than 3 months, they should be able to pay their fair share. I know from those seeking asylum in my own area that these are people who want to pay their own way, who want to contribute skills and taxes, and who want to be part of their local communities. We should not be stopping them. This is about common sense. Giving people the right to work will ease the pressure on public finances and give dignity back to those caught up in the system. It will help employers fill vacancies at a time of work shortages and allow asylum seekers to build the foundations of a new life. Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge colleagues across the House to support this amendment. It's the fair thing to do, it's the practical thing to do, and it benefits us all. And any government serious about tackling the smuggling gangs, and I do believe this one is, must cut off their business model at the source. New clauses 22 and 36 would require the government to set out new, safe and legal routes, giving those fleeing persecution a proper alternative to dangerous crossings. The lack of these routes is a direct cause of the current crisis. We can't keep saying we want to stop the boats while slamming shut every door to safety for those who need it. This must certainly include greater scope for family reunion. No child should have to face the trauma of fleeing war or persecution alone, only to be denied proper contact with their loved ones. New Clause 27 would widen family reunion rules so that unaccompanied child refugees can be joined by their closest relatives.
Would you give way?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way on the point about reuniting families, because the shadow minister seemed to be utterly bemused as to why so many migrants and illegal immigrants are male rather than female. And I'm wondering if my friend is aware of the Doctors Without Borders report that showed that a large number of sub-Saharan African women were being injected with such high levels of contraceptive as to make them permanently infertile, because they were being raped so many times on their way here that they couldn't then work because they were pregnant to pay off their debt. And actually a fairer system would allow for more women and children to come to the UK.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for the point he raises, and that is one of a number of utterly hideous stories that any of us could find for any of the wonderful organisations and NGOs working with asylum seekers, working with refugees coming to this country. And I'd like to put on record my thanks to my friend from the other place. Baroness Hamwi has done a huge amount of work looking at family reunification and work in this area. This is about basic humanity. These children need safety and the support of their families to truly rebuild their lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, people smuggling of the type this government is trying to crack down on is an international problem, and we can't solve it by going alone. New clauses 23 to 26 will bolster our cooperation with Europol, engaging regular meetings with their leadership, joint task forces, more resources, and a transparent system of reporting back to Parliament. To dismantle these smuggling networks, we need to be working hand in glove with our European allies. This bill could go further to strengthen those vital ties. The UK should be leading on this, not lagging behind. The Liberal Democrats will keep fighting for a system that is fair, fast and humane, where safe routes are in place, families can be reunited, and those who come here are treated with dignity and can contribute to their new communities. Our amendments offer practical steps to rebuild an asylum system that works for all of us, and I urge the House to back these amendments today for practical, humane and effective solutions.
Yvonne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I draw attention to my register of interest and the support provided to my office by the Refugee, Asylum and Migration Policy Project. I also chair the APPG on refugees. I thank the Ministers and members of the Public Bill Committee for their work on this bill, which I continue to support as a whole. My constituents in Folkestone and Hythe want to see Parliament give our law enforcement agencies the powers that they need to tackle these highly sophisticated organised criminals. The small boats industry, which was allowed under the party opposite to run for years, had flourished in part because of the lack of powers for the NCA and the lack of coordination with our European partners. What we absolutely do not need is a performative politics of the party opposite, like with its amendments to disapply the Human Rights Act and immigration functions with its NC14 amendment. We've just had the VE Day 80th anniversary, and it was that fundamentally important victory over tyranny in Europe which led European democracies uniting to safeguard the rights of everyone living within Europe. When I met Ukrainian politicians at the Council of Europe in January this year, they were very clear that they need human rights, the rule of law, democracy and unity of values in Europe, and they need us, the United Kingdom, to help them in their fight against an enemy that lacks those principles. We're at a point in history when it's more important than ever to be clear about our values, about what makes a society one to be proud of, about what we have in common with our neighbours and friends. Disapplying the Human Rights Act for one group today, maybe the party opposite will want to deprive it from another group tomorrow, is rightly not what the government will do. And the opposition's amendment, which I will oppose, is a reminder of this important dividing line in our politics. I also want to comment on Amendment NC3 on safe and managed routes to seek asylum. This is an issue I raised in the Chamber at second reading. I fully accept that safe routes will not on their own stop small boat crossings, which is why we need the enforcement measures in this bill, but I do not think it's sustainable for it to continue to be virtually impossible to claim asylum lawfully, and then to criminalise those who have made valid claims yet have no lawful means to access the asylum system. I'm grateful to the Minister for Migration and Citizenship for agreeing to meet with me next week to discuss this issue. A recent report by the APPG on refugees proposed a pilot system for those from specific conflict zones who have strong claims to be allowed to travel here, so that their claim can be fully examined on UK soil. That will build an evidence base on the issue to inform future policy making. Finally, in relation to British citizenship, while repealing the bar on citizenship for those arriving unlawfully, the government has effectively reintroduced it via policy. I would ask the government to rethink its approach on this. By the time the person in this situation applies for citizenship, they will have been granted asylum with a well-founded claim. They will have been here for over 5 or 6 years, be entirely of good character, may be making a valued contribution to our society, yet because of their method of entry all those years ago, they could be prevented from accessing citizenship and prevented from integrating into this country. I think we need measures to promote integration of those lawfully present here rather than hinder it. Despite these points, I do say, support this bill and thank the government and the members for working on it.
I call Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I draw members' attention to my entry in the register, including my work with the Refugee, Asylum and Migration Partnership. Our new Clause 21 helps the government to tackle poverty, prevent homelessness and demonstrate competence. By enabling asylum seekers to work, it will also reduce the asylum support budget because those asylum seekers can instead support themselves. It will help cohesion between host communities and asylum seekers if they are seen to be paying their way. It will reduce the need to use hotels to house asylum seekers. Those seeking asylum should have the dignity of being able to work, and the taxpayer should get the benefit of the massively reduced costs that this would bring. Moving on to new clauses 22 and 35 on safe routes and humanitarian visas. As things stand, desperate people choose unsafe journeys to uncertain destinations delivered by those who care nothing for their welfare and who continue to cash in while people continue to die in terror in the Mediterranean and in the Channel. But for people escaping tragedy and terror in Eritrea, Sudan and elsewhere who have passed through the lawless horror that is Libya and crossed the Mediterranean, the Channel holds fewer fears than it would do for the likes of us. So we need an intervention that will change people's decisions. This amendment suggests a pilot visa scheme to authorise people who meet the criteria to travel to the United Kingdom safely in order to claim asylum. This proposal means a controlled, ordered, planned, dignified and humane process. Now, talk of strangers, of invasions, of swarms of migrants is despicable. The implication that not just refugees but diaspora communities here in the UK are somehow lesser citizens, not really British, is utterly shameful language, and I condemn it. Politicians and commentators who use such language are guilty, frankly, of spending too much time online and too little time on the doorsteps, market squares, even in the pubs, churches and communities. You see, the reason that the Rwanda scheme was so unpopular was not, shockingly, because every Brit is a bleeding heart liberal, but because the scheme was unfair and ineffective. The British people just want fairness and competence. So I urge the government not to fall into the Tory trap of making ludicrous promises they cannot keep, and I counsel other opposition parties not to make ludicrous promises that they wouldn't be able to keep either, because one day you may actually find yourself in power and face the wrath of an electorate for your failure to deliver. So look, in my closing words, in these discussions on migration, I have read and heard far too much about there being references to the apparent threat to Britain's Christian heritage. Well, let me just finish by saying this. The Bible does not tell us what our policy should be, but it definitely tells us what our posture and our attitude should be. And I'm afraid the Prime Minister made awful remarks today about an island of strangers. Leviticus 19 rebukes him, and I quote, "The stranger who resides with you shall be to you like someone native born among you, and you shall love him as yourself." As the socially conservative American theologian Russell Moore says, yes, Jesus was a refugee, and he is still in their camp. We should be also.
I call Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I represent Walthamstow. Once upon a time, the architect of the ECHR was the next-door neighbour, Winston Churchill. But let's be under no illusions, let's be frank about it, because people in this chamber will write off my corner of London as some nirvana of good relations that we don't get the issues or challenges with immigration. We have people in our community who judge people on the basis of their skin colour, who listen to the social media tropes. We have people who seek division, who share a common aim, find somebody to blame rather than a solution for the challenges we face. Legislation needs to be the counter to that, not the facilitator to it. Because the reality is, across this country, there are just too many people with too much month at the end of their money. And it's too easy to tell those people that it's immigrants are the reason why that is the case, rather than the truth. Because the people in my community are not woke, they're wise. They get that trying to tell them that immigrants are the problem when actually it's politicians is the truth. Politicians who don't face up to the challenges that we face. The people in my community, as are people across this country, know whether it's old friends or strangers, incomers from Hackney or even further afield. They can all find common ground if you don't get their bins collected, or if they can't park their cars, or yes, if they feel their children are at risk. Humanity finds each other in this country in our common grumbles. That is what it means to be British, to have a moan about the reality of daily life. And those who want to divide us, those who want to tell us that somehow this is the way forward, find somebody to blame rather than solutions to those challenges, do nobody a service. So let's talk about what we could do in this bill to make things better. Let me support my colleague from across the border in the Victoria line with new clause 37. We shouldn't be making a profit out of children who are seeking to be citizens who have the right to remain here. Let me also draw to the attention the Minister new clause 44 that I have tabled, learning from Australia and New Zealand, those bastions of progressive immigration policy, in introducing a workers' justice visa. Let me be clear, we really need to help the overseas workers in our communities who are at the behest of their sponsors. It is outrageous in this country that there are people whose future relies on somebody else's largesse rather than their basic human rights. But we can learn from Australia and New Zealand in introducing a workers' justice visa to correct that issue, that when there is somebody who is clearly a victim of modern slavery, they can't stay in the country to pursue that claim, so the person who is making them a slave cannot be held to account.
On that point,
I
thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that we have got significant problems in this country as the modern slavery system has degraded? And will she join me in trying to push for the NRM to be reviewed, as the government has promised, to tackle exactly what she's talking about?
Absolutely, and let me be clear that I recognise it will not address all the issues with overseas domestic workers, but a workers' justice visa could be the start of making sure that our immigration system is more functional. Let me also draw to the Minister's attention new clause 45, which is about the good character requirement. It makes no sense at all to those of us who are concerned about integration to say to somebody that they may stay in this country, they have a well-founded fear of persecution, but they'll never be able to make a life here. They'll always end up paying more for their mortgages because they won't be able to get a proper income. They'll never be able to get jobs as easily as others, so they might be more dependent on benefits. That is what happens when we start denying citizenship to people who have actually got the right to be here. The Refugee Council recognised that this will affect 71,000 people because it is retrospective. Little wonder there is a court case now in train. Bad policy making in the face of social media tropes does nobody any favours. And I urge the ministers to look again at this, to address how we could deal with it. This amendment is simple. It's about us upholding our international obligations. It's about saying if there was a safe route, absolutely, it is bad character not to use it, but I'd love the members opposite who are no longer in their place to tell me what the safe route from Iran is, when many of the people on the boats are from Iran. We have to get immigration policy right. I stand here as somebody who does not want open borders. I want a fair and just immigration service, who learnt in my first year in this place from the former Home Secretary Jack Straw, who told me there were two divides, left and right, and those people who had to deal with the UKBA and those who didn't. The legislation before us does many welcome things, but it also does things that I fear in future we will come to regret, just as we will come to regret pandering to those people who wish to divide us, rather than getting on and sorting out why it is that we still have a cost of living crisis in this country. The government will have my support if it wants to do more to make sure we can bring people together, not just to sort out bin collections, that perennial challenge, but also to invest in everybody, whether they were born here or they come here to make a contribution. After all, those of us with refugee heritage, whether we were Huguenots, the Farages and the Creases, deserve need better than less.
We'll now start a 3-minute time limit. I call Will Forster.
Speaker, my constituency of Woking has a proud and long history of supporting those fleeing persecution. It was home to the Ockenden Venture, a trailblazing charity founded in the 1950s that helped resettle refugees from post-war Europe to Vietnam and beyond. A former MP for Woking, Humphrey Mallins, a Conservative, even set up a national immigration service. That legacy reminds us the best of British values, and especially today I think it's important we reflect on that and what makes Britain great. Yet this bill falls far short of those values, not very great at all. I sat on the Public Bill Committee for its legislation, where I proposed 15 amendments. While I support parts of this bill that seeks to tackle the cruel trade of people smuggling, I'm deeply concerned that once again this government is prioritising punitive headlines over practical solutions. One area in which the bill completely fails is to lift the ban on asylum seekers working whilst they await their decision, and that's why I support new clause 21. People are waiting for years in limbo whilst their application is processed, with no right to contribute, no right to earn, and no hope of building their lives. During the Bill Committee, we heard that as a result of the former Conservative government's mishandling of the situation, 19 people have waited 10 years or more for their claim to be settled. These are capable adults that should have been contributing to the economy. Letting people work is the right thing to do. That's why Australia lets them do it straight away. That's why Canada allows refugees to apply for a work permit while their application is being processed. The United States allows people to work when they're seeking asylum after 6 months. Human beings are amazing creatures. They're capable of so much. It's a waste to keep people essentially kept away from society. We want to support them. That's what new clause will do. It's the right to let people to work after 3 months. I urge colleagues in this House to support it. I briefly mentioned the safe legal routes. Ukraine has showed us that if we provide safe legal routes, it takes away the people smugglers, it takes away the illegal immigration. That's why I support new clause 22 and 36 from my party and new clause 3 from the SNP. These are vital measures that will tackle the root causes of those dangerous crossings. I hope members support both of them. And critically, Interpol was an issue we talked in the Bill Committee. We are turning our back. We're not asking Europe to help us with this problem. The government refused to do so. Instead of isolating ourselves, we should be leading those efforts to tackle smuggling gangs. We cannot solve a global crisis by resolving that without those main issues. But we can do better. That's why Britain's got a proud history, and this bill should be a lot better.
Yeah. I call Olivia Blair.
Speaker, and I'd like to point the House to my declaration in the Register Member of Interest from the help I received from the Refugee Asylum Migration Policy Project and the fact that I'm the co-chair of the APPG on migration. And I welcome the government action in this bill to repeal parts of the opposition's repeated gimmicks and nonsense legislation that we saw in the last Parliament. But today I wish to speak to New Clause 1, New Clause 2 and New Clause 37, all of which I'm a signatory to. New Clause 1, tabled by my Right Honourable friend, not Right Honourable, for Nottingham East, she should be, to require the Home Office to publish quarterly statistics and information on deaths in the asylum system and the small boat channel crossings. Under the last government, a horrifying number of refugees and people seeking asylum had died trying to cross the channel and in Home Office accommodation, with 2024 reaching a record high. And despite the daily, weekly reports on numbers of people stopped or deported, we still don't have regular reporting that is clear and transparent on those that have lost their lives in the system. And that is incredibly important, not just morally, but to address the evidence gap that we have on that, to make sure that we're getting policies right. On New Clause 2, on the report of the right to work, I hear what the Minister was saying about this being a discussion about time, but mental health and working rights are not separate issues. The majority of asylum seekers in the UK are unable to work, and they are unable to use their skills to support themselves and their families, or even to save enough to rent a home. Instead, they are trapped, isolated, inactive and dependent on state support. There are countless compelling reasons why asylum seekers should be allowed to work like the rest of the population, and given the huge amount of support it has from both the public and businesses, we should at least get the opportunity to scrutinise the reasons why this ban remains and the impact it is having. Finally, new clause 37, tabled by my right honourable friend, the member for, again, not right honourable, Clapham and Brixton, on children who are born in the UK, who have grown up here, know no other home, and they're currently priced out of citizenship simply because their parents' immigration status at the time of their birth. These young people are part of our communities, our schools, the fabric of our future. They should not be denied their rights or go on to face barriers in education, housing, healthcare, or across society. These children are not strangers, they are our friends and our neighbours. Yeah. Some have stoked racist divisions against migrants, a drum that the far right have continually banged since. And that is the rhetoric that this whole House must continually oppose. Amid rising anti-refugee sentiment, including last year's shocking riots, enabling people to feel secure and contribute to their communities could not be more urgent or valuable. Yeah. I'm aghast by some of the amendments from parties opposite. I wonder how many lives need to be ruined before they will consider it too many. And it is shameful to see this victimisation of those who have come here and tried to find safety, particularly new clause 41.
Yeah. I call Sarah Perchin to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by saying how delighted I am that my colleagues have dragged themselves out of the pub to actually join me for my maiden speech. I'm so proud to be here in this place. I feel so privileged to be here in this place. And I hope that I will make a good contribution to the business of this place with my background as 20 years in public service as both a magistrate and a borough councillor. I would like to thank the voters of Runcorn and Helsby who have put their trust in me. It certainly was a historic night, a night I will never forget. We had a recount at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and the result finally came through at about 6 o'clock in the morning, and there were 6 votes in it. So I think 6 is probably my lucky number from now on.
5 too many.
We certainly put Runcorn and Helsby on the map, and it is actually the closest by-election parliamentary result ever. Yeah. So lots of drama, made for some great headlines the next day. Well, great headlines for us anyway. Yeah. I would like to thank and pay tribute to my predecessor, Mike Amesbury. In 2020, he won a ballot to put forward a bill of his choice, and he chose to focus on the cost of living crisis by limiting the cost of school uniforms. This gathered cross-party support, and it went through as an Act of Parliament in 2021. I will also be focusing on the cost of living because it's something that was raised endlessly with me on the doorsteps during the campaign period. Voters that feel let down by this government, voters who have lost their winter fuel allowance, had their disability benefits slashed, have seen their costs of their energy bills go through the roof when they were promised they would go down. It's very important that I make this maiden speech today. There were a few raised eyebrows. I've only been here, well, in fact, less than a week. But this bill is important because it's so relevant to what I believe in. In Runcorn, there are over 900 illegal immigrants that we know about. They are housed both in an asylum hotel, the Daresbury Hotel, which has about 400 illegal immigrants in it, and incidentally, that was to be shut down during the election campaign by the government, but of course is still open. The remaining 500 or so are housed in houses of multiple occupancy, HMOs, in the community. The recent government announcement encouraging private landlords to give up their properties to house illegal immigrants in order to get a 5-year guarantee of rent, to get all the maintenance on the properties paid for, will only make this situation worse. We'll end up with British tenants being evicted, rents being forced up, and the already limited housing supply getting worse. The problem for the communities of places like Runcorn is that these houses of multiple occupancy often have 15 to 20 young men in them, and families living nearby have to put up with antisocial behaviour through the night, drug dealing, people coming and going, noise. I've seen CCTV throughout the campaign. I've heard the stories. People are frightened to go out. People certainly will not let their children play out on the pavements when they have these houses in their streets. We know that these HMOs are breeding grounds for organised crime gangs, whether that be drugs, whether that be people trafficking, or whether that be grooming gangs. Something recently downplayed by the Leader of the House. Sexual violence against women, abuse of women, the safety of women and children will be something that I will champion, not deny. My background in the justice system will also, I hope, give substance to my contributions on subjects close to my heart, like the current state of our prisons, the daily threat that our brave prison officers, men and women, face when they go to work. Just recently, again, another example in the news over the last couple of days about what they're facing. I will also be a strong voice against the prosecutions of our Northern Ireland veterans who were so brave on our behalf in the Troubles. I will be brave as they were for us, and I will stand up for what is right and fair. Turning to the constituency itself. It's a new constituency. It was formed in the boundary changes of last year by 5 other constituencies lending areas to its geography. Not only is it new, it's diverse. It's home to some of the wealthiest, to some of the poorest. It's home to a beautiful market town, vibrant town of Frodsham, to Runcorn Old Town, which is in decline and in desperate need of investment. It has beautiful leafy villages, and it has housing estates battling drug crime, battling antisocial behaviour. And I have lots of wonderful businesses in the constituency, ranging from the chemical industry, the farming industry, right through to the science park. So there's a lot of really good businesses in this constituency. But there are many challenges ahead. And some of the problems that I'm going to take on behalf of my constituents are things like the drastic shortage of housing, on things like the desperate need for investment and regeneration of the old town. The standard of education in the 5 secondary schools is at best average, at worst way below average. Somebody needs to highlight these issues. We have an incinerator that churns out toxic waste. An investigation into the health implications is currently ongoing. And then we have the white elephant that is the net zero project. Carbon capture, carbon storage, and an extensive solar panel farm right across the middle of this constituency. I will challenge the people who've put these policies in place. I will speak for the people who have so long lacked the representation they deserve. This constituency has huge potential. It has hard-working people that just want fairness, and I will be their voice. To conclude, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Clacton for his vision, his commitment and his conviction that has brought a new voice to this chamber. I will stand up for what is right. To all my colleagues in this room, you will find me fair, principled, and here to serve my constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been asked many times over the last 10 days whether I am overwhelmed by recent events, whether I am overwhelmed by being in this place. I am not overwhelmed. I am deeply respectful of this place. I am humbled by this place, but I am ready for this place. Thank you.
I call Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's an honour to follow that eloquent and impassioned maiden speech by our new honourable member. I can tell we'll be hearing a lot more from her in this House. And while I'm sure her colleagues are pleased to have their number back up to 5, I think we can all understand her lucky number is 6. Can I draw the House's attention to my register of interests and the support provided to my office by the Refugee Migration Project? And I'd like to make a couple of points in relation to the amendments today, particularly drawing on the evidence we heard at the committee stage. The purpose of this legislation is to stop the small boat crossings in the Channel. They are too dangerous, too many vulnerable people die in the attempt, and they represent a lack of grip on the immigration system, because it should be the government who decides to come into this country, not people smugglers. It is clear the previous approach manifestly failed. That is because the Rwanda scheme means you can never reduce demand enough. As Dr. Walsh from the Migration Observatory told us in our evidence sessions, demand for crossing the Channel is essentially inelastic. You will never get enough to get it down. Deterrence alone, therefore, will not work. If you want proof, consider that of all those asylum seekers in the system, those who went to Rwanda represent 1/4,000th of 1%. So rather than tackle demand, we should tackle supply. We need to make it harder to get in boats, harder to organise crossings, disrupt the supply chain that drives this multi-million-pound industry, and seize the phones of those making the crossing. Let me briefly turn to new Clause 3 on safe routes. Let's be clear, there is absolutely a wider case for safe routes, and there is a national obligation to help where we can. Let us also be clear, safe routes already exist at significant scale. Some 500,000 people sought sanctuary in the UK through them over the last few years. And thirdly, we must be clear that given the vast numbers of people in the asylum system just now, no one can argue that Britain does not have enough refugees. But most importantly, safe routes, I would argue, fall into the same logical trap as the Rwanda scheme, in that they aim at reducing demand rather than tackling supply. Rwanda said, don't come because there's a tiny chance you'll be sent to Rwanda instead. Safe routes say, don't come because there's a tiny chance you can come through safe routes instead. Let's be clear, the purpose of this bill is to reduce channel crossings. There are good arguments for safe routes on many levels, but having worked on migration policy for 15 years before coming here, we have to recognise that they would not play a role in reducing cross-channel travel.
Carla Denyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government's repeal of the vile and illegal Safety of Rwanda Act and large parts of the Illegal Migration Act 2023 are welcome, but the government must do more to repeal the underlying legal framework which continues to undermine the UK's ability to uphold the rule of law and human rights. The Illegal Migration Act simply does not belong on the statute book, and my preference would be to scrap the lot of it. My Amendment 35 at least seeks to restore judicial oversight on decisions about detention. The Immigration Law Practitioners Association points out that without my Amendment 35, a software engineer who overstayed her visa could be detained for longer than a suspected terrorist and with far less judicial oversight. Turning to my new Clause 38, I'm disappointed to see that the government has not used this bill to repeal the Nationality and Borders Act 2022, when it rightly opposed that legislation in its entirety on its second reading in this place. That Act marked the UK's move away from upholding the 1951 Refugee Convention and instead denies the right to territorial asylum. Yet this Labour government has chosen to leave that Act on the statute book, untouched by this bill. My new Clause 38 focuses on undoing the provisions that penalise and criminalise people who make unsafe journeys to the UK to seek sanctuary. It scraps the parts that create an unfair two-tier asylum system with differential treatment for different groups of people, a proposal so unworkable that the member for Newark had to pause it while in administration. Crucially, it scraps the law which criminalises people arriving in the UK without permission or the right paperwork with a penalty of up to 4 years in prison. This law is clearly contrary to Article 31(1) of the 1951 Refugee Convention, which provides immunity from penalties in recognition of the fact that refugees are often compelled to arrive without appropriate documents in order to access their human rights under that convention. And lastly, my new Clause 38 scraps sections 30 to 38 of the Nationality and Borders Act 2022, which sought to, I'll put it charitably, poorly reinterpret the Refugee Convention. Madam Deputy Speaker, through my amendment, I want to highlight that the government is leaving on the statute book measures that unjustly penalise and criminalise refugees for arriving irregularly when there are no safe and managed routes to travel here to claim asylum for the vast majority of people who might need and be eligible to do so. In the words of Warsan Shire, no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is clearly focused on appearing tough on immigration, and to do so, they brought in some of the previous government's cruel policies and introduced some of their own. As a Green...
Order. I call Bell Ribera Addy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak in particular in support of new Clause 37 in my name, but I want to begin by addressing the political theatre that often surrounds immigration. Politicians will constantly speak about immigration, spinning fear and suspicion, and then conveniently report back that immigration is the top concern for voters, when it is not. Recent polls show that clearly immigration does not feature in the top concerns amongst those who were considering voting Labour but didn't. Instead, people are talking about tangible issues, the winter fuel allowance, the rising cost of living, and the desperate need to fund our public services. But instead of dealing with these things, we choose to stoke division with sentiments about strangers. So I want to be crystal clear that immigration is not the crisis. What we're facing is the crisis of how we treat people, how we value rights, and how we understand our responsibilities to one another. The focus seems always to be on small boat crossings, but irregular migration, people arriving by boats, accounts for just a fraction of nearly the 1 million people who came to this country. These I will not call illegal migrants because it's morally degrading, and asylum seekers actually have the right under international law to seek refuge. And if we want to resolve these issues, we need to start with safe and legal routes. It's regular migration that's actually soared since 2021, the Tories post-Brexit, and that's because the government's own policies created this situation. The points-based immigration system was always designed to encourage people to come here, and they have. So the issue is not migration itself, it's the exploitative business model behind it. And you know, it isn't about fairness, it always seems to come to profit, and it's the same logic, profits over people, that governs our asylum system. So look at the companies that are contracted to run immigration detention, like Serco, My Time, Mears, household names at Serco, all profiteering. They make millions off the back of vulnerable people, and we've seen reports into detainees abused, unsanitary conditions, and yet they continue to get millions of pounds in contracts. And while we're speaking about protection, I want to turn to children, specifically the children born here in the UK, or who have lived here since they were young and have called no other place home, but yet are still denied British citizenship, and that's why I tabled new Clause 37 to address this. These children are not migrants, they are not migrants, but they are treated like second-class citizens, often not even knowing that they are officially not citizens until they try to apply for university or a job. And, you know, does that sound familiar? They suddenly find themselves locked out of everything through no fault of their own, a quiet scandal, just like the Windrush scandal, lived here your whole lives, only to to be told that you have no right to be here. And we promised never again. We said that we would learn lessons. But in 2025, we are charging British-born children £1,214 to register as citizens when we know the administrative cost is only £372. These are children that we are charging for something that is their right. That's 215,000 children up to who are legally entitled to citizenship but are undocumented because of this exploitative fee. The fee waiver is not working, and you know, we're calling for fairness here, and at the very least, if a child is entitled to citizenship, they should be able to claim it without being priced out. No child should be punished for where their parents were born or how much money they have.
I call Pete Wishart.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to my new clauses and amendments, and I beg to move new clause 3, which stands in my name. I was going to congratulate the honourable member for Runcorn in her maiden speech, but she seems to have joined her colleagues in the bar. I was going to say to her, she's achieved something quite notable, that she's actually been able to bring and force this government to bring forward this immigration white paper as both of these parties try to outdo and triangulate the honourable members who are no longer behind me. And can I just say to them, probably more or less wasting their time, why would they go for one of the diet versions when they could have the full-fat honourable gentleman behind me? Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've spoken at every stage of this bill and spent 4 interminable weeks and countless hours on the Public Bill Committee. I wish I could say other than being with the Minister. Of course, it was a positive experience, but it was nothing other than a thoroughly frustrating, depressing and dispiriting one. I've been appalled at the emerging casual and callous way that the most wretched people in the world are now portrayed and demonised, and I fear what this House now has in store for them. I despair at the lack of empathy and humanity that's been shown to some of the most desperate people in the world, and I abhor this perception that essential human rights that have been considered a hindrance to be dispensed with in the even more pursuit of cruelty and disregard. I think that the House forgets these are real people fleeing conflict, oppression and unimaginable horror. Now, I rise to move my new clause 3 on safe routes because I believe this is the only way we could deal with them. What we have done just now is create a monopoly and an exclusive rights to the gangs which operate these crossings across the channel just now. There is no other way for asylum seekers to assert their asylum rights. Most of them, when they have the opportunity to assert these rights, actually have them granted, which makes a nonsense of the fact of illegal immigrants and asylum seekers. Instead of smashing gangs, what they are actually doing is giving them new opportunities and making their business model even more lucrative. And I want to pay tribute to all the agencies and support organisations which helped me with these amendments and the amendments throughout committee, who are now also in some sort of legal jeopardy because of some of the clauses inclusions in this bill. Their opportunities to support the most desperate people in the world through advocacy for looking after their rights are now at risk because of some of the measures within these bills. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that we are heading into a particularly dark place in some of the considerations around some of these issues. I'm impressed with some of the Labour speakers when they talk about immigration, and we have to be very careful how we handle this particular debate as we go forward. But I really fear just now. I listened to some of the language used by the Prime Minister this morning, and I was horrified by the way that he conjured up some of the language that we thought we had lost decades ago. And this is the type of territory that we venture into with very great sensitivity, and I'm afraid that the Prime Minister lost that there this afternoon. But I hope that we do get the opportunity to move these new clauses, secure these routes, and make sure we do everything we can for asylum seekers.
I call Jo White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People started dying. People were screaming. It was very painful when someone is dying inside the water. The way they die, they cannot breathe. It is very difficult. I never thought I would experience such a thing. It is a harrowing experience I do not want to remember. I was holding on to what remained of the boat and people were screaming. It is something I will not forget. This is the witness testimony of Mohammed Omar when he spoke at the Cranston inquiry, which is investigating the UK's worst small boat disaster. On the 27th of November 2021, it is believed that 31 people lost their lives. Mohammed said he was told that 33 people were aboard the dinghy, but more people were added, including children. Those gang members whose sole focus on the billions that their horrific trade generates, who overload boats that are not fit to go into the ocean, who treat human life with no value, willing to put lives at risk for huge profits must experience the full arm of the law. This bill gives the Border Command the powers to do this, to pursue, arrest and prosecute those people. Breaking and destroying the gangs is critical to bringing an end to the small boat crossings. Mohammed's witness evidence underlines how important it is to achieve this. The bill not only gives the power and authority to work with our international partners to track down breaking up the gangs with the powers to seize and interrogate mobile phones and laptops to collect data and evidence, but the new amendment will bring in enhanced legal working checks, putting a stop to those delivery drivers bringing meals or parcels to our doorsteps who cannot speak a word of English and potentially using IDs borrowed or purchased from legitimate employees. I welcome the raids on businesses, the nail bars, the barbers, the restaurants employing illegal workers potentially in slave labour conditions. In January, there were 131 raids in my area in the Midlands, with 106 arrests. The amendment will mean that those arrested will now face fines of up to £50,000 per worker and prison sentences of up to 5 years. The French have said that people want to come to the UK because it's all so easy to be swept into the black economy and work illegally. The heavy disincentives of fines and prison sentences have the power to put a brake on the demand for the legal trafficking of people. I welcome this bill and as I said in February, crack on with the job, give us a running commentary of every success, publicise the return flights and the jailing of criminals, clear up the Conservatives' mess, secure our borders, close down the use of hotels and stop the small boats. Today is the next step forward.
Yeah. I call Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of New Clause 14. This government came into power on the promise of smashing the gangs and cutting immigration numbers. What an empty, cynical slogan that turned out to be, and the exact opposite happened. The gangs were emboldened and they lost control of illegal immigration, up 31% since the election and up 35% since this year. So after the failure of smashing the gangs and the poor showing at the recent elections, the government's response is another gimmick, and that gimmick is the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill. The bill is hollow. Its 5 core principles are a word salad of empty phrases, and the bill is a rehash of old ideas and contradictions. And what it lacks is a deterrent. In fact, the biggest mistake this Prime Minister has made in a strong field of contenders has been cancelling the Rwanda scheme. Even the National Crime Agency described it as a deterrent, and it was already starting to work. We were seeing those coming in by dinghy from France starting to head to Ireland and other countries. And without Rwanda, or another third country, there is no way to remove any illegal immigrants who destroy their documents as they come to this country. And as a result of cancelling that deterrent, we have seen illegal migration soar. Now, some of this illegal migration will come down, immigration levels will come down, but as a result of the former Prime Minister, the MP for Richmond, what he did with his restrictions to stop dependents entering the country and the bilateral deals he made, like the ones with Albania to deport criminals. So this government now says it's going to create a new legal framework for immigration judges to prevent illegal migrants and foreign criminals avoiding deportation by exploiting the ECHR Human Rights Act, Article 8. This is never going to happen by a human rights lawyer who leads the Labour Party or a Labour Party that champions the ECHR and the Human Rights Act. The reality is, until this government gets ahead of the curve and gets a spine and takes the UK out of the ECHR and repeals the Human Rights Act, a Labour law introduced to cement the ECHR into British law, and reinstates the Rwanda scheme and radically clamps down on housing and benefits, I'm afraid immigrants will continue coming to the UK. The British people expect security and prosperity, not platitudes and broken promises. We in this House must act accordingly and vote in favour of New Clause 14, which would disapply the Human Rights Act.
I call Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Vulnerable people are dying in the Channel and in our asylum system in record, horrifying numbers. Today, yet another person tragically died, trying to reach our shores. The exact figures are murky, but from what we know, last year was the deadliest year ever for people seeking asylum in the UK. The UN estimates that 82 people, including at least 14 children, lost their lives in the Channel, but French frontline charities believe the fatality rate to be significantly higher. Meanwhile, Freedom of Information requests reveal that 51 people died in asylum accommodation, among them a 15-year-old boy and 2 babies. People are drowning while trying to reach safety, and once they arrive, they are dying by suicide, from infectious diseases and unknown causes, in poverty, in low-quality accommodation, or on the streets. Like the teenage victim of modern slavery who took his own life while terrified of deportation, or the father of one who died of diphtheria after being held in a government processing centre, or the 7-year-old girl crushed to death on an overcrowded boat. In several cases of deaths in asylum accommodation, there have been alleged lapses of safeguarding codes. These deaths are utterly unacceptable and often preventable, yet the Home Office keeps no official record. As such, we don't know how many lives are being lost. The government rightly wants to reduce deaths in the Channel. The starting point must be to know the numbers. My amendment, NC1, signed by 24 MPs, is a call for truth and transparency. It would mandate the Home Office to record and report statistics and information on the deaths of people in our asylum system who are meant to be in their care and those at our borders. This would provide opportunities for scrutiny and accountability, because no matter where they come from or how they got here, people deserve dignity. We must not allow them to die in silence, ignored and uncared for. So I urge the government to act. We need a new approach to refugees and asylum. We need to stand up to members opposite, scapegoating desperate people for the problems our communities are experiencing after 14 years of Conservative austerity, instead of parroting them. I'm glad that this bill repeals the Safety of Rwanda Act and much of the Illegal Migration Act, but we need to reverse all the dehumanising policies implemented by the last government, not just the ones covered by this bill. We need to expand safe and legal routes to the UK, including resettlement, family reunion, and piloting a refugee visa to travel, as proposed in a report by PCS and the Union and Care for Calais, the launch of which I was privileged to host here in Parliament. No longer must people seeking asylum fall through the cracks of a system which does not provide them with the care and safety they deserve. Let's ensure that every person who loses their life is counted, remembered and mourned, and that we do everything in our power to prevent anyone else dying because of this inhumane system.
Sir Christopher Sharp.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I speak briefly to new clause 39 in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough. He is unfortunately not able to present this argument himself today because he is actually attending a meeting of the Legal Affairs Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and he's asked me if I would speak briefly in support of this. And I hope that in doing so I'm going to be able to tempt or encourage the Minister to expand a bit more on whether the government thinks that this is rather a good way of trying to ensure that the worst abuses which we've seen in the court system are avoided in the future, because essentially my right honourable friend's amendment would give precedence to the non-refoulement arrangements in the Refugee Convention and in the UN Convention Against Torture, but they wouldn't allow the European Convention on Human Rights and the interpretation of the European Court of Human Rights to extend beyond those provisions. And I think that this is very important because fundamental to English law is the principle of equity. And if people come here with clean hands and seek justice and our support, we should be very keen to encourage that. But if people come here and they abuse their hospitality or they've already committed offences, then we should get rid of them very quickly. And that at the moment is not very easy because of the way in which the courts are interpreting the European Convention on Human Rights. And my right honourable friend for Tatton referred briefly to a new clause 14. The problem that I've got with new clause 14, it doesn't actually go far enough, because it talks about getting rid of the or disapplying the Human Rights Act, but it only goes to talking about disapplying the interim arrangements for the European Convention on Human Rights. I think we need to go much further than that, and so I'm slightly reluctant to be enthusiastic about it. But one provision I was very enthusiastic about and am enthusiastic about, and I'm disappointed that the official opposition are not going to be calling a division on it, and that's new clause 15. Because new clause 15, in the terms of the Shadow Home Secretary's explanatory statement, says this new clause will prevent a foreign national who is convicted of any offence from remaining in the UK, as well as anyone who has been charged with... Yes, I can wait. Yes.
Well, I very much agree with my right honourable friend. Does he not also recognise there is an issue of democracy here? Successive governments, successive ministers have said they want to toughen up the regime. And yet activist judges are undermining that, and that is a further reason for supporting the clauses that he is setting out.
Well, I agree with my right honourable friend, and if one wants a sort of current example, there was a headline in the Daily Telegraph on the 1st of May which said, "Migrants spared prison after punching a female officer." This was a fact. This was a court case in Poole, in Dorset, not far from my constituency. And this was a small boat migrant who repeatedly punched 2 female police officers, and he was spared jail. And this is completely laughable. And I've got the support of the David Sidgwick, the excellent Police and Crime Commissioner for Dorset, trying to take this issue further. But it brings the whole system into disrepute. The fact that people come here, they seek our help and assistance, and when they abuse the system, we are still indulging their presence. And I hope that the Minister will get much tougher on this. And sadly, the bill as drafted seems to be actually weakening the offence regime under the immigration law rather than strengthening it, which is what I think we should be doing.
I call Phil Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of the bill today because for far too long, criminal smuggling gangs have operated with virtual impunity, ruthlessly exploiting men, women and children and putting their lives at risk for profit. That's why I'm encouraged to see a government being honest with me and my constituents. No more gimmicks, no more wasting £700 million on unworkable and fantastical Rwanda schemes. Just giving our law enforcement bodies the tools and the resourcing they need to intervene earlier and act faster, with new offences to target those who supply or handle boat parts used in crossings, with up to 14 years behind bars for those guilty, seizing electronic devices like phones and laptops to help gather evidence and disrupt operations, and a new interim serious crime prevention order to allow immediate restrictions on travel, communications, finances, to stop criminals in their tracks before they escalate their activity. And it's also why I'm particularly pleased about the £150 million into the new Border Security Command and further National Crime Agency officers working across Europe, including, importantly, through Europol. It's not rocket science, but the National Crime Agency itself has said that these measures will give them what they need to disrupt smuggling networks and dismantle their business model. Just as importantly, this bill will put a stop to the party opposite's attempts to turn our backs on the world, as we saw recently with the 2 fantastic trade deals concluded recently with India and the US just last week. And that's a vital recognition that putting Britain back on the global stage and tackling the gang smuggling people into our country can go hand in hand. Now, crime doesn't respect borders, so it's quite right that we are prioritising strong international partners, and I would particularly like to welcome the new joint action plan with Germany through the Calais Group and the G7 and the alignment of efforts across Europe to shut down smuggling routes, seize key equipment and bring gang leaders to justice. New clauses 6 and 7 both set reasonable timelines for first-tier tribunal appeal determinations, important clarifications given the damage interminable proceedings and delays due to trust in our immigration system. These will cut the asylum backlog and drastically save money for taxpayers. And new clause 7 will, I hope, improve our approach regarding persons convicted of serious sexual offences, something I know my constituents have grave concerns about. So it's right that foreign nationals who commit sex offences should not be able to claim refugee status here in the UK. The UK is a welcoming and open nation, and we need a sensible, fair and caring immigration system to support our key industries. But I'm pleased that the government is making moves towards that, and I am pleased to support the bill tonight.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to go through the difference between what the government told the newspapers and the reality of this bill and the amendments that are presented today. Ministers said they would change indefinite leave to remain. The White Paper proposal today is weak, and the Home Secretary admitted it may not apply to immigrants already here. So it's no wonder that the government refuses to support new Clause 11, which would do the job for them. The visa crackdown on the nationalities, Pakistanis, Nigerians and Sri Lankans, we were told, blamed for asylum costs. The promise to kick out all foreign criminals, both were headlines with no credible policy presented to us today. The government promised action against the tens of thousands of people, maybe more, working illegally for delivery companies by abusing substitution clauses. So it is welcome that substitution clauses are being added to sections 15 to 24 of the Immigration, Asylum and Nationality Act. But what will be the operational reality? There are perhaps 1 million illegal immigrants in Britain, but only 366 fines were imposed for illegal working in the last quarter of last year. At least 100,000 people are trading identities online to work as substitutes. Before the local elections, the headline said foreign sex offenders will be banned from claiming asylum in the UK. And I suppose this is what Government New Clause 8 does. But what use is this if ministers don't give themselves legal powers to deport foreign sex offenders? The government is whipping its MPs to vote against New Clause 14, which does disapply the Human Rights Act and interim measures issued by the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. Madam Deputy Speaker, today is, I'm afraid, just another stage in the cycle of political deceit. Now, I should say that my party has in the past been as culpable as the party opposite, and we must be honest about that. Immigration policy must be not just about who comes here, but about who we decide must leave. People here on time-limited visas must be told to go. People who refuse to accept our culture and way of life must leave, and people who have broken the law and those who take out less than they put in must be thrown out. We're going to need to ensure vast numbers of removals and deportations in the years ahead. And we need to remove the legal impediments in domestic law and in international conventions drafted in another age that stop us securing the border and saving our country. And we must be tough about who we allow to come here. We cannot afford to import more of the world's hatreds nor allow foreign conflicts to be fought out on our streets. We must accept that not every migrant is the same and not every culture is equal. 1 in 50 Albanians in Britain is in jail. 1 in 3 Pakistani and Bangladeshi heritage adults is economically inactive. 72% of Somalis live in social housing. We are a million miles away from doing what is necessary, and despite the rhetoric, this bill takes us even further backwards. Look past the words, and this country will see what this government is doing.
Joe Platt. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to speak in support of the bill and the government's new clauses, as it is an issue that matters deeply. Because when we talk about immigration and border control, we're not just talking about policies made in Westminster. We're talking about real-life consequences on those seeking refuge. And this bill is a major step forward in building an immigration system that is both firm and fair, robust and compassionate. So since the general election, this government has already taken bold action. Over 24,000 people with no legal right to remain have been processed, the most in years. And in just 1 month, enforcement teams raided over 800 businesses, arresting more than 600 people for allowing illegal working practices, a 73% increase compared to the same period last year. But this is just not about numbers. It's about confronting a criminal underworld that preys on human suffering. People smuggling gangs are profiting from desperation. They are putting lives at risk in the Channel and undermining the values of fairness and order that we all believe in. And now with this bill, we can go even further with new clauses 6 and 7 and new clause 8. We are introducing real criminal penalties for those who supply boat parts, up to 14 years in prison. We're making it a crime to endanger life at sea during illegal crossings. And we are modernising how we process asylum claims, using AI to speed up decisions, banning sex offenders from ever claiming refugee status here, and putting tough restrictions on bogus immigration lawyers.
But let me also be clear. Being tough does not mean being cruel. True compassion means creating a system that works for everyone. And that includes the people that are coming here, because there is nothing humane about placing vulnerable people from around the world into the most deprived communities in this country, with poor housing, overstretched services and no opportunity to rebuild their lives. And in Lee, we have seen this firsthand. So this doesn't relate to the bill, but I do need to mention it. Serco has acquired many properties in Lee and Atherton and around the greater Manchester area. Our town has lost its industry. We have fewer job opportunities and a housing crisis of our own, and yet we are being asked to carry a disproportionate burden simply because our homes are cheaper. So that isn't compassion, that's neglect. And for those being housed in failing conditions, no one benefits. Not the asylum seekers, not our local residents. This government is delivering real results for the first time, and this is what we need to see. We need to see a fairer system, one that protects lives, upholds the law and restores order without losing sight of basic human dignity.
Zoe Franklin.
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, may I start by noting that I am the Vice Chair of the APPG for Refugees, and I rise to speak this evening in favour of New Clause 21, which would allow asylum seekers the right to work after 3 months of waiting for a decision. A measure I back for 3 key reasons: common sense, economic rationale and human dignity. In my constituency of Guildford, I work closely with a charity called Big Leaf, an outstanding organisation supporting over 200 displaced young people. Through them, I met Mohi, a young woman who, on arriving in the UK, lived in a hotel consecutively for 20 months. Her husband had nursing experience and Mohi herself dreamed of becoming a nurse. She told me, "I want to give back to the country that has given me safety. We are here to be useful. We don't want to rely on benefits. We just want a normal life." Big Leaf, her peers, her mentors, her colleagues, her employers all recognised what she could become. Everyone saw her potential except the system. Today, she works as a healthcare assistant and this September is excited to begin training at University of Surrey to become a nurse. New Clause 21 would have given Mohi, and so many like her, the chance to contribute, to grow and begin their lives in this country with dignity. Britain lags behind our international friends. Countries like Canada and Sweden allow asylum seekers to work within weeks. The Refugee Council and Lift the Ban Coalition estimate that the change made by New Clause 21 could generate over 100 million a year through tax revenue and savings. For a country that prides itself on sensibility, I have to question why, for 14 years, the Conservative government refused to see sense on this issue. We have the opportunity today to bring change, improve lives and unlock so much potential, both human and economic. And I urge colleagues... I will give way.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. In addition to the 3 fantastic reasons she gives for lifting the ban, it is also popular with the public. 80% of people polled back the right for asylum seekers to work. In addition to that, 45% of asylum seekers would be classified as critical workers. So does she agree that there's, in fact, 4 fantastic reasons why the government should lift the ban?
I absolutely agree with my honourable colleague, and I thank you for his intervention. And I will just end by saying I urge colleagues across this House to vote in favour of New Clause 21 to unlock all of these 4 reasons that between us we have stated. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So late in the day, with so much said, I'm going to take the direction which is different to some of my colleagues. I want to talk about what border security means for us as a country. The playwright James Graham says, "Our country is only the story that we tell about ourselves." Well, with the Conservatives, we were told a story of hopelessness, despair and scapegoating. People were left to believe that we should be frightened by the challenges we face, frightened by our inability to meet them, frightened by the setbacks that we face and what they say about who we are and where we're going. And that's why it's so important for this Labour government to be correcting that narrative, getting a grip on our borders, closing asylum hotels, bringing the asylum bill down. These are the basics that people expect. These are what make people feel confident, not frightened, feel secure, not susceptible to those who on the opposite benches would peddle empty promises and ultimately let the British people down in the end. For me, no. For me, border security sits alongside fixing potholes, tackling graffiti and fly tipping, and stopping e-scooter and e-bike speeding. It's obviously more complicated than these. It involves a lot of international negotiation for one, but border security is security. It's vital for people's safety and pride. It underpins so much. If people cannot rely on the basics, they cannot begin to enjoy everything else that life has to offer. If people can't see pledges being kept, promises being delivered, things being improved where they live, they won't just lose trust, they will succumb to hopelessness. We must not allow the spirit of our people to break. We must get the basics right, and with this bill, we will do that. We will secure our borders with this bill and these amendments, new powers on seizing electronic devices, a new law to protect life at sea, a new statutory border security command, tougher action on foreign national sex offenders, ending asylum hotels that cost eye-watering sums. It's in our national interest to get our borders back under control against criminal smuggler gangs. Now, in order to understand the politics of where we are, I've been looking back over old debates, and the Conservative members opposite may enjoy what I'm about to say. With our policies and our politics and border security, as with much else, I feel like we could benefit from listening to a question that was put by the first Earl of Stockton in his maiden speech in the other place in 1984. Do we just slowly, majestically sink like a great ship, or shall we make a new, determined, united effort so historians of the future will not describe the decline and fall of Britain, but the beginning of a new and glorious renaissance? As the Member of Parliament for Bournemouth East, I want to work with all in this place who share the former Conservative Prime Minister's moderation and determination to have a united effort to bring about a better Britain, and that involves fixing the basics like border security. After all, it would be an absurdity for small boats to sink a ship.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The trafficking gangs that profit from the most vulnerable refugees do not care if those on those boats live or die, and it is obvious that we all want to see the end of this horrendous crime. But for those who travel, they are not bad people, they are desperate people. And it is understandable that communities who see groups of mainly young men, economically inactive, will be frustrated and angry. But these asylum seekers are not responsible for people not getting a doctor's appointment. It is the people who traffic them. When I was a leader of BCP Council, I backed the Lift the Ban coalition, and I met an inspiring young man from Cameroon who had arrived here legitimately on a student visa, and whilst here his village was torched and his uncle killed. He could not return home, and so he claimed asylum from where he was in the Midlands. He was immediately relocated to a hotel in Bournemouth and refused the ability to work, something he had done legitimately right up to that point. Letting him work would allow him to contribute to our community, not be a great drain on it. I also want to talk to the Liberal Democrat new clauses 24 and 33 relating to our work with international partners. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a member of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, I recently learned more about UNCLOS, the International Law of the Seas. Article 99 covers the prohibition of the transport of slaves, but it does not cover human trafficking. And around the world, our international partnerships are being hamstrung as a result. And I would urge the Minister to look to see how we could use the Interpol as a route towards developing UNCLOS further. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak against new clause 16, increasing the minimum income for a spousal visa to $38,000. This would mean the average police officer, research scientist or nurse outside of London in places like Mid Dorset and Northport would not be able to get a visa for their spouse. I was pleased the government paused the proposal, leaving the threshold at $29,000, as I'm concerned we could see a brain drain among many British professionals who would choose to leave the UK for their partners' home countries where they would be welcome. And I want to speak in particular for armed forces personnel that I've met, both in the constituency and through AFPS, in particular those coming from Commonwealth countries. They have answered our call to fight for our country, but they are forced to leave their spouses behind, as the lower threshold provided for them only applies after an extended period of service. Pushing that threshold up to 38,000 would take reunification out of their reach too. The current threshold ensures that families who can support themselves can stay together, and I would urge the government to leave it where it is.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me begin by saying that we can all agree upon that immigration must be managed. The public rightly expects a fair, firm and functional system, but control cannot come at the cost of compassion. So let me be clear, immigrants cannot be viewed through the lens of fear. Parliamentarians on all sides must choose their words carefully. We are responsible for ensuring our rhetoric does not incite attacks, fear, division, or even lead to violence. It is not enough to say we denounce hate. We must also refrain from language that fuels it. And the terms like islands of strangers simply do not help. Too often we hear suggestions, explicitly or implicitly, that immigrants are to blame for everything that is wrong in our country. Let us be honest with the public. It is not the immigrants who have polluted our rivers or our seas with sewage. It is not our immigrants who set sky-high rail fares while slashing routes. It is not our immigrants who have hollowed out our NHS, cut GP services or closed libraries. And it's not immigrants who have overseen 40 years of economic stagnation, rising rents and growing inequality. There are indeed some aspects of this bill that I can support. Abolishing the ridiculous Rwanda bill is for one, but there are more shortcomings, especially in relation to the lack of help for victims of human trafficking, which is why I rise to support some amendments to the bill. I am calling on members across this House to support new Clause 27 to ensure proper age assessments are conducted by trained, independent social workers and not through rush visual judgments or flawed, impersonal scientific tests. Furthermore, in the shadow of our immigration debate, children are being exploited. They are the victims of modern slave trade run by some smugglers and traffickers who prey on desperation. Children are coerced into roles that put their lives and the lives of others at risk. These are not isolated cases. Over 4,000 unaccompanied children claimed asylum in the UK last year alone. The system must recognise the unique vulnerability of children and treat them as such. They are not as suspects, not as statistics, but as they are, children. So while the government's intent to address the asylum appeals backlog is also laudable, proposals like new Clause 6 and 7 to impose arbitrary deadlines of 24 weeks without sufficient resources or legal safeguards are not the answer. Justice rushed is justice denied. Finally, by taking on the narrative of the right wing, by mimicking their talking points and rhetoric, we are not neutralising the threat of extremism. We are feeding it. We will only push Reform UK and others even further to the right, embolden them to say things we have made appear acceptable. So I ask the government to stand its ground. When will we choose principles over polling? When will we remember that leadership means bringing people together, not chasing after the loudest voices in the room? Let us reject the politics of scapegoating and lead with integrity, facts and humanity. Our country deserves nothing less.
Caroline Borden. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to focus particularly on new Clause 21. We can all see that the asylum system is broken, it's expensive, and the horror of people arriving in a desperate state on small boats is causing division and anger across our country. But turning to a populist party which throws out sound bites that appeal to many but fall apart at the first hint of real scrutiny is not the answer. So how do we address this problem? Firstly, we need to dial down the volume and divisiveness in this debate and talk about these people as humans, not numbers. We need to open up safe and legal routes for people who are genuinely fleeing war, persecution and conflict. We need to assess their asylum claims quickly and efficiently, and then help them into the workforce so they can start earning money, supporting themselves, contributing to the economy, and just as importantly, start integrating properly into our society. The Honourable Member for Clacton said on Radio 4 this weekend that his party chairman, the child of immigrants from Sri Lanka, was intensely patriotic. The whole point of coming to a country is that you adopt it, he said. And that is exactly what asylum seekers will do when given refuge by a country that offers them safety. We have seen it since time began. Indeed, many in this House are the children of immigrants who have given back enthusiastically to a country that welcomed them. The asylum backlog stood at 91,000 at the end of 2024. While they wait, asylum seekers are trapped in limbo, unable to work or rebuild their lives and forced to depend on government funds. This benefits no one. The Liberal Democrats' new Clause 21 would lift these restrictions on asylum seekers engaging in employment, which would help manage the cost of asylum, benefit the UK economy and help them integrate. Evidence from the Refugee Council shows that in the medium to long term, refugees in the UK make a net positive fiscal contribution. Initially, they rely more on public services, but within 5 to 10 years, their tax contributions exceed their cost to the state. After 5 years, 60 to 70% are employed, approaching national averages for employment rates. And a study by the Centre for Entrepreneurs shows that 1 in 7 UK companies is founded by a migrant. 17% of non-UK nationals have launched businesses compared to just 10% of UK-born individuals. The reality is that we have an ageing population, more people than ever over 85 who depend on services. We have fewer people paying tax, working, providing services, and more who have greater needs, particularly in health and care. The Chief Operations Officer of Care Your Way Franchising told me that we are both baffled and deeply concerned by the government's decision to revoke the visa route for social care workers. It is harrowing to witness such a critical sector continuously overlooked. This change will without doubt have a tangible and far-reaching impact. For many, this decision will not only reduce capacity, it may very well close doors. The Liberal Democrats are pushing for more safe and legal routes for refugees, which we know will be crucial to help stop these dangerous channel crossings.
Order. Yvonne Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK immigration system is in shambles. There's no secret after the debacle of the last government with the proposed Rwanda scheme, the controversial refugee barges, the Illegal Immigration Act to stop boat crossings, and the hostile environment that put immigration enforcement at the responsibility of nurses, doctors, teachers and public service workers. I think we all agree that any step towards fixing this mess is a step in the right direction, and this bill does deserve credit for repealing certain measures proposed by the last government. However, it needs to go further, and it still has substantial issues that worryingly criminalise vulnerable families fleeing hardship and fail to adequately protect victims of trafficking. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's talk about the most pressing failure of this bill: the complete lack of a clear, humane strategy for safe and legal routes. The truth is this: if you do not give people fleeing war, persecution or trafficking a safe way out, they will find a dangerous one. And we have seen the consequences: families risking everything, children arriving on our shores, and asylum system buckling under the weight of its own humanity. Yet this bill in its current state offers no plan, no route for how the UK will open legal doors instead of forcing people to scale fences. That's why I supported New Clause 3, which would require the government to do what has long been overdue and publish a strategy on how it will establish safe routes to the UK. We need safe routes not because it's morally right, but because it works. Moving on to deaths of asylum seekers. More than 10 people have already died this year trying to reach the UK in small boats, and last year over 80 people have died trying to reach our shores. That is why I also supported New Clause 1 to shine a light on the human cost of this broken system. Right now, the government doesn't have a system to ensure a full record of deaths is published. People die in asylum accommodation, people die while waiting for decisions. Also, over 450 children went missing between 2021 and 2024, and in 2024 over 100 were still unaccounted for. So, the immigration and asylum legislation is not just about fixing systems, it has a profound and real impact on people's lives. Therefore, it is crucial that the provisions within this legislation are compassionate and prioritise the needs of the vulnerable communities and the very people who suffer the most within these systems. Thank you.
We have no more further speakers, so then we go straight to the Minister Eagle. Forgive me, I thought we had another person bobbing, but they no longer seem to be in the chamber. So you get the lucky extra few minutes. Minister Eagle for wind-ups.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise after what has been a very full debate with people having to put quite complex points in short amounts of time to fit in, and I'd certainly like to congratulate everybody for the points that they've made, and also try to deal with some of them in the time I have left as much as possible. Not sure how much time I have left, given the sudden. Okay, so I'd like to thank all those on the Labour side who've made their contributions. The Honourable Member for Liverpool Riverside, the Honourable Member for Folkestone and Hythe, the Honourable Member for Walthamstow, the Honourable Member for Sheffield Hallam, Edinburgh East and Musselburgh, Clapham and Brixton, Hill, Bassett Law, Nottingham East, Bolton West, Lee, and also Lee and Atherton. I think the Honourable, the Lib Dem benches really have particularly concentrated on the issues in safe and legal routes and the ability to work. I think the Honourable Member for Perth and Kinrossshire, I was disappointed, was worried that he'd had such a difficult time in committee. I thought we were having quite a reasonable time, but he's extremely downbeat about it. And I must try more on another occasion. Obviously, I'd also like to welcome the maiden speech from the Honourable Lady, the Member for Runcorn and Helsby, which we all listened to in the traditional silence. Congratulate her on that, welcome her to the House, and wonder if Reform are practising the principle of one in, one out, or perhaps one out, one in, but it's a pleasure to welcome her to the House. The Honourable Member from the front bench, the Honourable Member for Croydon South, produced a flurry of amendments and new clauses demanding that we do a whole range of things that he didn't do when he had the chance to, as not only as a Home Office Minister, but that they didn't do when they had the chance in 14 years. I have to keep saying this, but we did inherit a system that was in the most incredibly difficult mess, with huge backlogs. He says we made it worse, but by beginning actually to process claims, that by definition creates a backlog of those who've been refused. So by trying to get the system working again, what happens, you get a backlog of appeals, because people who are refused asylum generally appeal, and therefore your backlog, as the Honourable Gentleman knows from his time in the Home Office, reappears in the appeal system, which is why we have the new clauses on attempting to get a kind of timeline for dealing with them. But I want to concentrate particularly on some of the things I know there'll be votes on tonight. Firstly, I want to deal, if possible, with on safe and legal routes, new clause 3. Our approach is to resettle refugees identified by the UNHCR who would benefit most from resettlement to the UK. Alongside this, we have bespoke routes to sanctuary for those from Ukraine, Afghanistan and Hong Kong, and it's important that safe and legal routes are sustainable, well managed and in line with the UK's capacity to welcome, accommodate and integrate refugees. Part of the difficulty that we have at the moment is the legacy we had from the party opposite of huge quadrupling of net migration and the issues around having to assimilate all of those in the huge unplanned way in which they delivered it. I want to talk about new clause 37, the Honourable Member for Clapham and Brixton Hill. We recognise her campaigning on this issue over the last 5 years. We also recognise that there's been an unfair burden for some families with rights to citizenship by the system as it is, and I can confirm that the work referenced in the white paper on page 76, I think it is, right at the end of the white paper, will look at tackling the financial barriers that she highlighted in her speech, and I would urge her to work with us on how we move forward and to withdraw her amendment today. The opposition new clause 14. Let me be clear that this government is fully committed to the protection of human rights both at home and abroad. As the Prime Minister has made clear, the United Kingdom is unequivocally committed to the European Convention on Human Rights, and it's worth noting that many of the legal obligations provided for in the European Convention are also found in other international agreements to which the UK is a party. Very quickly, because I have a lot of points and not much.
Just set out once again, as the Prime Minister did earlier today, her steadfast commitment to the ECHR. But does she not accept that that makes the legislation not watertight, and we will continue to see those who have committed serious criminality able to stay in the United Kingdom because of the ECHR?
We have new clause 8, which will deny those who commit sexual offences refugee status. And we also have the work that's being announced on narrowing Article 8, which will allow Parliament to give more choice to the more direction to the judges about how these rules ought to be interpreted. The immigration rules reflect the requirement of the ECHR, generally including the qualified nature of Article 8, setting requirements which properly balance the individual right to respect for family and private life with public interest in safeguarding the economic well-being of the UK by controlling immigration. I'll give way very quickly.
I thank the Minister for giving way. She mentioned the provision to prevent certain sex offenders from claiming asylum. While that is a welcome step, what will of course happen in practice is the sex offender will simply make a claim under ECHR Article 3 instead. I've seen dozens and dozens of cases like that, and that is precisely why we need to disapply the Human Rights Act from all immigration matters. Otherwise, there'll just be a huge loophole, as my right honourable friend just pointed out.
Well, if we disapply the Human Rights Act, then people would just go to the ECHR anyway, and a lot of these cases would end up in Strasbourg, which would take even longer. I think also disapplying the Human Rights Act also means that other countries cross-border who we have to work with and collaborate with to try to deal with cross-border people smuggling won't work with us. The party opposite had many huge rows with people and went around the world make it look like they didn't believe in the rule of law. Well, actually, this government believes in the rule of law and will carry on upholding the rule of law. That is one of the things that we regard as an important part of the value system that we have in this country. On new clause 18, the cap on non-visitor visas, as always, the party opposite have talked a good talk when they're now safely in opposition, whilst not delivering it when they were in government. They promised time after time after time to reduce net migration down to the tens of thousands. They did it in manifestos, they did it in all of the different manifestations, many manifestations of Conservative governments that we saw plough through the House, especially in the last 4 years. And what did they do? They quadrupled the levels of net migration. So we don't need a cap. We need to get migration down, fundamentally lower than it is now, to make the system fair and effective. And in order to do that, we have published a white paper today. We have further measures in this bill, and we will be coming back to this issue to ensure that we can deliver, unlike the party opposite. Now, yes.
Minister for giving way, and I thank her for her early mention of my amendment and her commitment to end the financial burden that is coming upon young children in particular and their families who have a right to citizenship. I just wanted to ask what further work will be done in terms of consulting with people like the campaigns Citizens UK, Lambeth Citizens and the PRBC. Those are the types of campaigns that have been working on this particular issue. And I know obviously the white paper covers a range of issues, but I just want to understand what consultation will be done with those organisations to make sure we get to where we need to be, which is a situation where children are not being priced out of citizenship.
Minister. My honourable friend, the Member for Citizenship and Migration, has just made it clear to me from the front bench as the honourable lady was speaking that she's very happy to consult and meet with all of these people. We want people to contribute to the consultation so that we can get this right, and I hope that in the light of that, that she will withdraw her amendment. I wanted to deal with the right to work in the very brief time that I have left. The Lib Dem bench has talked particularly about this, and it is an issue about balance. We know at the moment that if one's asylum claim is delayed for 12 months, you have the right to work in particular shortage areas. Our way of dealing with this is to get the system to work more quickly so that we don't have people languishing for very many years in limbo, and that is what we are aiming to do. We are worried that if right to work comes in after 3 months, that will be too much of a pull factor and get around some of the issues with work visas, and we have to have a system that people apply to properly rather than can get around by coming in by irregular routes. So that is the issue. I appreciate what members opposite are trying to achieve, but we just have a slight difference of approach on that. But clearly we will carry on having these debates. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend all of this part of the bill and the report stage of the bill to the House.
Order, order. Under the order of the House of the 10th of February, I must now put the questions necessary to bring proceedings on the consideration to a conclusion. The question is that the Government new clause 5 be added to the bill. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That's what I said. Read it a second time. Oh, of course, I'll do the first one. The question is that, forgive me, the question is that new clause 5 be read a second time. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I am now moving on to... The question is that new clause 5 be added to the bill. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now we are officially moving on. We come to Government new clause 6 to 8. I call the Minister to move new clauses 6 to 8 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that new clause 6 to 8 be added to the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. New clause 3 has been selected for separate decision. I call Pete Wishart to move new clause 3 formally.
Move formally, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that new clause 3 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The question is, as on the order paper, as many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Kirsty Blackman and Ben Lake, and the tellers for the noes are Keir Mather and Christian Wakeford. order.
The ayes to the right, 90. The noes to the left, 318.
The ayes to the right, 90. The noes to the left, 318. So the noes have it, unlock. New clause 14 has been selected for separate decision. I call Chris Philp to move new clause 14 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that new clause 14 be added to the bill. As many as that opinion say aye.
Aye!
No?
No!
Colleagues should be seated at this point. Colleagues should be not wandering around the chamber looking on their phones. They should be seated at this point. The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tell us for the ayes are Katie Lamb and Richard Holden. Tell us for the noes are Keir Mesa and Christian Wakeford. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 98. The noes to the left, 402.
The ayes to the right, 98. The noes to the left, 402. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. New clause 18 has been selected for separate decision. I call Chris Philp to move new clause 18 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that new clause 18 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Bernard, go. The question, as is on the order paper, has made that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Katie Lemmer, Richard Holden. The tellers for the noes are Keir Mater and Christian Wakeford. Order, order.
The eyes to the right, 94. The nose to the left, 315.
The eyes to the right, 94. The nose to the left, 315. So the nose have it, unlock. It has been brought to my attention that not all the division bells are working. We are trying to rectify that as soon as possible. I will urge colleagues to remain close to the chamber and the estate and to keep their eyes on the monitors as well. New clause 21 has been selected for separate decision. I call Lisa Smart to move new clause 21 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that new clause 21 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. And the contrary no.
No.
Alison, Sir John, Ali, seated. Colleagues should be seated. Seated. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Tom Morrison and Bobby Dean, and tellers for the noes are Keir Maker and Christian Wakeford. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 87. The noes to the left, 404.
We won it. Yes.
The ayes to the right, 87. The noes to the left, 404. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock.
So you do need us.
New clause 37 has been selected for separate decision. I call Bal Ribeiro Addy to move new clause 37 formally.
Withdraw.
New clause 37 withdrawn. I call the Minister to move amendments 6 to 29 formally. The question is that the government amendments 6 to 29 be added, to be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Consideration completed third reading.
Now.
Minister to move third reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill restores order to an asylum system which was left in chaos by the party opposite. It puts an end to the failed gimmicks and the unworkable mess that they bequeathed us. It repeals in full the Safety of Rwanda Act. It repeals most of the unworkable Illegal Migration Act, which trapped asylum seekers in limbo as asylum backlogs soared and the taxpayer picked up a spiralling bill. This government is clearing up the mess that the party opposite left us, and the bill before the House will help us to succeed. It will assist in securing our borders by dealing with the soaring backlogs. It gives counter-terror-style powers to law enforcement agencies, equipping them to go after the people-smuggling gangs who are making millions out of exploiting people's misery. The bill introduces new powers to seize electronic devices and disrupt the activities of the people smugglers, new offences against gangs selling or handling small boat parts for use in the Channel, new powers around serious crime prevention orders targeting individuals involved in organised immigration crime, a new law protecting lives at sea, making it an offence to endanger another life during small boat crossings, a new statutory footing for the Border Security Commander, new and improved data sharing between government agencies such as HMRC and DVLA law enforcement to detect organised immigration crime. This bill introduces a statutory timeline for appeals decisions, a major modernisation of the powers of the Immigration Services Commissioner. It ensures that those who commit certain sexual offences will be denied protection under the Refugee Convention, and contains a long overdue extension of the right to work checks for casual and temporary workers in the gig economy. So why on earth, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the party opposite going to be voting against it tonight? People smuggling is a complex and multifaceted problem. There are no quick or easy solutions to prevent it. Anyone who claims that there are easy answers is a snake oil salesman. But it is possible, Madam Deputy Speaker, to identify, disrupt and dismantle the criminal gangs and strengthen the security of our borders with international diplomacy and operational cooperation. This bill will help us do just that, and I commend it to the House.
The question is the bill be now read. A second time, the Shadow Minister has a minute or two.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for this unexpected opportunity. The reason that we on this side of the House will vote against this bill is because it does nothing to restore control of our country's borders. It repeals the legislative basis for a removals deterrent which is needed to stop people crossing the English Channel. The fact the Labour government cancelled that deterrent before it started is why illegal crossings have gone up by 29% since the last election, and it's why this year has been the worst in history for illegal crossings of the English Channel. This bill weakens border controls. It removes the powers the government could otherwise exercise to control those borders. They are failing, and this bill will do nothing to restore control of our borders.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. As many that opinion say aye? Aye! Contrary, no? No! colleagues should be seated. It's surprising I have to do this at every division. The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? No! Well, aye. Tellers for the ayes are Keir Mather and Christian. Wait for the tellers for the noes are Richard Holden and Katie Lamb. Yay. Order.
The ayes to the right, 316. The noes to the left, 95.
The ayes to the right, 316. The noes to the left, 95. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. $10 motion.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 3, Minister to move.
I beg to move.
Motion 3 as on the order paper. But she's not doing the bit on the annual result.
She's just moved.
Okay. The question is motion number 3 as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 4 on capital gains tax. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do not.
The question. I'll allow the front bench a few moments to shuffle over. Move on to the adjournment debate, and the question is: this House do now adjourn, and I call Mr. Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to be able to speak in my adjournment today to highlight an issue of painful neglect, one that affects around 80 British families every year, yet remains largely hidden from public view. We've all said goodbye to a loved one at an airport, wishing them well for their holiday, their time abroad for work or for study. If any of us receive a phone call saying that our loved one had been murdered when they were in the UK, that phone call would be devastating enough. But to receive that phone call when your loved one is thousands of miles away, murdered across an ocean in a country that speaks another language, that is a whole different world of pain and confusion. Every year, British citizens are killed in acts of violence abroad. In many of these cases, their families are left to deal with unimaginable grief for the loss of the loved one. But all well faced with the full weight of an unfamiliar, bureaucratic and different system. They do that alone. They have to navigate foreign legal procedures, untranslated documents, distant court proceedings with patchy, inconsistent support from their own government, all at a time of trauma, vulnerability and mourning. Tonight, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to bring a voice to those families through the Murdered Abroad campaign, a group of bereaved relatives who have turned their grief into a powerful call for change. They're not asking for special treatment. In fact, they want the complete opposite. They're asking for fairness and compassion, for the kind of structured statutory support that families receive when tragedy strikes on British soil. In January this year, I met a family in Maidenhead who discussed to me their story. They discussed how their son was murdered in America in 2009. They managed to contact the consulates at the time, but the time difference was tricky. There was not much help in communication with the family back home, and after many calls, they realised they weren't really getting anywhere. They had to take matters into their own hands, even going as far arranging repatriation of their son's body in the absence of support from their government. When British citizens are murdered abroad, their families aren't only plunged into grief and shock, but a crisis made worse by the overwhelming burden that they have to navigate unfamiliar systems with that lack of support.
Would the Honourable Gentleman give way on that?
Of course.
First of all, can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for Maidenhead for bringing this forward. This is a subject matter that's very important to many. First of all, between 2010 and 2015, more than 250 British nationals were murdered abroad. Pakistan, Tunisia, France, the United States, the Honourable Member referred to. And we often hear of horror stories of this online where individuals have been found and not yet identified. So does the Honourable Member agree with me that there is more that the Foreign Office could do to ensure that for British nationals, all efforts are made to alert the family before any potential news alert is released to media? Sometimes the media need to be sensitive.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. I completely agree with him. The number of families that I've spoken to across the country who say they found out that their son or their parent was murdered by social media, by the press. It's not good enough, it's not acceptable. I want to start with a language barrier, if I may. which I think they're among the first and the most stressing problems that these families face. The FCDO does offer families a list of translators, but these often come without crucial context. There's no information about whether these translators are legally certified, if they're experienced with criminal and judicial terminologies, whether they're available on short notice and how much they cost. In some moments of extreme vulnerability, families are forced into a commercial marketplace with no quality control and lack of guidance. Many simply can't afford the translation fees, which run into thousands of pounds, and yet are being handed copies of documents that are so important: autopsy reports, court transcripts, police records, judgments, in a language they don't speak. This is an active barrier to justice. Consider for a moment what that means in practice, Madam Deputy Speaker. A grieving mother receiving her child's post-mortem, but unable to understand a word of it. A widower left alone to guess the meaning of complex judgment findings, not even being sure whether justice has been served or denied, because they cannot read the verdict. Then we must confront the issue of distance. In many cases, trials take place thousands of miles away from home. Families may be notified of court proceedings at short notice, often with no logistical or financial help to support and attend. Cost of flights, accommodation, meals, unpaid leave from work, it all quickly adds up. And for many, it becomes an impossible choice: deplete their savings to try and attend, or stay at home and risk the one chance to see justice carried out, to hear what happens, or to look their accuser in the eye. Let's be clear, the government does not provide any financial funding for families to be able to attend foreign trials, even when the court's findings could have a direct impact on coroners' inquests in the UK. It's not about luxury, it's about basic fairness. No bereaved family should be priced out of justice just because a killing happened beyond our borders. Add to this is the challenge of cultural and legal complexities. It's easy to find when families feel so lost. Legal systems, they vary so much from country to country. Some are adversarial like ours, others aren't. Some permit victims' families to play an active role, others don't. The length of proceedings, the level of evidence that's required, the appeal process, it all differs. Yet families are given little to no explanation by the government. They're often told to find a lawyer abroad, provided a list that comes with very little guidance. There's no indication of whether those lawyers speak English, whether they specialise in murder or not, whether they understand victim support, or whether they're familiar with working alongside British families. All the while, they're left with no UK-based legal advice. Some think no legal advice in the UK with someone who specialises in overseas homicide cases. Time and time again, the most frustrating aspect, though, is communication failures. As the Honourable Member said, families are being left in the dark about the most basic details of cases. Trial dates come and go without notice. Hearings are adjourned with no explanation. Key developments such as the release of a suspect or even the final verdict are often learnt through media, social media or word of mouth, other than through official channels. This is unacceptable. Families aren't asking for the world in this. They're asking for regular updates, clear communication, transparency, so they're not blindsided by crucial developments in the pursuit of justice for their loved ones. Of course.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Some of the aspects of the cases that he's very eloquently describing are sadly very similar to those of Rob Spray from my Cannock Chase constituency, who died suddenly in Bulgaria in 2019. Rob's case is about to be heard in inquest, so I won't comment on the legal aspects, but I can say that his family were left in the dark by the Bulgarian authorities and sadly also by the Foreign Office. They had very little guidance on even how to bring Rob's body back to the UK, and they had to resort to a translation app to decipher Rob's autopsy after they were told they'd have to wait 6 months for an official translation. All of that deepened their grief and frustration at the worst possible time, and the worst part of all is that Rob's mom sadly passed away, not knowing what happened to her son. I'll do everything that I can to help Rob's family to get the answers they've waited so long to get. And I know that the Honourable Gentleman will continue to campaign on this. So would you agree with me that we need to make sure that bereaved families like the Sprays get the full support of the British government so that they can get the closure that they need and deserve?
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention and for him talking about Rob and his residents and their family. It's really important that the government step up and really support families where they need it. And it's the advice that's being given, it's the consistency of that, and knowing that they've got someone to turn to. And that brings me on really nicely to my next point, which is the support that we're giving these families in terms of the consistency in the consular services. Some describe consular services overseas as being really positive, empathetic individuals going out of their way to help, but far too many tell me about being passed from person to person, receiving contradictory advice, having emails ignored, and being made to feel more like a burden than a bereaved family in need of care. The inconsistency is one of the crucial failings because there's no statutory duty on the government to provide a minimum standard of support to families in these circumstances. The level of help depends on the consulate involved. Which official picks up the phone, which country the incident occurred in. This is a passport lottery in some cases. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to mention some real people in this and highlight how they feel like they've had failure. Eve Henderson's husband, Roderick, was killed in France in 1997. She encountered immediate language barrier, completely different judicial process that no one explained to her and no help to navigate. Brian Chandler's grandson, Liam, was killed in Greece in 2006, pushed from a fourth-floor balcony by his own father, a British national. The perpetrator admitted what he'd done, yet the Greek court found him not guilty due to a psychiatric episode. For Liam's family, the experience of sitting through the trial in a foreign language, trying to understand the complex long legal arguments without any help, was traumatic and bewildering. The fact that it involved a British perpetrator makes it all more difficult to understand why no support was given from British authorities. Brenda's brother, Howard, was killed in Australia in 1999. She faced an enormous barrier of distance. Attending trial meant significant costs, time off work and personal sacrifices. No financial assistance or practical help was offered. She had to make the decision between justice and affordability, an impossible choice that no grieving family should ever have to make. Alicia's sister, Vanessa, was killed in Thailand in 2004. Alicia faced a perfect storm of challenges: language barrier, cultural differences, and geographical distances for an unfamiliar legal system. She had no understanding of how Thai courts operated, no guidance on how to follow proceedings. These quickly became a nightmare of issues. These aren't isolated incidents, though. These are emblematic of a broken system that's so inconsistent as we move forward.
Well, my friend give way. I'm grateful for him for giving way and congratulate him for securing this debate. Dr. Ding Koldal Ding was raised and educated in North Norfolk and became a neurosurgeon before travelling to South Sudan to practice medicine and save lives. In 2017, he was found dead in his family's flat. They believed that he was murdered. However, the official government narrative is that he died by suicide or misadventure, which significant evidence disputes. Does my honourable friend agree that there is an extra challenge for families whose loved ones are murdered abroad when they're having to also challenge the authorities there, and that the Foreign Office should support them in their fight for justice?
Yeah. I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. It's incredibly important that the authorities provide that extra level of support. But one thing that families have told me makes a real difference is the peer support that they can get. Other families who've walked the path before and can offer reassurance, practical advice, and the emotional understanding that no bureaucrat or leaflet they're given ever could. These support networks, like Murdered Abroad, are under-resourced. They're often disconnected from the formal consular processes. They're run by volunteers, by bereaved themselves, who've taken on this work not because they are asked to, but because nobody else would. It is time that we support and they recognise what they've done, because that's what we're here to do. We need a clear, comprehensive statutory framework of support for families of British citizens murdered abroad. So I'm calling on the government to commit to 8 key reforms. A statutory duty to provide consistent, timely communication to bereaved families. Every family should have a named point of contact, regular updates, not a revolving door of anonymous officials and faceless email inboxes. Translation of key documents into English. No family should be forced to hire their own translator through crowdfunding or use up all of their savings to understand how their loved one died. Accessible guidance on a foreign country's judicial process, including how criminal investigations work, trial expectations, times, victims' rights. This information should be publicly accessible for all of us. Verified legal support lists, which make it clear what kind of cases these legal experts that we're referring to handle, that they speak English. Improved cooperation between British and foreign authorities. Police liaison and information sharing. The UK must be proactive in ensuring that our citizens' cases aren't allowed to stand still for prolonged periods of time. Support for families to attend foreign trials, including where it is desperately needed financial assistance, logistical help, trauma-informed briefings. Attendance should be a right, not a luxury. 7th, clear coordination within the UK, consistent advice, clear guidance on coroner's inquests, formal links to the peer-to-peer networks who can provide support. Isolation and lived experiences are so different to each other, and we need to be able to put this together. As well as an independent review mechanism. So when support fails, families know they have somewhere to turn with the power to investigate and recommend driving change. These are important because it doesn't exist at the moment. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the loss of a loved one to murder is already the greatest pain that a family can endure. That pain should not be compounded by systematic failure, indifference or confusion. The families who make up the Murdered Abroad campaign have shown courage, dignity and resolve, not just seeking justice for their loved ones, but trying to ensure that no one else suffers the way that they have.
Will my honourable friend give way? Of course. I thank my honourable friend for giving way and congratulate him on securing this important adjournment debate. He eloquently outlined all those steps there that would help make sure that people who suffer bereavement abroad see justice. Would he support and would he agree with me that we also need the Foreign Office to look retrospectively at cases that are historical to make sure that people who've previously had these issues get the justice they deserve, as well as a framework for going forward too?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. The point he makes is really important because, as I said, there are 80 families a year. This is ongoing. This is something that we need to make sure where things haven't gone right, we fix those and we provide that support to these families. The changes that these families call for, they're not radical. They're humane, reasonable and they're long overdue. So I ask the Minister directly, will the government commit to working with families, consular staff, legal experts and campaigners to create a statutory framework for support? And will she ensure that no British family is left to face this horror alone with silence and guesswork for company? Let us remember, if a British citizen were murdered on UK soil, their family would have access to a whole network of support, victim liaison officers, legal aid, local police, courts, coroners, therapeutic services. It shouldn't matter where the tragedy happens because a British passport should still guarantee a minimum level of support from the British state. The UK must do better because British justice does not stop at our borders. A British life is lost, no matter where it happens, is still a British life lost. And because compassion in the face of tragedy isn't optional, it's a duty, and it's a duty that we should be taking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I begin by congratulating the Honourable Member for Maidenhead on securing this very important debate and for his thoughtful and compassionate contribution. He has used his voice this evening for the voiceless, and I thank him for doing so. Losing a loved one to murder is devastating. But when that tragedy happens overseas, the pain is only compounded by distance, unfamiliar legal systems, and the complexity of navigating bureaucracy while trying to grieve. And I fully agree with him. Families going through something so traumatic should never ever have to face it alone, and they should be able to access support to help them cope and recover. Let me reassure him and this House that bereaved families in England and Wales can access support, even if the crime took place abroad. The Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office leads on providing support to families bereaved through murder or manslaughter overseas. The Specialist Murder and Manslaughter Team in the FCDO's Consular Assistance Department provides emotional support to bereaved families, as well as helping them to navigate challenging investigative and judicial processes in foreign countries. This includes when a death occurred in an event designated by the UK Government as an act of terrorism. Families can receive updates on the investigation or trial, guidance about local legal processes, and help finding support services in the country where that incident happened. And while the FCDO cannot intervene in another country's justice system, they do all they can to ensure that families are kept informed and treated with compassion. I do appreciate, however, that the experience of families in the legal systems abroad, as we have heard this evening from honourable members, can be deeply painful at a time when they are already experiencing immense grief. I want to speak this evening and pay tribute to my constituent, Nathan Osman. Nathan tragically lost his life in Benidorm on the 28th of September last year. His family, including his sister Alana, brother Lee, parents Liz and Jonathan, have given me their consent to speak about Nathan today, and my team and I have been supporting them for several months as they fight tirelessly for justice for them. Alana was initially contacted by Spanish authorities on the day of Nathan's death, and the exchange of information was as brief and unclear, with Alana confirming her name, only to be told, brother found dead bottom of cliff. They were then told to contact the British Embassy 2 days later and left with no additional information. The Spanish police, initially, like the Honourable Member's case of Dr. Ding, ruled Nathan's death as accidental and closed his case with little investigation or support. It was only thanks to the research and investigation of the family themselves, with the help from my team, specifically from Rebecca Lewis in my team, that enough information was now collated to reopen that case, and I hope that this will bring a result of closure for the Osman family. While South Wales Police did their best to support the family during the immediate aftermath of Nathan's death, they had no direct contact with Spanish authorities or Interpol to clarify if the translated information the family had received was correct and accurate. I will happily give way.
Minister, the point that I made my intervention to the Honourable Gentleman for Maidenhead was the fact that sometimes families don't find out on social media or somebody else. I would have thought that whenever the police or whatever country it would have been aware that he or she was a British citizen, immediately they would contact the embassy and make them aware of it, so that they could be the conduit to ensure. I'm just wondering, is that something that could be done? We've had a similar case in Northern Ireland, without going into any details because it's an ongoing case, but there is an important role for the consulate and for the British embassy to play.
The Honourable Gentleman makes a very valid point, and it should be the appropriate protocol for the police to be informed first of an incident in a country, the families to be informed via the police in that country, or via the police in our country, via Interpol, as I've said. But in today's modern age, sadly, that isn't always the case, and it isn't fair to the families that they find out second hand. It should be that they have that appropriate protocol in place. That it should how it happens. Sadly, we know it isn't always the case. For the Osman family, they did not receive, and they did not know that they could receive, a trained family liaison officer here in Wales, and they were largely, sadly, ignored by Spanish police. When they visited Spain shortly afterwards, they had to describe the situation on a mobile phone via Google Translate, as we've heard from other similar cases, and there was extensive miscommunication throughout the ordeal between the families and external authorities, costing valuable investigation time and prolonging the agony for the family. Now, there were many other issues with obtaining Nathan's case file and coroner's report, which the family believe contain a number of discrepancies. No one should have to endure what they went through. Losing a young family member in such horrific circumstances is a pain few of us can truly understand, and they were re-traumatised through various errors and miscommunications. In the pictures and videos shared with my team by the family, it is easy to see what a dedicated father Nathan was to his young children and how much he is still loved and missed every day. I want to thank Alana, Lee, Liz and Jonathan for sharing Nathan's story with me. And I want to thank honourable members this evening for sharing their stories with me. I'm sure the whole House will join me in sharing all of our condolences to everyone impacted by this.
Minister, give way.
Yeah, I will.
I thank her very much for giving way and for the open and sensitive way that she's responding to this, and for sharing the experiences of her constituent Nathan, which is a case that I'm familiar with. She's heard me explain the contact that I'm having with the family of Rob Spray in my constituency, and I wonder whether, when the time is right for the family, whether she would be willing to meet with them and with me to see what could be done to get them the answers that they so desperately want.
I am grateful to my honourable friend for raising the Sprays experience. It is their lived experience and the experiences of other bereaved families that fuel me and give me that information in order to conduct my role as the Victims Minister, and I wholeheartedly welcome that correspondence and that information. As I've stated, in addition to the FCDO support that is there, the Homicide Service is commissioned by the Ministry of Justice to provide specialist practical, emotional, peer and advocacy support to families after a murder, whether it happens here or abroad. For homicides that do occur overseas, that includes funding to contribute to the cost of repatriation to the UK, for the family to travel to the country in question, for the interpretation and translation of documents, among other services. Crucially, this support is tailored to each family's circumstances, and it is available for as long as they need it, so that families are not left to navigate these challenges alone. I will.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I've been helping a constituent whose relative was murdered abroad over 10 years ago, and that's still an ongoing issue. The responses that we've had sometimes from the FCDO and that which a constituent tells me is that they've not always been prompt, they've not always been clear, there's not always been a named point of contact, and sadly in some instances there have been mistakes in emails that are labelled official from the FCDO. So would the Minister, in addition to offering support to colleagues in terms of talking about those issues that they've experienced, would it be possible that she and colleagues might look to set up some sort of drop-in for MPs to bring those things to, so that we can all try to help our constituents get the justice they deserve.
I thank the Honourable Member for that contribution, and I am so sorry to hear of his constituents' case and experiences. It is exactly that type of experience that is fuelling me, as I've already said, in terms of looking at what more we can do to support families of those murdered abroad. And I think a drop-in is welcome. I welcome correspondence from members across the House on their experiences and appeal to families in England and Wales to hear about their experiences directly, so that I can work with charities such as Murdered Abroad and the Victims Commissioner to look at what more we can do for them. We do have a Memorandum of Understanding in place on murder, manslaughter and infanticide abroad between the FCDO, UK Policing and HM Coroners. This sets out clearly the support that is available when a British national is murdered overseas and the deceased has been repatriated to England and Wales. And it clearly defines the roles of each signatory, setting out a shared commitment to working together in support of bereaved families. In some cases, this does include assigning a family liaison officer to bereaved families in the UK, although I do appreciate that this is at the discretion of the local police force. At a local level, in England and Wales, police and crime commissioners also have the power to commission services for all victims of crime, including supporting victims where the crime has been committed overseas. However, we recognise, as I have already outlined, that for many families in this difficult position, it is not always clear what support is available or how to access it. That is why, as we develop the new Victims Code, provided for in the Victims and Prisoners Act 2024, we are considering what further information can be included to better signpost help for those affected by crimes overseas, and I intend to consult on the new code with all new members and the public in due course. I
thank the Minister for giving way. Whilst she's developing that code, before we've got to a point where it's ready to be able to share widely with members in the public, is it potentially valuable for her to be able to meet with Murdered Abroad, the charity, with Eve and others who run and founded Murdered Abroad, to be able to talk about their experiences directly and how they can influence that code at the earliest stage?
I welcome the Honourable Member's comments. I think it is absolutely crucial that we consult with organisations like Murdered Abroad when we're looking at the new Victims Code. It is important that we consult with all organisations supporting victims and survivors as we look forward to see what else is missing from this Victims Code, how best we can provide that support. That being said, I should make clear that we do not necessarily believe that the Victims Code is the right place to make provision for victims for overseas crimes. The Code will set out the minimum standards of service that victims should receive when involved in cases dealt with the criminal justice system here in England and Wales. It is therefore designed around the laws and procedures that we have here in our jurisdiction and our criminal justice system, much of which will not be applicable to cases involving crimes overseas. Therefore, it is not necessarily that right vehicle to make provisions for victims where the offence is investigated and prosecuted abroad, as consular support overseas does rely on the response of the agencies in that specific country where the crime has occurred. Following the new code, however, Madam Deputy Speaker, my department will work, and I can make this commitment to the Honourable Member and to the House this evening, that my department will work with the National Police Chiefs Council, the FCDO, as well as the Victims Commissioner and Murdered Abroad and the lived experience of others to explore how we can make clearer what support exists for families affected by homicide abroad and what more we can do to support them. I want to end with this, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know how traumatic and isolating it can be to lose a loved one to violence in a foreign country. No family should face that kind of devastation alone, and our hearts go out to families who have gone and are going through it. When it does happen, those families deserve compassion, clarity and proper support. We are working to improve access to the help available and to make sure that those who need support know how to find it. I hope the Honourable Member is reassured by the measures I have set out and by the steps that we are taking to strengthen the support on offer even further.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many of that opinion say aye? The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, order.